Chapter 494. The Black Mountain was like an endless wall, blocking the way forward. In the middle of the cave, it was pitch black, completely different from the other caves spewing out the solar fire. There, only a pair of golden eyes could be seen, especially terrifying in the darkness. It was like a god from hell, full of murderous intent. Swoosh! Crazy Ol waved his sleeve and rolled up little Nan Nan, placing her on his broad shoulder. Then he turned to face the black cave. The murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, drowning the group. The pair of eyes in the darkness stared at little Nan Nan. Is it really the three-legged golden crow? Li Heishui and the others were stunned. How could it appear in this world? It was the immortal spirit in the ancient legends, comparable to the true dragon, phoenix, and purple qilin. It was invincible. The creature born from the solar fire should only look like the three-legged golden crow, but it's definitely not a real immortal spirit. They knew that it was impossible for such a creature to be born in this world. Even the ancient saints could not appear anymore, because the world had changed. If there were no accidents, the ancient emperors would become a legend forever. As for the three-legged golden crow, it would be impossible for it to appear in this world. It would only exist in form. Caw caw caw. The flaming crows covered the sky like a black tide, carrying the monstrous solar fire, and melting the ground as they swooped down. The group was shaken. Millions of flaming crows were drowning them. Their terrifying power was unparalleled, destroying everything. Except for the Black Mountain that looked like an endless demonic wall, all the other peaks had collapsed. This is a cliff cut out from the immortal mountain. It's said to be indestructible, but it's about to be melted. How terrifying. Boom. Fortunately, Crazy Ol was powerful enough. Within a radius of 30 meters, it was tranquil as if a spring breeze was blowing. No matter how many flaming crows attacked, they could not get in. Rustling sounds lingered on as many flaming crows fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The area within 30 meters of Crazy Ol was like a divine land, inviolable. Swoosh. Suddenly, a terrifying howl that made one's scalp go numb came from the black ancient cave. The pair of golden eyes became even colder. At the same time, the million flaming spirit crows seemed to have received an order. They hung in the sky and each shot out a ray of black light. That was one of their life divine feathers. There were over 1 million black divine feathers, and every single one of them was condensed from the life essence of a divine crow. Their destructive power was so great that it sent chills down one's spine. Pooh! The void was immediately blasted apart. Millions of crow feathers shot out in unison, drowning out this place, concentrating on those individuals. The terrifying consequences were absolutely horrifying. Boom! This was the first time Yi Fan and the others had experienced such a scene. Every flaming spirit crow had become a spirit, and it was equivalent to facing 1 million cultivators. Had it not been for Crazy Ol's presence, they would not even have been left with their bones. 1 million firebirds would have turned everything into ashes, and all of them would have perished. Pop! Crazy Ol fought against millions of fire ravens alone. He waved his hands in the air and shook them hard. Mournful cries came from the sky, and the feathers of the natal ravens that were shooting down were crushed into powder. Swoosh! From the dark ancient cave came the soul-shattering bird cries again. The golden light in the golden crow's cold eyes shone even brighter. Clang! It waved an ancient golden staff and swept forward. The endless true fire of the sun was tens of thousands of times hotter than before, turning everything in its path into ashes. Crazy Ol shouted coldly and stretched out a giant hand to grab the staff. The golden staff was broken in an instant. The bird cries were shrill. A golden sun shot out billions of beams of light from the ancient cave, each as sharp as a golden needle. Yi Fan and the others could not even open their eyes. This was an indiscriminate attack that swept in all directions. It was enough to kill thousands of soldiers and horses. No one knew how powerful it was, and it was about to reach Crazy Ol's divine land. Bang! Crazy Ol rolled up his sleeves and caught the golden beams. He took a step forward and dashed straight into the dark ancient cave. It was the first time for Yi Fan and the others to see a being as powerful as the ancient saints taking the initiative to attack. It was enough to prove the unimaginable power of the golden crow. With a shrill cry, the golden light became even brighter, but it could not stop Crazy Ol at all. He stepped into the ancient cave. Boom. With a deafening sound, the Black Mountain collapsed on the spot. The top of the ancient cave collapsed, and huge rocks pierced through the clouds. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the true fire of the sun soared into the sky. When everything was quiet again, only 7 or 8 golden feathers fell down. Each feather was as dazzling as the sun, and they were stained with golden blood. They emitted terrifying waves that deterred people from getting close. What a terrifying being! It's a pity that it ran away. The large black dog was both excited and regretful at the same time. He rushed over and sealed the 8 blood-stained divine feathers with a fearful expression. These were the feathers of the golden crow, a divine material for refining tools. They were hard to find in the world, and their value was immeasurable. With them, I can refine the golden crow fan. With one fan, I can burn everything in the world. The golden crow fled, leaving a pool of golden blood on the ground. It disappeared into the earth veins, and rushed into the underground magma that contained the true fire of the sun. What is this? Li Haishui found a black beast bone in the broken mountain. The true fire mantra. The big black dog's heart jumped. He recognized some ancient characters on it. Is it a mantra comparable to the ancient scriptures? Li Haishui's eyes lit up immediately. This is an incomplete mantra. It's an ancient technique derived by ancient cultivators. It's not complete at all. I don't know how it ended up in this ancient cave. The golden crow must have studied it, the big black dog said. Although it was incomplete, it was still very precious. The true fire mantra of extreme yin and extreme yang in the ancient technique was very profound, and it was derived by the predecessors. They gathered together and studied it carefully. They felt it was very profound, and they were all greatly inspired. Even the crazy owl read it carefully, so its value could be imagined. In the end, Li Haishui carefully put it away, and said, "If only I could collect the complete true fire mantra." It's said that this is one of the most powerful mantras of ancient cultivators. The big black dog nodded, and said, when the ancient emperors created their own ancient scriptures, they were all inspired by the ancient technique, and it has the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. The crazy owl led the way, and he was no longer as unreliable as the big black dog, who was always struck by lightning. They passed over several large mountains without any mishaps. In front of them was a pitch-black canyon. They could hear the howling of ghosts from far away, coming from the depths of the darkness, as if connected with the netherworld. Why is that deep canyon erupting hailstones? Damn, it's not hailstones, it's human skulls. When they came close, they were shocked. The black canyon was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The ghostly wind whistled and many white skulls were blown up, smashing on the ground. What's down there? Is it really connected to hell? Why are there so many human skulls? Around the canyon, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Who knew how many skulls were rolling on the ground? Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the crazy owl's shoulder, and her little hands clenched tightly. Her big eyes were full of anxiety. Whoosh! The fierce wind blew, and more skulls were blown up, making people's hair stand on end. The snow-white skulls kept rolling on the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and it was a world of death. That thing has appeared again. Yi Fan discovered the existence in the strange black wind. His vicious eyes were unforgettable. He moved about in the great valley and hid in the strange wind. Waves of cold laughter rang out. This was a challenge to the dignity of a saint. The crazy owl put little Nan Nan on the ground, and with a swoosh, he disappeared directly into the Black Canyon. Ah! It was as if a 10,000-year-old ghost was screaming miserably. The whole Black St. Cliff was shaking, and more than 50 mountains were shaking at the same time. Boom! A large part of the Black Canyon collapsed, and the endless sea of white bones formed a frighteningly pale sea. No one knew when or for what reason they were left here. Puff! A jet of black blood gushed up, corroding the ground and leaving a large pit. The unknown existence with fur all over its body screamed and disappeared into the nothingness. Crazy Owl flew up from the canyon, like a god or a demon, and wounded the unknown existence severely. Unfortunately, he didn't kill it. It escaped from the hands of the saint. How powerful must it be? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned. What exactly is it? The few of them were bewildered. "It's the arm of a corpse," said the crazy owl. "What?" Everyone is dumbfounded. The arm of a corpse had a true spirit, and it was already so terrifying. If its body was still alive, how terrifying would it be? "I know what it is." The Black Emperor shivered and said, "In the past, the darkness of the undying mountain was in turmoil, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. The Void Emperor appeared and killed a supreme existence. He used the Void Mirror to destroy both his body and soul, leaving only an arm that fell into the undying mountain." When it said that, the few of them immediately understood. The holy cliff was cut off by the undying mountain, and that arm followed it here. The flesh of the great ancient emperor was immortal after death, so it was not strange that the arm could be preserved without rotting. However, it had a true spirit and turned into a corpse. This was a bit scary, and no one except the saint could kill it. When they passed by a pond, the crazy owl stood there for a long time, looking down at it without moving. Only after a long time did he tremble and step back in a daze. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Little Nan Nan walked over and tugged on his sleeve. Yi Fan and the others were also very surprised. What was wrong with the crazy owl? Why was he like this? They walked forward together. "Don't come over. This is the reincarnation lake," the crazy owl shouted. Yi Fan and the others immediately stopped, all shocked. The large black dog even shouted, "The reincarnation lake. Such a nature-defying thing really exists. It can see through one's past and future." At this time, little Nan Nan looked at the lake curiously and mumbled. Nan Nan saw herself on a 5-colored altar. No, on a large purple star, and, "Don't look at that." The crazy owl hurriedly stopped her, pulling the little girl away from the reincarnation lake. "Don't look at your past and future, or it will affect the present state." The large black dog showed an extremely serious expression, and said, "Great Emperor Wuxia once said this. There is only one reincarnation lake in the world. Legend has it that it is related to the illusory celestial realm, that no one knows whether it exists or not. Only great emperors can see it." The crazy owl said a few more words, which was rare for him. He left decisively without any hesitation, heading towards the depths of the holy cliff. Although the 50 or so mountains occupied a large area, they were not unreachable. The crazy owl walked in the front, passing through land after land, and finally reached the depths. The giant mountain in the center towered into the clouds. It was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood. There was even a hint of the smell of blood. "There is a stone coffin on this mountain." They stood in the distance, looking up and down at the legendary holy cliff, all looking surprised. Could it be that the corpse of the consummate Saint Physique is buried on this mountain? Yifan's heart beat rapidly. The list of deification. Why is the list of deification made by great Emperor Wuxia sealed on this mountain? The Black Emperor shouted in surprise. The others were also surprised. They moved to the other side of the mountain, and saw a golden ancient scroll. On the giant pitch-black mountain, there was a golden ancient scroll sealed on the mountain, flowing with a mysterious aura, and there was a vast pressure. Wait, when was it sealed here? Why didn't I know? The expression of the large black dog changed again and again. Chapter 495. The large black dog's eyes were wide open. He paced back and forth, murmuring non-stop. Obviously, he was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Why was it sealed here? Back then F***CK, this doesn't make sense. His eyes were deep as he stared at the investiture of gods. He couldn't even move his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he couldn't help but shiver. Then, the large black dog lay on the ground and didn't say anything. He fell into deep thought as if he had fallen into a distant memory. Investiture of gods. Yifan muttered to himself. He didn't have an excited expression, but he was almost petrified. These 3 words were definitely not unfamiliar to him, who came from the other side of the galaxy. He looked calm, but a huge wave surged in his heart. Why did the products of the early Qinshi practitioners appear one after another? The investiture of gods had a great origin. Why did it appear in the hands of great Emperor Wuxia? What did he use it for? No, the time doesn't match. He was stunned. Although ancient China had a long history, and the early Qinshi practitioners were mysterious, Great Emperor Wu Shi was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Since he used the investiture of gods to suppress this place, it couldn't have appeared in the future on the other side of the galaxy. What is the investiture of gods? Li Heishui asked doubtfully. It's a secret treasure that was personally refined by Great Emperor Wu Shi. Its power is unimaginably great. The large black dog said, baring his teeth. Something's wrong. Yi Fan felt that this ancient list was different from the divine list on the other side of the galaxy. Damn dog, keep bragging. Li Heishui didn't believe it. The ancient scroll on the Black Mountain was shining with a golden light. It didn't look like it had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Fan's heart moved and he asked, what is the use of this list? It's far too useful. It's a holy artifact, and once it's pressed down, it'll be the same as Emperor without beginning's hand pressing down on a huge black mountain. Even if a god were to come, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. What? So powerful? Damn dog, you're not just spouting nonsense, are you? Li Heishui's heart was pounding. Yi Fan also felt a wave of dizziness. The golden ancient list sealing this place was equivalent to Great Emperor Wu Shi's palm pressing down on this place. It was just too horrifying. That's the truth. The large black dog exclaimed with widened eyes. How was it refined? Is there anything particular to it? Yi Fan asked patiently. Grand Emperor Wu Shi's cultivation was profound. He wanted to refine a sacred item to seal immortals. At first, he wanted to call it the Immortal Bestowment Board. However, there are no immortals in this world, but there are ancient creatures that are suspected to be gods. Therefore, he changed it to the investiture of the gods. That's even possible. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Grand Emperor Wu Shi was simply too powerful. He even wanted to seal immortals. You guys didn't live in that kind of era, so you can't understand just how heavy the name Wu Shi was. It could crush the ages. The large black dog sighed. This is a treasure. If it's really equivalent to Grand Emperor Wu Shi pressing down on this place, it's not much inferior to an extreme Dao weapon. It's a supreme sacred item. Li Heishui was like the Black Emperor of the past. His eyes glowed with a green light, and he was almost drooling. This name is really similar to the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty. Its function is completely different. Yi Fan murmured to himself. What? The large black dog was given a fright, and he exclaimed, Brett, you've also heard of another investiture of the gods? What do you mean? Yi Fan was also given a fright, and he suddenly turned to look at him. According to legend, when Grand Emperor Wu Shi was refining the investiture of the gods, the Black Emperor finally didn't say the words, according to ancient records. This time he used the words according to legend to explain. Grand Emperor Wu Shi had once said that he had seen an ancient scroll that was also called the investiture of the gods. However, it was too useless, and he wanted to refine a true sacred item. After hearing these secrets, Yi Fan's eyes immediately widened. Just what kind of background did the ancient emperors have? They even knew about the legendary sacred items on the other side of the galaxy? Wait a moment. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Could it be that Grand Emperor Wu Shi had gone to ancient China? Or perhaps he had gone to other galaxies and seen the real investiture of the gods? Was that why he wanted to refine another investiture of the gods? This is too frightening. Could it be that the ancient path of the galaxy was opened up by this kind of being? The more Yi Fan pondered, the more he felt that the ancient emperors were unfathomable. They were oddities, and it was impossible to guess them. No wonder they were often struck by lightning. He thought of many things. In ancient times, there had been saint emperors who offered sacrifices to the heavens on Mount Tai, and there was a 5-colored sacrificial altar there. Could it be that they had all come to the galaxy? There were many famous Qi practitioners from the pre-Qin dynasty. Until now, he still did not know where those people had gone. There was only a shadow of them in this world. So tall. Little Nan Nan raised her head and looked at the black mountain that towered into the clouds. Before they knew it, they had already come close. As they walked around the huge mountain, they felt an indescribable aura. There's something in this mountain, Li Heishui said. Do you even need to say that? Grand Emperor Wu Shi even used the investiture of the gods, so there must be a supreme creature sealed here. The large black dog bared his teeth. No one knew what he was thinking. There were many dark red bloodstains on the Black Mountain. It was unknown how many years had passed, but even now, the bloodstains had not been erased. Instantly, Yi Fan felt a little dizzy. This was a mountain that towered into the clouds. Just how much blood had flowed from the completed saint physique? The entire mountain had been dyed red. Isn't little Yi Fan's blood bright red with golden light? The completed saint physique should have golden blood, Li Heishui said doubtfully. What do you know? The completed saint physique has already returned to its original state. The golden blood has turned into the most original bright red. Drinking a mouthful can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. The large black dog was drooling. Little Yi Fan, you must live well. When the time comes, you can raise an immortal divine medicine to help yourself. And then use the saint blood to help us, Li Heishui said. That's right. The large black dog nodded his big head. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll that he had obtained in Liz Ho of the northern region, and carefully examined it. He said, "The 9 secrets is on the peak of the mountain, on the true Saint Cliff." They began to climb the mountain. Here, the formation patterns were even more terrifying. The few of them followed behind the crazy old man, not daring to take a wrong step. Just now Li Heishui used a weapon to test the formation, but the result was that it disappeared without a sound. The terrifying scene made him scared, and he was afraid that he would make a wrong step. One wrong step, and your body and soul will be destroyed. You must be careful. Emperor Wusher's killing formation can't be broken apart from a corner of the Tao diagram he left behind. The large black dog reminded them solemnly. His expression was extremely serious, because this was truly related to everyone's life and death. Not to mention them, even if the Saint Lords came, as long as one wrong step, they would be doomed eternally, forever erased from the world. Even with an existence comparable to an ancient saint leading the way, they still walked very slowly, because the crazy old man was also thinking. Every step had to be precise, without the slightest mistake. What if we accidentally take a wrong step? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. Little ancestor, please don't say that. The large black dog was nervous, really afraid that something would go wrong. He said, if we take a wrong step on this mountain, the killing power we will suffer is equivalent to being hit by an ancient great emperor. Li Heishui was even more scared, and his legs were cramping. He said to himself, we are walking on a tightrope between heaven and hell. No one should speak carelessly. Boom. Not far away, a terrifying black hole appeared, and the devouring power made people's hair stand on end. Did we take a wrong step? No, a leaf was blown up this sacred mountain, and triggered a trace of formation power. This is too terrifying. A leaf can trigger such a black hole. If we make a mistake, we will really be turned into ashes on the spot. After a whole 4 hours, they only reached the middle of the mountain. At this time, it was actually foggy, and ribbon-shaped black fog curled up, making everything look extremely dark. The fog on the mountain peak was even thicker, and it was impossible to see through it. Please don't let anything happen. They all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Little Nan Nan saw a few people, men and women. Little Nan Nan suddenly said, pointing forward with her little finger. And the crazy old man had already stopped, facing the people in the thick fog. He did not move, and his expression was solemn. Yi Fan opened his divine eyes, but he could only vaguely see that those people were all wearing ancient clothes, as if they had come from the ancient times. They were all very old, and there was no vitality in their bodies. They were lifeless, but just standing there, they gave off a very oppressive feeling, suffocating people. For the crazy old man to face them like this, it was definitely not good. Could it be a few saints? The bad feeling intensified, and their hearts were beating like drums. They were extremely nervous. The mountain breeze blew over, and those ancient people in the thick fog were like fossils, not moving at all. Only their ancient clothes fluttered in the wind. Damn, there can't be any saints in this world. Where did these gods come from? The big black dog was scared, and almost stuttered. The crazy old man thought for a long time, and then started walking again. He walked around the people, and headed up the mountain. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Don't look back at them, and don't sense their chi. Just follow me. They didn't even dare to breathe. Following the crazy old man's footsteps, they walked up the mountain step by step, not daring to look back. However, they felt a chill on their backs. They could clearly feel the cold eyes of those people in the thick fog, and their ancient clothes made them look mysterious. After walking for a long time, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Li Heishui asked in a low voice, "Senior, who are they?" "Ancient dead people." That was all the crazy old man had to say. "Supreme masters who have been dead for many years? But I can clearly feel their cold eyes." They all felt strange and puzzled. "Nan, why do I feel like they're alive? Their cold gazes are all on us." The little girl was a bit timid as she whispered. "Yes, I have the same feeling." Li Heishui was also puzzled, and couldn't help but look back. In an instant, he felt like falling into an ice cellar. His body could barely move, and his face was pale. He couldn't say a word, like an ant being looked down by a dragon. "Don't look back, don't look back. They are people who have been dead for a long time." Crazy Ol shouted. He waved his sleeves and turned his body around. "Oh my god, it's too scary. Little Yezi, little Nan, don't look back. I just looked back, and I didn't see anything, but those eyes almost broke my heart." Li Heishui said to himself, on the verge of breaking down. They didn't believe those were dead people, but Crazy Ol said so. They didn't dare to look back. No matter what happened behind them, they chose to move forward. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They couldn't even see the outline of the giant sarcophagus on the mountain top. Their spiritual senses couldn't penetrate the strange fog. "Shit, there's another person up there. He might be alive." The black dog's black fur all stood up. In the distance, there was a figure that was immovable like a statue. He was incomparably tall, but his eyes were extremely intimidating, able to pierce through the mist. It was a pair of cyan eyes, without sclera or pupils. They were like two cyan lanterns in the fog, looking down at them. "Don't look at him. Treat him like a dead person." Crazy Ol warned again. At the same time, he changed his route and climbed up. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him, passing through the fog. Because they were taking a detour, they came to the other side of the mountain. They saw a lot of dark red bloodstains, and the list of deification up close. "Let's stay away from the person up there. Even if it's an ancient corpse, it doesn't look ordinary. It might cause a big fight," said Yifan. Crazy Ol didn't say anything, but he was thinking seriously. He changed his route step by step, walking towards the list of deification, and went up the mountain. The golden light was so bright that even the fog couldn't cover it. The stone wall was full of marks of time, and the ancient list of deification was stuck on it. It was very firm. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, there was no sign of it loosening, and time didn't leave any mark on it. Blood pit. Li Heishui was surprised. In this area, there was a blood pit that hadn't dried up. "This is the blood of a divine body, a priceless holy object." The black dog screamed and almost pounced on it. But he couldn't walk around, so he resisted the impulse. Unfortunately, the essence has already dissipated. Yifan shook his head, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the blood of a divine body hadn't dried up. How powerful was it? "There's an incomplete spirit medicine root." Li Heishui was surprised. In the blood pit, spirit medicine had once grown, but unfortunately, it was picked by someone. Needless to say, spirit medicine nurtured by divine blood must have amazing medicinal power. There are words. Red Dragon was trapped here. The black dog read, and then cursed. So it's that demon Taoist. He saved his life with this medicine. Yifan was shocked. The Red Dragon Taoist was trapped at the St. Cliff, so it was here. He actually came to the middle of the mountain. No wonder he was sealed for 1,500 years. From what he saw just now, it was already a miracle that he could come out alive. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to the list of deification. They could see it clearly. It seemed to be made of gold, and it emitted a strange wave. A supreme holy object made by the great emperor himself. I've seen it with my own eyes again. The black dog actually felt a hint of sadness and sighed. What a pity. Even the most outstanding person of all ages can't withstand the passage of time. There's a stone carving beside the ancient list. Little Nan Nan stretched out her small hand and pointed forward. F***ck, who's so wicked? Why did they carve a bald man beside the list of deification? The black dog was furious. Sakyamuni. Yifan was shocked. The stone carving was almost the same as the Buddha he saw in the temple. This is the mark left behind by this person, the old madman suddenly said. This damned fatty left a mark in front of the list of deification for no reason. But this old baldy is very powerful. He can come and go here. The black dog was furious, but he was also shocked. There's another stone carving. Little Nan Nan pointed to the other side of the list of deification. It was an old man riding a green bull, and there seemed to be a purple aura drifting westward. It was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Who is this old man riding the bull? Why is he carving here? The black dog asked angrily. Chapter 496. The fog above the black mountain became thicker and thicker, and one could barely see their own fingers. However, this place was peaceful. They really have no sense of civility. How can they scribble here? Do these two old geezers really think they're very heroic? The large black dog cursed. The investiture of gods glowed with a golden light that was eternally untainted. It dispersed the thick fog here, and a supreme aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Who is this old baldy? He looks kind and amiable, but he doesn't seem like a good person. And that old bastard riding the bull has a monstrous demonic aura around him. He's obviously not a good person, the large black dog cursed. Yifan was speechless. The large black dog was too outrageous. Sakyamuni was called bald, and the purple aura from the east was also called monstrous demonic aura. Can't you say something nicer? Yifan said. What's the background of this baldy with bumps all over his head and this old man who herds cows? The large black dog's mouth was full of nonsense, and his words were really out of tune. Dog, don't talk nonsense. Little Nan Nan patted him lightly. The little girl was only slightly taller than his knee, and was tender and childish. I'm very annoyed when I see this baldy and this old man who herds cows. F***ck, they're too immoral. How dare they scribble on the investiture of gods? They're really asking for a beating. The large black dog was very angry. He felt that scribbling in front of the seal set up by Emperor Wuxia was really a disgraceful behavior. Yifan thought of the identities of Sakyamuni and the old man riding the bull, and when he heard the large black dog's nonsense, he had the urge to spit out his food. This damn dog was too immoral. Don't let me see them, or I'll beat them up every time I see them. The large black dog spat. Yifan was really defeated by him. He said, Don't be so arrogant. You can't even defeat the old man riding the bull, let alone these two people. F***ck, isn't it just a water buffalo? Cut it, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The large black dog was extremely unconvinced. Even if you were 10,000 times stronger, you still wouldn't be a match for them, Crazy Ol suddenly said. He stared at the mark with a serious expression. Yifan felt the Bodhi seed heat up and hurriedly took it out. He held it in his hand and carefully sensed it. He found that the two marks on the black mountain seemed to be alive. In a trance, he saw a merciful Buddha sitting cross-legged under a Bodhi tree. Endless chanting reverberated, calming one's heart and soul, making one want to take refuge in the Buddha. On the other side, purple energy came from the east. A green ox headed west, carrying an elder. Great Tao energy flowed about it, incomparably distant, in action emerging into the world. It could be said that the Gautama Buddha and the old man riding on the green ox both had a supreme and lofty Tao rhythm. Even if it was just a strand of imprint left behind by them, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate and make them want to follow them. It was extremely profound. Yifan's heart was not calm. It could even be described as boiling. How many predecessors of ancient China had come to this side of the starry sky? Perhaps his path home was not cut off, and he should be able to find it. He found a few more strands of hope. Perhaps one day he could return to Earth. Damn baldy old bastard. Yifan was pulled back to reality by the large black dog's curse. He did not find any cultivation technique in the marks, only proving that the two of them had been here. Stop shouting. Even if you shout randomly, these two won't appear. It's uncertain whether they are still in this world, Li Heishui said. I'm really angry. Drawing randomly here is a great disrespect to great Emperor Wuxia. The large black dog was indignant. The crazy old man closed his eyes and remained silent. He probed the list of deification with his divine sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes and walked forward without hesitation. It's been suppressed for more than 100,000 years. Don't tell me the thing in the mountain is still alive? Yi Fan was bewildered. That's hard to say. If it was buried by the divine source like the ancient creatures, it might really be able to come out alive. The large black dog said in a trembling voice. He almost scared himself. There must be an unimaginable existence in this mountain. Otherwise, great Emperor Wuxia wouldn't have suppressed it with the list of deification. Could it be that the Saint Physique's seclusion here and his blood staining the holy cliff in his later years is related to the existence in the belly of this mountain? Li Haishui said in shock. Yi Fan said, maybe it's true. The creature that caused the Saint Physique to die in his later years is really terrifying. Fortunately, it was sealed by great Emperor Wuxia. It can fight against the Saint Physique, but he waited until his later years to make his move. Could it be that he has been hiding in the middle of the mountain all this time? They all knew that the holy cliff was cut off from the immortal mountain by the Saint Physique and used as a place for seclusion. Thinking about it carefully, it was really frightening. The aura of the great emperor. The large black dog rarely showed sadness, but after seeing the list of deification, he showed this expression again and again. In the end, he left reluctantly. The thick fog sealed the mountain, and they walked for another 2 hours. Finally, they were not far from the peak of the mountain. In front of them, a majestic figure stood on the mountain rock, looking down. Didn't we avoid him before? Why is he in front of us again? Li Haishui's expression changed. This person was extremely tall, and his eyes had no pupils. There were only 2 beams of green light that could pass through the thick fog. It was very frightening. The crazy owl said not to look and treat it as an ancient corpse, but this frightening corpse that had no signs of life could move on its own and block their way. What kind of existence is this? Why did it appear on the holy cliff and dare to stop a saint? The large black dog was scared. The crazy owl stopped and faced the cold body above him. His thick hair was loose and his aura was at its peak. He took a few big steps forward. Just do what you did before. Don't look, and don't use your divine sense. Wait here, the crazy owl warned. Then he strode forward. Things are not good. Even a saint is forced to make a move. They all felt very uneasy. Uncle, you have to be careful, little Nan Nan shouted from behind. Yi Fan and the others listened to the warning and didn't look up. They also restrained their divine sense and completely isolated themselves from the sky, in case something bad happened. Boom! Above them, there was a terrifying wave that almost made them collapse to the ground. If it wasn't for the formation patterns of great Emperor Wuxia, the whole mountain might have been destroyed. The saint of the current era had made a move and fought with the unknown existence. It was very intense, and the battle was transmitted down through the formation patterns of the ancient emperors. Terrifying. In the end, the large black dog sat on the ground, his whole body trembling. He couldn't bear that kind of pressure at all. Li Haishui was even worse. He collapsed to the ground first. His body didn't listen to him anymore. He said angrily, "Damn dog, you're sitting on me." The large black dog, who was as strong as a bull, almost made Li Haishui faint. He was so weak that he couldn't move. Yi Fan did his best to resist. His body was extremely strong, and his energy was surging. Golden blood chi surged. Finally, he didn't collapse under the pressure of the saint. Only little Nan Nan was unharmed. She didn't resist. She just blinked and squatted on the ground, looking at the large black dog and Li Haishui. 15 minutes later, the endless terrifying pressure disappeared. The thick fog rolled and the crazy owl walked back step by step. The left half of his body was stained with blood. "Uncle, you're hurt," little Nan Nan cried. "What? Even a saint of the current era is hurt and bleeding." The large black dog got up immediately and stared at the scene with his big eyes. "It's not my blood. It's that ancient corpse's," the crazy owl replied. Blood splattered on a saint's body was scary enough. That ancient corpse must have forced the crazy owl to use his real power. In front of them, The majestic body fell to the ground and stopped moving. Glowing blood could be seen flowing. It was very strange. The St. Cliff is so scary. One wrong step and you'll step into hell. These ancient warriors have been dead for countless years, but they still come out to cause trouble. Li Heishui frowned worriedly. Uncle, the people we saw earlier have appeared again. Little Nan Nan pointed at the depths of the thick fog and said a very bad news. On top of the cliff, a few Taoist figures stood in the thick fog like fossils. They were motionless and looked down. Aren't they ancient corpses? Why can they move? Li Heishui had goosebumps all over his body. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. They were the people he saw halfway up the mountain. There were both men and women, and they were all wearing ancient clothes. The crazy old didn't say anything. He took out the corner of the formation map of the large black dog and studied it carefully, thinking quietly. Yi Fan and the others didn't dare to disturb him. Just like that, they stood like this for a whole day. Then the crazy old raised his head and continued to walk forward. A golden path suddenly appeared under their feet. They actually evolved such a path and reached the summit. The large black dog had a strange look in his eyes. Just like that, they walked on the golden path. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the summit. The figures in ancient clothes didn't come close. This was a vast cliff. It was large enough to build a small town on it. However, this was a barren land. Not even a blade of grass grew here. The whole cliff was black, and there were many dark red bloodstains. There were some bright red puddles in some places. After so many years, although the spiritual energy had dissipated, the divine blood still hadn't dried up for some reason. The most eye-catching place was the edge of the St. Cliff. There was a huge stone coffin, hundreds of meters long, hanging on the cliff. An ancient coffin that has existed in this world for almost 200,000 years. Everyone was shocked. If there was no accident, this should be the place where the great Saint Body died. It should be him in the coffin. The whole body of the great Saint Body is a treasure. Just one bone is worth a city, and the whole body can be used as a holy object to refine an unparalleled saint weapon. They came to the front of the huge stone coffin, and all of them carefully examined it. This was a place where saints were buried, and there might be some unparalleled celestial treasures inside. Where is the Xing character of the 9 secrets? It can't be in this ancient coffin, right? Their main purpose for coming here was to find the secret character Xing. This was a peerless sacred technique that could shock the world. Any cultivator would want to get their hands on it, and even the sages would desire it. Is this stone coffin moldy? There's a lot of moss growing on it. The large black dog was suspicious. It's not moss, it's very long green hair. Li Heishui felt cold from head to toe, and his whole body was cold. Although there was a thick fog on the summit, they could see clearly when they came close to the ancient coffin. Damn, it's the green hair growing from the coffin. It's very thick, and it's almost drowning the ancient coffin. The black hair all over the large black dog's body stood up, and he jumped up in fright as if someone had stepped on his tail. Oh no, this is bad. Could it be that the corpse of the great saint body has undergone some changes? No matter how many tens of thousands of years the great ancient emperors have been dead, their corporeal bodies will not rot and be destroyed, and the great saint body will definitely be the same. If he has undergone a corpse transformation, then that unparalleled corporeal body. They were all stunned, and an ominous premonition rose up in their hearts. Let's hurry and find the Xing character of the 9 secrets and leave this place as soon as possible. We must not touch this ancient coffin. The large black dog was scared. This was the first time he had seen a treasure without being greedy. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll and carefully compared it. After carefully reading it, he was dumbfounded and speechless. The Xing character of the 9 secrets actually pointed to the location of this ancient coffin. Are we going to open a shop? He was horrified. If they provoke some ancient corpse with a great saint body, it was possible that they would all be killed here. Damn, that damned Baldy and that old cowherd also came here before. There are their marks here. The large black dog cursed angrily. Beside the ancient coffin, there were 2 stone tablets that had left behind words of remembrance. Apart from that, there were also 2 gigantic starry sky charts. They seemed to have respectively divined something here. They were densely packed, and the ground was filled with stars. In each of the starry sky charts, there was a thin line that was almost invisible, and it pointed to the depths of the starry sky. This caused a thought to stir in Yi Fan's mind. Could it be that there was an ancient path in the starry sky? Chapter 497. The 2 star charts were very big. They were not carved on the stone tablet, but on the stone ground. This was a meticulous deduction. They were carved only a few hundred years apart, but they were definitely not from the same era. It could be distinguished, but they were probably formed more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years, 2,000 years was not so terrifying, but it was also the early Qin period, which could be considered a very ancient period. The divine lords of the Eastern Barren Territory could probably only live to this age. Any longer, and they would return to the earth. Since ancient times, no one could escape death. What is this old cowhood developing? Why can't I see through it? The large black dog stared at one of the charts and pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't understand it. Only the crazy old's eyes were deep, and he was fascinated. One could clearly see that the 2 charts were evolving in the depths of his eyes and imprinted into his mind. Yi Fan had an idea. He also imprinted the 2 star charts in his mind. This might be his way home. 2 little dragons are swimming. Little Nan Nan pointed at the 2 thin lines in the star chart. Her vision was very special, and she could see the 2 thin lines evolving, meandering and stretching. Even though Yi Fan had the divine eyes, it still took him a long time to see it clearly, and then he imprinted it in his mind without any mistake. In the future, if he couldn't return to the other side of the galaxy from the 5-colored altar in the forbidden ancient land, he planned to let the Black Emperor carve the most complicated Tao patterns and cross back bit by bit. Ignore the old cowherd and the bald guy with big bumps all over his head. Let's think of a way to get the Xing formula, the large black dog muttered. He really didn't like these 2. I really hope that one day when you meet them, you can also call them like this, Yi Fan said with a smile. He had mixed feelings. These were 2 great sages of the ancient earth who should have disappeared in time, but they were actually related to cultivation. The crazy old walked around the ancient coffin with a deep frown. Even someone as powerful as him didn't open the coffin, as if he was afraid. The green hair was very long, growing through the cracks of the stone coffin, and densely covering the entire coffin. It was oily green, and if one didn't look closely, they would really look like moss. As soon as they got close, they would feel a bone-piercing chill. The sarcophagus was like an ice house that could almost freeze people. Is it really the corpse of a great perfection Saint Physique? Who carved the sarcophagus for him? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Whoosh. Crazy Ol carved in the void, displaying the Merak step technique. There was no specific method, just a profound Tao diagram that encompassed everything. He was trying to activate it with the Xing formula. Seeing this, Yi Fan also began to activate the Bodhi seed in his hand. His movements were slow but serious. Bang! A light sound suddenly rang out from the ancient coffin, startling everyone. It was because an exceptionally dense killing intent overflowed, as if some ancient creature was awakening. The green hair on the stone coffin began to tremble violently, and a bone-chilling coldness emanated from it. It was as if thousands of ghostly claws were struggling. Little by little, it extended towards them. This place is too strange. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They had a feeling that all of this was created by the ancient coffin, and the fog seemed to be rushing out from the cracks of the coffin. Gee! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin shook, emitting a beam of light that shot into the heavens. It dispersed the fog, and a Tao diagram emerged. The 9 secrets. The Xing formula has come out from the coffin. They were both surprised and overjoyed. After so many dangers, they had come here for the 9 secret Xing formula, and now they finally saw it. At first glance, Yi Fan was sure that this was definitely the Xing formula, and it had many similarities with the movement technique he cultivated. The highest legendary technique. Once mastered, the world will be mine, and there will be no path that cannot be taken. Great, we must comprehend it. No one was not excited. They all used their powerful spiritual senses to capture the Tao diagram, afraid of missing something. No, it's too blurry. It has rushed out from the coffin, and the true 9 secrets is in the coffin. After careful observation, they discovered this helpless truth. Their hearts sank. There was definitely something ominous in the coffin, and it was not good for them to open it. What should we do? We've already come this far. Do we still have to retreat? Little darling, can you see it clearly? Yi Fan squatted down and asked the little girl. The little girl wrinkled her delicate nose and blinked her big eyes. After staring for a while, she said in a crisp voice, "Some places are clear, but others are blocked by something. It's not clear." Crazy Ol was motionless as if he had been petrified. His empty eyes shot out strands of silver light that connected with the Tao diagram. However, it was obvious that the Tao diagram was incomplete, and it was blocked by something inside the coffin. The silver light from his eyes could not connect completely. The summit was very flat, and the ancient great emperors had not laid down any array patterns around the coffin. The group walked back and forth, feeling very helpless. Bang! The ancient coffin shook again, and a peerless murderous intent overflowed. It was as if winter had arrived, and it was as if 100,000 miles were frozen and millions of miles were covered in snow. The Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's hand was boiling hot. He was earnestly studying the Tao diagram, throwing away all distracting thoughts. In any case, with Crazy Ol here, he did not care about anything else. Even if it was incomplete, he had to completely understand it. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan stopped and woke up from the emptiness. At this moment, Crazy Ol was walking around the ancient coffin, preparing to open it. The big black dog and Li Heishui were at the side. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They hid very far away for fear of releasing the Demon King. Crazy Ol walked around the coffin 9 times, as if he was calculating something. Then his eyes shot out strands of silver light. He stopped in the field, waved his sleeves, and with a boom, all the green hairs were destroyed. He finally made his move. He was going to officially open the ancient coffin and see the legendary 9 esoteric Tao diagram. The moment the green hairs outside the coffin turned into ashes, the ancient coffin shook violently, as if a giant monster was about to come out. The terrifying aura it emitted made the whole mountain shake. In this area, there were more than 50 mountains standing side by side. At this moment, all of them were shaking as if there was a great earthquake. Huge rocks kept rolling down, especially this mountain. If it wasn't for the formation pattern of the Great Emperor, it might have already collapsed. There was an indescribable aura surging. At this moment, the formation runes carved by martial monarch Wuxia displayed a mystical ability. Thin threads extended from all directions and intertwined with one another. Although there were no patterns carved on this mountain peak, it was a place of guidance. All the threads were guided to the ancient coffin, binding it. The agitation finally quieted down. The stone coffin no longer shook, and everything gradually calmed down. "All of you step back," Crazy Ol shouted. At this point, he had to open the coffin and obtain the 9 esoteric Tao diagram. They kept retreating. Crazy Ol roared like a dragon and a tiger, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. He waved his sleeves, and with a boom, the coffin lid was sent flying, falling on the mountain peak. Boom! An extremely gloomy murderous aura rushed out. Black fog billowed up and completely submerged this place. Sure enough, all the fog came from the ancient coffin. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor were motionless. Under this kind of murderous aura, they couldn't even speak. They were completely bound, and their bodies were about to break. Tens of thousands of threads interweaved. The formation pattern carved by Great Emperor Wuxia worked. A blazing light screen appeared, covering the ancient coffin. At the same time, the list of deification at the mountainside rushed out a golden glow, descending and stabilizing the agitated ancient coffin. Only then did the murderous aura recede like a tide. Otherwise, Yi Fan and the others wouldn't have been able to endure it. The murderous aura alone is enough to destroy one's body and soul. In such a short time, it has already taken half my life. Li Heishui was weak, and his body was cracking. He took the divine spring from Yi Fan and drank it. The black hair on the big black dog's body was about to fall off. Just now he was cursing people for being bald, and now he was almost bald. He cursed again and again, saying, "Even this is retribution. Damn it." Yi Fan was fine mainly because of his unparalleled physical strength. Little Nan Nan, who was protected by them in the middle, was also fine. The little girl looked left and right like a curious baby. Not far away, the great Tao suppressed the sky. A Tao diagram lay in the void. It was very clear, as if the 9 heavens had descended. It made people feel sincere reverence and want to kneel on the ground. 9 secrets. The opportunity is right in front of us. Whether we can comprehend it or not will depend on our own luck. They quickly rushed forward and sat cross-legged on the ground. They observed the Tao diagram in the sky and began to comprehend it seriously. As for what was in the opened ancient coffin, they didn't care at all. There was nothing more important than comprehending the 9 secrets. Everything was taken care of by the old madman. I can't comprehend it. After Li Heishui used up an enlightenment tea leaf, he opened his eyes and flew away. He was very dispirited. The big black dog was even more anxious. He cursed and said, "Damn it, this is a supreme secret technique created for 2-legged creatures. This emperor can't comprehend it unless I transform into a human. Damn it, this emperor will defy the heavens. I must cultivate it." The big black dog was indeed heaven-defying. He stood on the ground like a human and shouted, "There is no saint technique that this emperor can't learn. I don't believe it. Damn it, even this can be done." Li Heishui was dumbfounded. Then his confidence doubled. Even a dog could cross the boundaries of its species to cultivate this technique. What did he have to be afraid of? He grabbed a few enlightenment tea leaves and immediately began to comprehend it. The old madman didn't move as if he was petrified. He looked up at the 9 secret Tao diagram. His body was about to turn into an ancient diagram. It was very mysterious. Yi Fan was shocked. The 9 secret Xing character technique was unfathomable. The Merak step technique was only a corner of it, a small part. No wonder I can step into the domain of time after comprehending it. It is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. I might need to cultivate it for the rest of my life. He silently comprehended, grasping the Bodhi seed in his hand. Time passed bit by bit. They didn't move at all. They silently comprehended and devoted themselves to it. Without a doubt, the old madman's harvest was the greatest. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the Tao diagram and began to evolve it in his mind. The big black dog was the most restless. He stood up and shouted that he wanted to defy the heavens. As he comprehended the 9 secrets, he ran around like a human. However, his comprehension was really high. He became faster and faster. In the end, he almost turned into a black shadow. He was very arrogant. All the black fur on his body fell off. As he ran around naked, he shouted, "Damn it, in order to learn the Xing character technique, I will run on 2 legs in the future. I will defy the heavens." Li Heishui was stimulated. He concentrated and comprehended it. Even a dog could cultivate it. How could he, a man with 2 legs, endure it? It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension. It was just that this technique wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. However, he was greatly stimulated and gained a lot. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Little Nan Nan was also observing curiously. In the end, she couldn't help but gesticulate. She took a step forward and disappeared from where she was. This woke everyone up. "Nan Nan," Yi Fan called. Little Nan Nan appeared on the wall of the coffin. She was so scared that she was crying. She looked down helplessly. The little guy didn't do anything wrong. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I was just trying." This made Li Heishui completely speechless. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "I can't say that my comprehension is the best among my peers, but it's also the best. I can't even compare to a dog. How can I even surpass a 2-year-old little Nan Nan? Could it be that the 9 secrets are really not suitable for me to cultivate?" Yi Fan and the others hurriedly came to the coffin. They picked up little Nan Nan and prepared to send her down. In the end, they accidentally saw the scene inside the coffin. They felt their scalps go numb. In the stone coffin, there was half a pool of blood at the bottom. It was bright and dazzling. It was as if it had just flowed out from a human body. There was an old man's corpse inside, floating above the blood. His body was immortal. He held a golden scepter in his hand. There was a peerless killing intent overflowing from it. It was practically able to penetrate one's soul. Heavens, is this a saint physique? It has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, but it still hasn't decayed. It's vivid and lifelike. Li Haishui was shocked. Why is this person's killing intent so strong? It's as if he has slaughtered millions of lives before. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This should be the master of the celestial court. He's an ancient sage. The large black dog was so shocked that he almost fell down. Weren't the two old sages of the celestial court killed? Why is there only one here? Yi Fan was puzzled. He had heard the large black dog talk about this in detail before. It was rumored that his lifespan had come to an end, and he had been killed in the final battle. Who would have thought that he had personally escaped into the holy cliff with the 9 secrets Xing character mantra, and died here? The large black dog was shocked. Wisps of killing intent seeped out from the golden ancient scepter, and the entire holy cliff was almost frozen. It was as if the entire holy cliff had turned into hell. Without a doubt, this was the supreme scepter of the celestial court. In the past, the celestial court wielded the supreme scepter, and could almost command the entire world. The large black dog said with a sigh. It's time for it to see the light of day again. Let it shine again. Yi Fan said loudly. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but his body hasn't rotted, as expected of an ancient sage. But why did he die in the ancient coffin? Li Haishui was shocked and uncertain. His neck was twisted and broken. The large black dog said in shock. He had been plotting something bad just now. The corpse of a sage was a treasure all over, and he wanted to pull it out and refine it. However, now he felt a chill all over his body. This ancient sage's neck was twisted and broken. There were clear fingerprints, and there were some green hairs on it. Little Nan Nan is scared. Little Nan Nan buried her head in Yi Fan's arms, not daring to look down. She said in a small voice, There's a man lying in the blood pool, and his body is covered with green hairs. A saint physique of the advanced level. They were all stunned. A saint physique of the advanced level had died countless years ago, but it had twisted the neck of an old sage. This made their hearts tremble. Silently, the crazy owl also stood on the stone coffin. His eyes could see through everything, and he stared at the blurry figure in the blood pool. Splash! Below the ancient sage, the master of the celestial court, the blood pool rippled violently. Splash! A large green claw, covered with corpse hair, stretched out. Chapter 498. Hua! A terrifying claw the size of a dustpan reached out. It was covered in corpse hair, and dripping with blood. It was a daunting sight, sending chills down everyone's spine. The old crazy owl's pupils shone with silver light. Strands of silver light shot out like silver dragons towards the green hand. Zheng. This was the technique of a saint. The endless mountain range would be turned to ashes, but the silver light couldn't destroy the claw. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. It was as if the claw had struck divine iron. The claw slowly reached up like an unstoppable ghost claw. Isn't he dead? Did he become a corpse saint? Li Haishui and the others quickly retreated behind the old crazy owl. In the 1,000-foot-long black coffin, there was half a pool of blood. It was bright red and bewitching. The green corpse hair claw suddenly reached out, appearing strange and frightening. The ancient saint's body didn't decay and floated in the air. However, his head had been twisted off. At this time, it was even more horrifying when compared to the giant claw. Even the invincible master of the celestial court had been strangled to death. How could people not be terrified? Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse and their breathing stopped. The aura emitted by the ancient coffin was extremely oppressive. Not only was there a monstrous killing intent, there was also an endless pressure that could break one's mind. It was as heavy as a mountain. Duo! The old crazy owl shouted. His hands moved. This was the first time he was so serious. He displayed the supreme technique of a saint. Numerous foot-long little dragons swam between his palms and fingers. Those were streaks of innate patterns. He was deriving the supreme great Tao. The chaotic mist flowed, and the Tao diagram was mysterious and unfathomable. His hands moved, creating the sound of thunder. Then earth, fire, wind, and water surged as if the world was being created. Bang! A Tao diagram appeared. It was filled with the aura of the absolute beginning. It was as if the great Tao of the world had just been formed and was imprisoned by him. A boundless pressure spread out. At this moment, the entire sacred cliff and the 50 black mountains all trembled. It was a terrifying scene. The old crazy owl shouted. He raised his hand and pressed down. The giant Tao diagram was pinched between his fingers and shot into the ancient coffin. Pooh! Half the pool of blood splashed out. The large hand that was covered in corpse hair was covered in innate patterns. Tens of thousands of little dragons swam about, and the Tao diagram continued to evolve, circulating with the aura of the supreme great Tao. Boom! A supreme immortal might gushed forth, gushing to every corner of the Saint Cliff. The ancient runes left behind by the ancient emperors didn't obstruct it at all. Instead, they shot out beams of resplendent light, helping to seal the coffin. Rumble! More than 50 black mountains were cut off from the undying mountain. At this moment, they were all shaking and on the verge of collapse. Plop! Finally, that hairy hand was suppressed by the Tao diagram. It fell into the pool of blood, splashing up a great deal of blood, and causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone's expressions changed. If it landed on a person's body, they would undoubtedly die. More than 100,000 years had passed, yet the blood in the coffin was still so terrifying. A single drop of blood is enough to kill an expert. The patterns formed by the Khanate runes covered the entire area, sealing the blood pool. Even the Lord of the Celestial Court was suppressed beneath it. It's a pity that the Supreme Assassin's scepter is also sealed in the blood pool. Li Heishui felt regretful. The current saint's methods are heaven-defying. The large black dog exclaimed. He had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect the old madman to seal that ghostly claw. They distanced themselves from the ancient coffin and began to analyze the 9 secret Tao diagram in the air again, studying it carefully. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and studied it carefully. He discovered that the Tao diagram had a total of 9 layers. He was shocked. No wonder there was an ancient saint who consumed the immortal godly medicine and lived 2 lives before he cultivated the dimension of time to the extreme level. It had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth, and it required several lives to fully understand it. It wasn't as simple as grasping it once. However, if it was just a matter of speed, it wouldn't take so long. The cultivation of those ancient saints had already risen to the dimension of God. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He knew that he definitely couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time, so he used the Bodhi seed to comprehend the Tao and engraved the 9 layers of the dimension in his heart. Apart from him, the large black dog and Li Heishui couldn't do it. The Tao diagram was hazy, and it was difficult to fully grasp it. Of course, the old madman could imprint it, and had already seen through everything. There was no need for him to look at it, and he had already begun to deduce it in his mind. The large black dog shouted, "I am a genius. I can imprint 4 diagrams in such a short period of time. I want to defy the natural order." He stood up and shouted that he was going to defy the natural order. He ran on his 2 legs, sprinting on the Saint Cliff. Yi Fan was quite speechless. This damn dog is 2F** king weird. Li Heishui was furious. He tried his best, but he could only imprint 2 diagrams. Whether he could comprehend them or not was another matter. In the end, he saw a big dog running around on 2 legs, imitating him. This really made him feel indignant. The dark clouds were heavy and were about to fall. There was a mysterious aura spreading, making the whole black mountain a bit strange. The old madman raised his head and looked at the sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the 300-meter-long stone coffin lid flew up, pressed down on the ancient coffin, and closed again. Then they sat cross-legged on the Saint Cliff, all closed their eyes and did not speak. They were all comprehending their own Tao. Even the most restless large black dog also calmed down. Crack! After an unknown period of time, the ancient coffin suddenly made a loud sound. The coffin lid shifted from its position, and a large dark green paw reached out. They all opened their eyes, and they were all frightened. It was as if they were being stared at by a supreme demon god. Every inch of their flesh and blood was convulsing, not listening to their own orders. "It's coming out." Little Nan Nan was almost scared to tears. She hid behind Yifan. Bang! The coffin lid fell heavily on the ground, and a majestic and tall figure stepped out of the ancient coffin. His eyes were as sharp as knives. What? They were all dumbfounded. They did not expect things to happen so suddenly. The corpse of the second-rate Saint Physique climbed out. He stood tall and straight, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was like an immortal demon god, looking down on the common people, ruling over the ups and downs of the earth. Time could not erase him, and he would live forever. The pair of eyes were especially frightening, and one could not look directly at them. His thick bloody hair was stuck together, and there was immortal power flowing through it. His body was covered with dense corpse hair, and his aura was so oppressive that it could break people's minds. This is the second-rate Saint Physique. Dead but not dead. Did an evil spirit take over his body? Li Heishui and the others could not move, and they could not even run away. The majestic pressure and the terrifying aura almost made them faint. The old madman stood up. He was also tall and majestic. His eyes were like silver dragons, staring at the terrifying demon body in front of him, confronting it. Bang bang! The tall ancient corpse walked forward step by step. His eyes were frightening, like 2 divine lamps, shooting out a peerless light. The old madman's black hair danced wildly, and his aura rose abruptly. He also strode forward, not showing any fear at all. He was going to fight this ancient saint corpse. This is bad. He has been taken over by an ancient creature. His body is unparalleled, and he can King sweep the world. The large black dog had a bad thought. Suddenly, the majestic demon body stopped, and did not continue to press forward. He stared at Yifan, his eyes unblinking, and 2 beams of divine light almost connected with Yifan's body. Boom! The golden blood qi all over Yifan's body suddenly boiled. He found that he could move, and suddenly stood up, his whole body surging with energy. His body was like a 7-colored glaze, clear and flawless. The golden blood qi rushed out, dazzling and dazzling, and the saint blood surged like a great river, flowing quickly. His body rumbled like thunder. There was a reaction between the saint bodies. The green lotus in Yifan's sea of reincarnation shone with a brilliant green light, surrounded by chaotic mist, and suddenly rushed out, flying toward the second-rate saint body. Swoosh! The green light flashed, and the 3-leaf green lotus disappeared in the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation, vanishing without a trace. Little Nan Nan cried out in surprise, tugging at the corner of his clothes nervously. Li Heishui was also dumbfounded, and could not speak. Yifan had experienced this once, so he was not afraid. He calmed his mind and focused, sensing carefully. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. His divine sense seemed to be divided into 2, one part in his body, and the other entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. At this moment, Yifan was deeply shocked. His mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. He saw what a sea was. Even though it was about to dry up, the golden sea of bitterness was still vast and endless. There was a monstrous divine power surging, and the golden divine light almost shattered the heaven and earth. In comparison, his golden sea of bitterness was only a small lake, or even a small puddle. It was far from the second-rate saint body. Is this the embodiment of the second-rate saint body's invincibility? Yifan was truly stunned. How long did one have to cultivate to accumulate such a vast divine power? Even though it was about to dry up, it was still unparalleled in the world. No wonder it could compete with the great ancient emperors. Last time, Yifan obtained the secret method from the second-rate saint body. Now he had more expectations, so he earnestly deduced and searched for it. Boom! The second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation finally recovered. The endless golden sea was about to shatter the heaven and earth. It rose to the sky, and the green lotus bobbed up and down inside. In the outside world, Li Heishui and the others were shocked. The second-rate saint body exploded with golden light, and the endless mountains cracked. Any area without the protection of the great ancient emperor's formation patterns turned into powder without a sound. The Saint Cliff was protected by the investiture of the gods, and it was preserved unharmed. Crazy Ol revealed an incomparably serious expression. He emitted a divine light to protect little Nan Nan and the others, and an impenetrable light screen was propped up. The second-rate saint body is too terrifying. It has been dead for so many years, but it can still emit such terrible fluctuations. They knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible to truly display the supreme saintly power of the second-rate saint body. In the vast golden sea of bitterness, Yi Fan found the trajectory of the divine power. He saw a similar secret method. That was an unmatched Tao diagram. It turned into a boundless ancient scroll that flowed with mysterious energy. Endless primal chaos surged within it. He was immediately attracted. This was a saint method to cultivate a single secret realm. It was very similar to the method he had obtained before. There are many more changes and it is even more profound. Yi Fan was shocked. This was simply a secret method made for the saint body. If combined with an ancient scripture, one could continuously deduce and cultivate a single secret realm to the extreme. This is a perfect ancient method. The one I obtained last time wasn't a perfect single secret method. Yi Fan suddenly understood. At the same time, he was incomparably excited and happy. This wasn't an orthodox heart method, but a supplementary secret technique that could help him cultivate a single secret realm to the highest level and evolve the extreme Tao realm of the Sea of Reincarnation. Yi Fan completely immersed himself in it. He gradually explored and carved the perfect Tao diagram. In the end, he entered the Tao Palace and continued to explore. He was amazed. This kind of secret technique was suitable for every secret realm and could be used as a supplementary method. The second-rate saint body's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace for extremes, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and others were all developed with this secret technique. This is great. Yi Fan knew that this was a priceless treasure. It was an unparalleled secret method that would allow him to advance into the unparalleled domain in the future. He felt that this should be a supplementary secret technique unique to the saint body. It was of great significance to him, and its value was immeasurable. The more Yi Fan explored, the more shocked he became. The second-rate saint body actually cultivated every secret realm to the extreme. It was shocking. The ancient people specialized in a single secret realm and reached the extreme realm. This was already a world-shocking achievement and was invincible. The second-rate saint body actually specialized in every secret realm. No wonder his combat strength is unparalleled and can compete with ancient emperors. After reaching the peak, he needs to specialize in every secret realm. Chapter 499. The Great Completion Saint Body shone with boundless radiance. Strands of light filled the space between heaven and earth. Many mountains were collapsing. Apart from the areas protected by the ancient emperor's formation patterns, the other areas had almost become barren deserts. Some of the black mountains had even turned into powder. This was an incomparably terrifying saint power. Almost no one in the world could contend against it. It was not a deliberate attack, but just a part of the divine power that surged out naturally. Yi Fan was shocked. If he could enter this body, who would he be afraid of in this world? He wouldn't even need to be afraid of the peerless experts who walked out of the ancient palace of the ancient killer dynasty. He was deeply shocked. This was only the remnant divine power of the Great Completion Saint Body. If it was at its peak, how terrifying would its combat power be? Perhaps it could really destroy this world with its bare hands. Yi Fan carefully explored and completely imprinted the flawless secret technique. His heart surged. This would be a powerful support for him to enter the supreme domain in the future. Clang. He waved his hand and the golden ancient staff in the stone coffin was drawn out. Divine power surged. He felt that he could pick the stars and the moon. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this time, he entered the Great Completion Saint Body, and almost thought that it was his own body. He could move it as he pleased without any feeling of awkwardness. If I can take it away, I will directly flatten the world in hell. Yi Fan was very excited. Even though the Great Completion Saint Body couldn't be compared to when it was at its peak, it still had enough combat power, and was immeasurable. At this time he held the golden scepter in his hand, and had the combat power to look down on the world. His murderous aura reached the clouds. He felt that he could completely flatten this saint cliff. The supreme scepter of the celestial court was cold and oppressive. It had been stained with the blood of millions of creatures. At this time, strands of brilliance flowed out as if hell had opened. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Fan was squeezed out of the corpse by a strange force. The supreme killer scepter fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The green lotus wrapped his divine consciousness and returned to his body in an instant. It was protected by the crazy owl in a light screen as it confronted the great completion saint body. The corpse of a large success divine physique is too terrifying. We have to bring it away. Its fighting strength is enough to intimidate the world, comparable to a supreme holy weapon. Li Heishui shouted. Although it's covered in corpse hair, that doesn't matter. This is an invincible humanoid weapon. The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was forced out in the end and was unable to control himself. Crazy Owl frowned and said, "Don't touch him. There's something ominous in his body." At this moment, the divine power of the first-rate holy physique retracted. His eyes turned green, and the corpse hair on his body grew crazily. He looked even more frightening. "My descendants." He suddenly opened his mouth, releasing this type of voice, resounding and forceful, as if metal and stone were grinding against each other. His eyes burned with divine light as he stared at Yi Fan without blinking. He said, "Take me away from here." "You." Yi Fan was shocked. Little Nan Nan was extremely nervous. She pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "There's the ghost in his body. You are my descendant. Help me revive and take me away from here." The voice was distant as if it came from the ancient times. It had an irresistible demonic quality. Yi Fan humphed coldly. He came from the other side of the galaxy and had no blood relationship with the ancient saint body of this world. His eyes immediately turned cold. The crazy owl let out a heavenly voice that shook the whole Saint Cliff. He said, "If you want to attack, come at me." He took a few big steps forward. Humph! The large success saint body humphed coldly. The corpse hair on his body became even thicker, almost covering him. That strange power became stronger and stronger. His killing intent was revealed as he walked forward step by step. Then he suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed at the crazy owl, wanting to beat him into mincemeat. This was a peerless large success saint body. Whether he was alive or dead, no one could damage his body. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The crazy owl shouted and raised his hand to produce a flawless Tao diagram. He pressed it forward, wanting to seal the corpse of the large success saint body. Boom! At the same time, the Saint Cliff trembled. The investiture of the gods halfway up the mountain shone with golden light. A world-destroying aura rushed out and covered the sky. Bang! A big golden hand came down, pressing down on the large success saint body with all its strength. The investiture of the gods is not only suppressing the existence in the belly of the mountain, but also this corpse. Li Heishui was shocked. No, it must be the existence in the belly of the mountain. It must have entered the saint body and triggered the investiture of the gods. Yi Fan speculated. Boom! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The big golden hand pushed back the corpse of the large success saint body, and then pressed down again. The large black dog was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Do you see? The investiture of the gods is here. And it is equivalent to Emperor Wu Shi's hand pressing down on this place." The first-rate holy physique, whose body was covered in corpse hair, let out a loud roar. Many mountain ranges in the distance crumbled, and even the black mountains cracked. He raised his hand and struck toward the sky, shaking heaven and earth. However, the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods was equally terrifying. It slammed down with an unstoppable force, covering the whole Saint Cliff. Bang! The large success saint body was pushed back. The big golden hand pressed down, destroying everything. Even the body of the large success saint body could only retreat to avoid its sharpness. How can this be? Yes, the body of the large success saint body must be dried up, and there is not much divine power left. Yi Fan comforted himself. After all, that was his ultimate goal. Brat, don't be depressed. The body of the large success saint body is unparalleled, but the investiture of the gods is refined by Emperor Wu Shi. The Black Emperor said. Boom! The big golden hand shook the corpse of the large success saint body, and it fell into the ancient coffin. Then with a rumble the coffin lid was sealed. This. Li Haishui was shocked, and he said, "Is it really equivalent to Emperor Wu Shi's hand pressing down?" Emperor Wu Shi's hand is pressing down on the middle of the mountain. This is only a part of it, the large black dog said. Emperor Wu Shi's body is even stronger than the large success saint body. Yi Fan frowned. Emperor Wu Shi's body has all the advantages of a saint body. This is equivalent to the collision of two saint bodies, but one has already become a great emperor. The large black dog revealed an astonishing piece of information. Then he added, "Every ancient great emperor is incredibly powerful, and they rule over the world. They are all invincible and lonely people. Putting aside their previous physiques, just their emperor bodies alone can crush everything." The Saint Cliff returned to peace, and the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The 9 secrets character and the divine leader of the celestial court are also sealed in the ancient coffin. The large black dog mumbled. He had only remembered 4 Tao diagrams, and he was slightly unwilling to give up. "Leave it for the next fated person," the old crazy dog said. Yi Fan walked over, and forcefully endured the terrifying torture of his mind about to collapse. He sealed the golden staff. This was the symbol of the ancient killer god dynasty, the celestial court. Apart from that, it was also a weapon, an extremely terrifying secret treasure. It could unleash a certain level of power. This is a weapon forged by an ancient saint to strengthen the inheritance of the celestial court. It has a self-sealing effect, and without reaching the saint level, it can never unleash its full power. The large black dog drooled, and several times he wanted to jump up and rob Yi Fan. F***ck this damn dog, it even wants to rob an acquaintance's belongings. Li Haishui and Yi Fan both wanted to give it a good beating. Little Nan Nan patted it lightly and said, "Be good, dog." When the large black dog heard this, he almost fell to the ground. If it was someone else, he would have already rushed up and bitten them. However, facing little Nan Nan, he could only restrain himself and bare his teeth. He was too embarrassed to have any other ideas. They didn't stay for long, and walked down the mountain along the path they had come from, preparing to leave this Saint Cliff. This cliff was not a good place, and if they stayed for too long, a disaster might happen. Suddenly, when they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a person in the distance, blocking their way. The Taoist robe he wore was quite ancient, and it was very different from the ones in the world. It was impossible to tell which era it was from, and it was full of traces of time. The remaining fur on the large black dog's head stood up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, "F***ck, I met a super big guy. This is clothing from hundreds of thousands of years ago." "Is it another ancient corpse?" Li Haishui said in a low voice. "He's not a corpse." The crazy old walked at the front, and his expression was very serious as he stared at the old Taoist. The old Taoist was like a living fossil, slowly walking up the mountain along the mountain path. Every part of him was ancient, and he himself was also very old. The purple gold crown on his head was dim and almost rotten. The Taoist robe on his body was also going to turn into ashes at any time. He chanted a Taoist name, and looked very benevolent. "Benefactors, can you lend me a hand? I am willing to give you 2 unparalleled saint techniques from the 9 secrets." The old Taoist opened his mouth as soon as he came up, and the few of them were stunned. He took out 2 of the 9 secrets at once. What was his background? "Who are you?" Little Nan Nan's voice was very soft, and she asked like a curious baby. On the other side, the crazy old became more and more serious. His aura was like a mountain, and his whole body actually turned into an ancient diagram, no longer a human body. One could imagine how much importance he attached to this, as if he was facing a great enemy. For a saint to act like this, it was enough to show how terrifying the old Taoist was. "I have forgotten the past, because the real me has already died. No one can resist the passage of time." The old Taoist's voice was very calm, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. He must be the supreme existence in the belly of the mountain, the one suppressed by the list of deification. The large black dog shivered all over, and revealed an extremely terrified expression. If this was really the case, there would be a great disaster. In the past, the person that great Emperor Wuxia personally dealt with was finally suppressed by the list of deification. If he was still alive, just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb. My body has already returned to the earth. I only remember people calling me the Undying Taoist. The old Taoist continued. The Undying Taoist? I'm afraid he is a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, right? Yi Fan's heart sank. The Saint Cliff was cut off from the Undying Mountain. The old Taoist turned into a flawless ancient diagram, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens, and evolving the supreme Tao. An eternal aura pervaded the air, as if it had been like this since ancient times. I only left behind a wisp of my primordial spirit, and buried it in the celestial origin. I want to go out and fulfill a wish. I have no ill intentions. The old Taoist's expression was calm. How many years had passed? Even though his body had already turned into ashes, he still left behind a primordial spirit. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Chapter 500. A supreme existence from the primordial era, great Emperor Wuxia had personally suppressed him. After more than 100,000 years, a strand of his primordial spirit was buried in the immortal origin and survived. This was an inconceivable existence that could fight against an ancient great emperor. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the Black Emperor were all alarmed and filled with fear. The old Taoist was very calm. His robe was almost tattered, as if he had just crawled out from a pile of yellow earth. He walked over from the primordial earth step by step, emitting an ancient aura. The appearance of any one of the 9 secrets would make the world go crazy for it. It contains supreme truths, and the 2 I have can be passed on to you without reservation. The old Taoist's words moved everyone. These were secret techniques passed down from ancient times. Not to mention learning all of them, just grasping 1 or 2 of them would allow one to look down on the world. The 9 secrets represented the peak of the 9 domains, and could not be surpassed. It was originally a book, but unfortunately it was split up. From then on, it was scattered all over the world and could no longer be combined. As time passed, some of them had already completely disappeared from the world. This was a great regret for all the supreme experts of the past. Even if they could rule over the world, they would not be able to see the complete 9 secrets. At this moment, 2 of the 9 secrets were about to appear. No one could remain calm, but Yi Fan and the others did not believe this old Taoist. A supreme expert personally suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia was definitely not a good person. How could he pass on such a supreme secret technique to them? The name Undying Taoist explained everything. It was very likely that he was a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, and he was most likely not human. Before the primordial era, the Undying Mountain's darkness was in chaos, and countless heroes died. Blood flowed like rivers on the great earth. The ancient inheritances of the human race would never forget that period of time. You guys don't believe me? The Undying Taoist saw that they did not speak, and continued to walk forward along the mountain path. The old madman's body had already disappeared. In his place was an ancient diagram covered in innate patterns. A voice transmitted from it. If you want to fight, then fight. This poor Taoist never had any intention of taking action. I sincerely wish to pass down the human race's supreme immortal technique, so that the 9 secrets won't be lost. The old Taoist shook his head. This is a person who can compete with the ancient emperors. His physical body has most likely been destroyed by the apotheosis board, but a sliver of his primordial spirit managed to survive with the help of the celestial source. That's extremely terrifying. Wuxia. Undying Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light. The large black dog pondered for a long time, and as if he had thought of something, he transmitted his voice to the others, saying, "Be careful, perhaps he really does have the 9 secrets." Clang. Crazy Ol's ancient diagram suddenly shook and let out a clanging sound, like the roar of a dragon. It obliterated an invisible ray of light. "You finally couldn't hold back," said Crazy Ol in a low voice. "That's not my killing intent. It's a strand of killing intent that seeped out from my body that was obliterated in the belly of the mountain," Undying Taoist calmly said. Then he walked up step by step. The mountain path blurred under his feet as he climbed up. "Cutting the free world. Do you want to turn us all into nothingness?" Crazy Ol was as calm as an ancient well. The fruit he had transformed into slowly rotated, sweeping out a chaotic light. He was like the extreme point of splitting heaven and earth, melting away an indescribable power, causing undying Taoist's expression to stiffen. Perhaps he really is a supreme being who has grasped the 9 secrets. The large black dog bared his teeth and retreated. He had a bad feeling. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you after the world has changed. Undying Taoist finally stopped pretending, and his expression became cold. When he said this, the others were instantly terrified. Taking off his mask meant that this mysterious old Taoist was going to make a move, no longer hiding his strength. He shouldn't be able to use his full strength. After so many years of struggle, perhaps only a sliver of his primordial spirit has seeped out. The large black dog shouted. Humph. Undying Taoist was no longer calm. He let out a cold humph, and countless divine weapons slashed down. Thousands of killing intent severed this world. Clang. Crazy Ol turned into an ancient diagram and spun, sealing off the entire world. All the murderous sounds were blocked outside and could not rush in. As expected, Great Emperor Wu Shi is about to kill him. The power of his primordial spirit can't be compared to that of a great emperor. The large black dog looked excited. Brat Wu Shi, you've gone too far. Undying Taoist seemed to have a deep hatred for Great Emperor Wu Shi. He clenched his teeth, and a light shot out from his eyes. He actually transformed a world out of nothingness and pressed forward. Boom. The ancient diagram that Crazy Ol had transformed into released thousands of silk ribbons. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the chaotic aura, and it crushed the world created by Undying Taoist. Creating a free world is indeed the technique of an unparalleled elite. Unfortunately, he can't recreate his former glory. He's about to be destroyed by the investiture list, the large black dog said. Is that what you said? Undying Taoist snorted coldly. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered. He was like a bottomless ancient abyss, swallowing all power. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He released a world-destroying aura. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward, trying to turn Crazy Ol into meat paste. Even with the protection of Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Their bodies began to crack, and they fell to the ground. Their minds were about to collapse. A wisp of Emperor's might. The Black Emperor was shocked, and couldn't speak anymore. Just this kind of aura was about to destroy their bodies and souls. Boom. Suddenly, the investiture list at the waist of the mountain shone brightly. A golden light rushed out and hit Undying Taoist, causing him to tumble on the spot. Little brat Wu Shi. Undying Taoist stood up and looked at the golden light in the void. His expression was ferocious, and there was no longer a trace of peace. Bang! The golden light in the sky turned into a large golden hand, pressing down. With a bang, Undying Taoist was slapped to the ground again. I hate! Undying Taoist roared. He formed seals with both hands and struck towards the sky. Dong! The large hand didn't change at all. It pressed down and slapped him away again. Then it slapped him into the mountain, causing his body to crack. As long as he reveals a wisp of supreme aura, the investiture list will be activated. He won't be able to do anything. The Black Emperor laughed. At this moment, they were free from that pressure. The supreme existence in Undying Mountain can't be a holy spirit, right? Yi Fan was astonished. Suppress him, and we can obtain the other 2 secrets. Li Heishui also became bold and shouted. The ancient diagram formed by Crazy Ol slashed forward. Tens of thousands of chaotic strands fell down, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Even though Undying Taoist was only a wisp of his primordial spirit, he was still an incomparably terrifying existence. However, he was helpless at this moment. The investiture list was firmly suppressing him. The 9 secrets can never be combined. These 2 will accompany me in death. Swoosh. His body disappeared in a flash, and time seemed to freeze. He disappeared from where he was, and entered the belly of the mountain. The line technique has touched upon the time celestial domain. Their bodies felt cold. He really had grasped the 9 secrets, and it wasn't a lie. He should be like us, obtaining the line technique on the holy cliff. If he really has grasped the other secret, it is very likely that it has been lost. They couldn't do anything. Even someone as powerful as Crazy Ol couldn't enter the belly of the mountain to search for the other secret. No one knew what was inside the holy cliff. The investiture list is here. Even if his primordial spirit is buried in the celestial source, it will most likely be destroyed one day. They all frowned. Unless the great ancient emperor was reborn, who would dare open the investiture list and enter the belly of the mountain to obtain the 9 secrets? It should be known that Crazy Ol was most likely an existence that caused the great Saint Physique in his later years to suffer a grievance. 9 secrets. I know the whereabouts of another secret, but unfortunately, I can't obtain it. Yifan muttered to himself. Be content. Do you really want to combine the 9 secrets? This kind of nature-defying thing is almost impossible, because a few of the secrets have already disappeared. The large black dog sighed. They continued down the mountain and didn't meet any more obstacles. Everything went smoothly, and they left the holy cliff after 4 hours. More than 50 mountains stood side by side, forming this black mountain range. It wasn't very deep, but every step they took was frightening. They needed a saint to lead the way. Finally, before the sun set, they walked out safely. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Woo-woo. At the edge of the black mountain, on a withered ancient tree, the strange bird with a human face and a crow's body appeared again. Its cry was like a loud wail, causing people to shiver. Its nest was constructed from human bones. It was frighteningly white and filled with a sinister aura. The color was completely different from its pitch-black body. Gee, Crazy Ol pointed a finger, and the strange bird instantly turned into ashes. A wisp of black aura seeped out, turning into the undying Taoist's appearance. He let out a shrill cry and completely disappeared. It's actually formed from a wisp of his aura, and it can be used so far. No wonder once you enter this area, you won't even know how you died. Crazy Ol didn't say anything. He looked at Yifan and the others, then nodded and left without looking back. This was his farewell. Uncle. Little Nan Nan was reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand and called out softly. Shwa. Crazy Ol used the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets. With one step, he reached the end of the horizon, and with the second step, he completely disappeared into the void. Let's go, we should leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yifan and the others also left the holy cliff before the sun set. They didn't return to the human world, but lived in seclusion in a primitive mountain range millions of miles away. This time they had gained a lot. Yifan wanted to go into seclusion to avoid the sharp edge of the human world, and the hell. 2 months later, in the sky above the primitive mountain range, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was a terrifying sea of lightning. Originally, the blue sky was clear and there wasn't even a cloud. But suddenly lightning struck down. The purple sea drowned the whole mountain range, and several mountains were smashed to pieces on the spot. Damn it, this brat was struck by lightning himself, but he also made us unlucky. Damn it, he almost killed me. A large black dog, as sturdy as a bull, wearing a pair of flowery underpants, stood on its hind legs, and ran away on its 2 legs. Swish, 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 it disappeared without a trace. Doggy, go faster, the lightning is about to catch up. Little Nan Nan sat on the dog's shoulder, very nervous. Don't worry, I'm using the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets. It can't catch up. The big black dog ran as fast as he could. The fur all over his body was a bit charred. Just now he was obviously struck by lightning. And now he finally escaped from the sea of lightning. Behind him Li Heishui was indignant. Damn it, this damn dog is really nature-defying, running faster with 2 legs than with 4. His whole body was emitting black smoke, and he grimaced in pain. Obviously, he was struck by lightning, but he didn't run as fast as the big black dog. More seriously, some parts of his body were charred. The big black dog cursed as he ran on his 2 legs, the 2 big paws on his upper body swinging back and forth like he was paddling. Doggy, stop cursing. Will Big Brother be in danger? Little Nan Nan was very worried. Don't worry, he definitely won't die. People like him have to be struck by lightning often, and he won't feel comfortable without being struck. The big black dog said angrily. Doggy, you're too bad. Little Nan Nan pulled the big black dog's ear. It's not that I'm bad, but he's too bad. Otherwise, Why would he be struck by lightning as soon as he broke through? Damn dog, aren't you nature-defying? Carry me on your back too, Li Heishui shouted. The lightning behind them actually approached again, chasing after them and striking down. Oh no, don't tell me we've really been implicated and have to cross the tribulation together with him. The big black dog's face instantly turned green. He raised his head, took a step forward on his two hind legs, and started running again. Just run slowly behind us, someone has to be a scapegoat. The big black dog howled very unhappily. Chapter 501. Gotcha. The crimson lightning spread down like a bloody light, splitting Li Heishui's skin and flesh. His long hair stood up in the sky. Boom. The green lightning was like a dragon flying through the sky. Then it suddenly struck down, sending the black dog flying hundreds of meters away. His body was scorched. Damn it, little black brat, don't follow me. You're drawing the lightning towards me. The large black dog shouted angrily. Stupid dog, didn't you say you wanted me to be your scapegoat? If I don't follow you, where should I go? Into the sea of lightning? Li Heishui was angry. The endless sea of lightning chased after them. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation Yi Fan had triggered was. This mountain range was submerged. At first, there was only purple lightning. Now, crimson blood lightning and green divine lightning all descended. All kinds of colors flashed. Besides the 5 elements lightning, there's also the rainbow divine lightning. Will this brat be blasted into pieces? The large black dog muttered as he ran. I don't know if little Yi will be blasted into pieces or not. I only know that I'm going to be turned into ashes, Li Heishui shouted as he ran. Little black brat, don't follow me. Let's split up. The large black dog glared. Damn it. Apart from the front, there's lightning everywhere. How can we split up? Why don't you run backward and I run forward? How about that? Li Heishui said angrily. Doggy run. The lightning is coming again. Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the large black dog's shoulder. Rainbow light flowed between her eyebrows. The lightning just now didn't hurt her. It's coming again. Li Heishui shouted, rushing forward with all his might. Just behind them, endless blood-colored lightning overflowed into the heavens like a flood, filling the skies, surging forward, crushing mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and everything else. This was a sea of lightning not only in name, but also in reality. Awo! The large black dog screamed. He was struck again. The glossy black fur that had just grown in these 2 months was charred again. Behind them, Li Heishui screamed again. Every inch of his flesh was black. He was charred. Only his teeth were white. F***CK. Why am I so unlucky? I've been struck by a total of 17 bolts of lightning. It hurt so much. The large black dog wailed in agony as he strode forward with his long legs. Li Heishui shouted from behind. Damn dog, I took 14 more lightning strikes than you. Why are you complaining? Ow! Another wave of lightning descended, and the large black dog howled as it was struck by lightning. Its entire body was covered in sparks of electricity. I'm going to die. If I didn't have the secret treasure my grandfather gave me, I would have turned into ashes. Little Ye's tribulation is really going to kill me. Li Heishui screamed. Woof, little black brat, you're not allowed to run with me. You go left and I'll go right. F***CK. This lightning is all because of you. The large black dog shouted. Damn dog. What does it have to do with me? You're such a bad dog. This lightning was all attracted by you. Li Heishui was furious. No matter how they ran, they were chased and struck by lightning. It was as if they were also undergoing a tribulation. It was a tragic sight. F***CK, I know what's going on. We must have come into contact with some unclean things after entering the St. Cliff. The heavens are purifying us. The large black dog seemed to have thought of something. If we continue to purify ourselves, we'll all be dead first. Li Heishui felt a headache coming on. Then he shouted. Damn dog, you're so heaven-defying. You're running so fast. Carry me on your back, and I'll give you a 10,000-year-old spirit herb later. If it weren't for the sea of lightning, the large black dog would have long since left Li Heishui in the dust. His 2 long legs had indeed displayed the full potential of the first Tao diagram of the dimensional secret art. Unless you take out an immortal divine herb. You want me to turn around and carry you on my back? No way. The large black dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, you really have no conscience. You've eaten so much of my barbecued meat for free. The flowery underpants you're wearing were even given to you by me. Li Heishui shouted. F***CK, isn't it just a flowery underpants? I'll return you a stack later. The large black dog sped away. The flowery underpants were especially bright. Doggy, save Big Brotherly. Little Nan Nan patted the large black dog's ear and said softly. It's fine. That black brat's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. If he gets struck by lightning a few more times, it'll be good for his future cultivation. The large black dog had 10,000 reasons not to turn around. Damn dog, you're really worthless. Then don't blame me. Li Heishui was furious. Then with a flick of his hand, an iron sword shot out. It turned into a streak of green light that shot forward. Boom. Tens of thousands of meters of crimson lightning were instantly detonated, chasing after the iron sword and striking down. Woof! The large black dog scurried and jumped, all the fur on his body standing on end. Lightning danced around him. He was flustered and exasperated. He shouted, Black brat, you're too King wicked. Damn dog, you were the one who was disloyal first. Li Heishui was also struck by lightning. He covered his head and fled. Woof! The large black dog screamed. F***CK, it's burnt cooked. Little Nan Nan was a bit speechless. Seeing the two of them fighting as they fled, she didn't know how to mediate. The little guy was no longer afraid now. The 7-colored spot of light between his brows blocked the lightning, so he wasn't injured. The large black dog and Li Heishui were struck by lightning, and they were in such a miserable state. One could imagine how Yi Fan, who was in the center of the sea of lightning, had suffered who knew how many heavenly tribulations. The surrounding mountains were all turned into flying ash. Not a single one could be preserved. Everything was gone, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. 5 elemental lightning, rainbow divine lightning, one after another, completely destroyed this place. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's flesh was lacerated. This is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation I experienced in the northern region Divine City. Yi Fan was shocked. This was not breaking a curse, but merely breaking through a cultivation level. Yet he had suffered such a lightning tribulation. Could it be related to the holy cliff? Could it be that my body has been contaminated with some kind of aura? Fine, I'll use this lightning to baptize myself. He vaguely thought of this possibility. Boom. The 9-5 heavenly tribulation struck again and again. Yi Fan's body felt like it was being forged in a furnace. Golden blood splattered everywhere, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had gained a lot. He had cultivated the Xing mantra to a very high level. He could appear and disappear like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. And walking through dangerous caves was like walking on flat ground. Most importantly, he had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 extreme secret realm, and would enter the last level of this secret realm at any time. His battle prowess had increased greatly. After a whole 2 hours, Yi Fan finally survived the heavenly tribulation. The primitive mountain range was full of holes, and there were ashes everywhere. Many mountains in the distance were broken. Woof! In the distance, the barking of dogs could be heard, as well as Li Heishui's cursing. Little Yi, you finally survived the tribulation. We were all unlucky. I suffered a total of 57 lightning strikes. Li Heishui opened his mouth, and sparks shot out from his throat. It's cooked, completely cooked. Brat, you have to compensate me with a stock of godly medicine. The smell of meat wafted from the large black dog's body, and there was a broken sword hanging from his bald tail. His eyes were spitting fire, and sparks of electricity crackled. He had been at odds with Li Heishui for a very long time. Look at you two. Yi Fan scolded. They did not leave. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion, wanting to improve further. Yi Fan, in particular, felt a sense of urgency. The ancient god dynasty of killers made it hard for him to feel at ease. In the next few months, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from time to time in this mountain range. Occasionally, the barking of dogs could also be heard. They cultivated in seclusion here, and only little Nan Nan was carefree. She chased after colorful butterflies and picked wild flowers in the mountains. In a whole half a year, Yi Fan had almost mastered the various secret techniques passed down by the celestial court. Though he could not reach the pinnacle level, he had already reached the limit that a cultivator of the four extremes could use. I need to comprehend the four extremes. As expected, battles of life and death are the most rewarding. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. He had broken through to the next tier after cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, but in the next 4 months, he was still unable to step into the final tier of the four extremes. The reason why he could successfully break through in those 2 months was greatly related to the few times he had comprehended Tao in the past. In the battle against Hua Yunfei in the southern region, when he was resisting the flower blooms with a single thought, sovereign descent, he had comprehended the great Tao and gained great benefits. In the central region, he had battled against the Little Rock King. For the first 4 styles of the heaven-sundering demon-slaughtering saint art, he had comprehended Tao on the verge of death, and only then had he been able to resolve the desperate situation. Breaking through in 2 months could be said to be the accumulation of his previous cultivation. His accumulated strength had exploded, and he had succeeded in a flash. There was no stagnation. I need to comprehend Tao continuously. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was already very fast, and even the large black dog and Li Heishui felt that he was very freakish. However, he was not satisfied at all. Half a month later, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt an unusual aura. It left behind an afterimage in the ancient cave, and appeared in the mountains filled with flowers. Pooh! He stretched a hand into the void, and grabbed out a black figure. This was a young man with a dark and cold expression. However, at this moment, he wore a shocked expression. The assassins of the human world have found their way here. Li Heishui was shocked. Woof, this is bad. They must have used heavenly secrets divine divination to deduce our location. The large black dog ran out, a serious expression on his face. Yi Fan did not say anything. He placed his hand on the top of his head, and was about to extract the memories of his divine sense. Pooh! However, just as his hand neared the young man's head, this young man's head was shattered. A terrifying energy wrapped around his flesh and blood, and it charged toward Yi Fan. Even the void was struck by this flesh and blood, and one could imagine what kind of power it contained. It was definitely capable of destroying both the body and the soul of the enemy. Pung! However, Yi Fan's large golden hand shook, and all the flesh and energy were turned into dust. They were all destroyed. The peak stage of the 3rd tier of the 4 extremes of the divine physique is indeed terrifying. Li Heishui was shocked. Not good. Yi Fan was shocked, and he keenly sensed something. He used the line secret art and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Almost in an instant, he arrived at the valley at the back of the mountain. He just happened to see a woman walking toward little Nan Nan, an ice-cold smile on her face. Big sister, who are you? Don't come over, I'm scared. Little Nan Nan spoke timidly, and continuously retreated. Big sister will send you to the ancient palace in hell. The black-clothed woman's entire body was ice-cold and dead, carrying with it an aura of death. Boom! Yi Fan flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. When the black-clothed woman discovered him, her eyes were ice-cold. A divine sword dripping with blood appeared in her hand, and she slashed toward little Nan Nan's head. Clang! However, what she did not expect was that Yi Fan's speed surpassed her imagination. He moved later, but arrived first. He blocked in front of little Nan Nan, and his large golden hand slashed onto the blade of the sword. Pooh! Yi Fan's hand was unharmed, but that divine sword dripping with blood instantly turned into dust, falling to the ground. Essence gold had been tempered thousands of times, and was imprinted with the power of regulations, but it still could not block a strike from Yi Fan's physical body, and was instantly turned into dust. The expression of the black-clothed woman changed, and she turned to leave, wanting to flee. However, Yi Fan's strength had improved greatly now. A large hand pressed down, fixing her in midair, and grabbed her back. Freak! He can even suppress an assassin of the consummate level 4 of the divine dynasty with a raise of his hand. Even the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan wanted to try to extract the memories in her divine sense, but the woman he found also collapsed. She could not control herself at all. There was a forbidden power set down by a supreme elite deep between her brows. How did the people of the human world in hell find this place? Li Heishui was shocked. They are proficient in divination, and if they ask some old geezers to perform divination, they can find the location of the enemy. We have been in seclusion for more than half a year, and have not appeared for a long time. They must have asked a supreme elite to perform divination, and these two people are here to verify it. The large black dog revealed this very bad news. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan asked the large black dog to inscribe Dao patterns, and then they quickly traversed through the void. Then they continuously opened region gates, changed their direction a few times, and appeared millions of kilometers away. This is not a solution. If there is no other way, little Yi, you can leave the eastern barren territory. Will they chase you to the middle state or the western desert? Li Heishui said. It is impossible to force me to leave like this. Yi Fan had some confidence now. After grasping the Xing mantra, he could protect himself. Now he could go anywhere, so he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he wanted to find trouble with the ancient assassin dynasty. If you don't leave, you might really be killed. Li Heishui reminded and said, 2 ancient assassin dynasties issued a must-kill order for you at the same time, and now they have asked a supreme elite to perform divination on your location. This is a great disaster, and it is very difficult to avoid. It is indeed very bad. It must be the living fossils in the ancient palace that are performing divination on your location. If you don't leave, their seeds will all come out, and they will treat you as prey to train themselves, the Black Emperor also warned. Li Heishui said, to have the 2 great dynasties issue a must-kill order, it is obvious that many people have found them, and at the same time, they are asking to kill you. To be able to find the ancient god dynasty, it must be the most ancient inheritance. A must-kill order requires the entrustment of more than 10 people. Yi Fan smiled when he said this, and said, how many ancient inheritances can there be in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is good that you know. There must be people from the Holy Lands involved. And then there are some supreme sections. Li Heishui nodded. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan's smile became even more brilliant and he said, Black Emperor, you should know how to contact the ancient assassin dynasty, right? Brat, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? That can't be right. Look at how wicked your smile is. You must be up to no good. Don't drag me into this. The large black dog bared his teeth. It has nothing to do with you. I plan to give the 2 great dynasties a source. Yi Fan said with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? The large black dog and Li Heishui were both suspicious. Now I will give you a chance to harm people. Which holy son do you find displeasing to the eye? Tell me, and I will ask the 2 great dynasties to kill them. Yi Fan said with a cold smile. Are you crazy? Li Heishui and the large black dog were both shocked. To be able to ask the ancient assassin dynasty to come out, it must be those ancient inheritances. I will drag them into this as well. You want the ancient assassin dynasty to start a war with the Holy Lands? You want to cause chaos in the world? The large black dog's eyelids twitched. Li Heishui also sucked in a breath of cold air, and said, this is a ruthless move. If the ancient assassin dynasty dared to accept the commission, those holy sons would undoubtedly be in great trouble, and it would cause endless chaos. If they didn't accept the commission, Yi Fan would find a way to announce it to the world, and destroy the undefeatable legend of the 2 great ancient assassin dynasties. How about this? At the beginning, let them each kill a holy son. I think they will definitely accept the commission, and then we can take it slowly. If that doesn't work, I will use the supreme scepter of the celestial court to help them. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. That is too vicious. Little Yi, you will cause great chaos in the eastern wilderness. Li Heishui said, but then he laughed loudly. This is really an immoral idea. The large black dog also began to chuckle. Chapter 502. Yi Fan decided to make a ruthless move. No matter if it was those ancient inheritances, or the 2 ancient killer god dynasties, He was prepared to drag them all down with him. Brat, you're really unkind. How could you think of such an immoral idea? It will cause great chaos. The large black dog chuckled. What immoral? This is a scheme, okay? I'm just trying to protect myself. Yifan corrected him. Isn't it the same thing? Scamming people is scamming people. Don't make it sound so righteous. The large black dog's large eyes twinkled. This damn dog is definitely up to no good. Li Heishui saw his expression and knew that he was up to no good. F***ck, am I that unkind? I'm just wondering if I can get an ancient scripture. The large black dog bared his teeth. Big brother, what are you guys doing? Little Nan Nan raised her head and lightly tugged on the corner of Yifan's clothes. Her small face was filled with confusion, but her large eyes were very innocent and pure. Ahem. The large black dog coughed and said, Don't teach children bad things. They almost forgot about little Nan Nan. They felt that they couldn't be too direct. It was better for the innocent little girl to have less contact with some things. We're thinking about how to get rid of the bad guys. Yifan smiled and patted her head. Oh. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and nodded seriously. The St. Cliff was located in the northernmost part of the central region, and it was already connected to the northern region. Although they had already traveled millions of miles, they were still in this region because the eastern barren region was really too big. There were endless mountain ranges here. Yifan walked around carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The northernmost mountain ranges of the central region also produce source mountains. Those are definitely source mountains. Although they are not as abundant as the northern region, I can still find some. Yifan and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges while cultivating. If they could find a divine source mine, it would be worth it. Now Yifan's level of source techniques was very high. Very few people could compare to him. After half a month, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges, and indeed found a small dragon vein. It's the source. We've dug to the core of the dragon vein. It's actually the source of God. Several pieces of origin energy floated in the void. Divine radiance rushing into the heavens, never sinking. They were dazzling and dazzling, brightly illuminating the entire underground ancient mine. Although they were not large pieces of divine treasures, and were only the size of a fist, when added together, they were worth 300,000 kilograms of pure origin energy. This was already very shocking. Any other cultivator would have gone wild with joy. Such a large amount of essence could be considered a treasure. However, Yifan had seen more than 5 million kilograms of essence before. Naturally, he would not get excited over it. Do you think the ancient killer divine dynasty will accept using these sources to buy the life of a saint? Yifan asked. F***ck, this is a rare divine source that is worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source power. Why don't you just give it all to me? I'll help you kill a holy son. The large black dog was drooling. He was tempted by the sight of such a treasure. This greedy dog. Li Heishui murmured. How about 600,000 kilograms of origin energy? Yifan asked again. If the ancient killer divine dynasty really wants to make a comeback, they will definitely accept this deal and kill holy sons to establish their might. Moreover, with so many origin energy, who wouldn't be tempted? The large black dog said. Yifan did not want to kill all the holy sons at once. This would be too obvious, and the ancient killer divine dynasty might not accept it. Yao Guang Saint. He spat out these 4 words. He was the representative of all the holy sons, and he was almost invincible in the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. If he was killed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Yao Guang Saint. Once he is killed by the ancient killer divine dynasty, there will be endless chaos. This person is extremely powerful. Even if he is not the strongest among his peers, he is close to it. It will probably be very difficult to kill him, but he can also be a headache for the seed assassins of the ancient killer divine dynasty. Li Heishui and the large black dog were both very shocked, but they also agreed deeply. This was definitely the best candidate. The Yao Guang Saint was unfathomable. He had never fought to the death with anyone before, so no one knew his trump cards. However, Yifan always felt that he was extremely dangerous. 2 days later, Yi Fan set out alone to search for the ancient killer divine dynasty. He crossed into the central region. He visited a few ancient lands, but discovered that they had long been abandoned and overgrown with weeds. He could not contact anyone at all. Even if there were ancient sites, they were about to be completely destroyed. Half a month later, he neared Qingming Ancient City. According to the Black Emperor, there was a very ancient village nearby that was an important contact point. Qingming Ancient City had a long history, and it was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central region. Naturally, there were many legends about it. According to the legends, in ancient times it was very close to the sky, and it could breathe in the essence of the sun and moon. There were many stars circling around it, and it was full of mythical colors. Now, it naturally did not have these strange phenomena anymore, but it was extremely prosperous. It was a bright pearl in the central region, and it was one of the most important ancient cities. Yi Fan used the heaven and earth changing technique to hide his true appearance, and turned into a scholar. He looked very weak as he aimlessly wandered around the city. In the end, he found an ancient map in the city lord's mansion. He carefully observed all the surrounding towns, and confirmed a few locations. The Black Emperor only told him that the infernal realm had an important contact point near Qingming Ancient City, but it did not know which village it was in. Yi Fan went out of the city to search, and after eliminating 9 of the villages, he could not help but frown. He could not find the so-called contact point at all. In the end, he could only search around Qingming Ancient City. He did not let go of any traces of human activity. There will most likely be an ancient Yin tree. This was the only clue he could rely on. According to the Black Emperor, the people of the infernal realm walked in the darkness like a group of evil gods. Every contact point would have an ancient Yin tree planted. Yi Fan carefully searched for a full 3 days. At dusk, he finally saw a few ancient Yin trees, and his spirit was immediately shaken. This was a dilapidated ruin. There was no so-called ancient village at all. It was extremely desolate, and the weeds had completely submerged the place. Half of the broken stone tablet was lying on the ground, and a few ancient Yin trees had towering branches and leaves. They were shrouded in a thick Yin fog, and this place was somewhat frightening. That's right, this should be that ancient village. It's about the same as what the Black Emperor said. However, it has been abandoned for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan cut open the earth, rocks and wormwood and discovered some ancient foundations underground. They were similar to the scale described by the Black Emperor. Can we still contact someone? He frowned. However, after he walked around, his brows relaxed. There were a few ancient Yin trees in the depths of the ruins, and there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The style of the infernal realm. Yi Fan walked over with large strides. According to the Black Emperor's instructions, he carved 4 words on the stone table. Wavering light, holy sun. Then he turned around and left, not staying any longer. 3 days later, Yi Fan returned to this place. In the end, the 4 words were still there, and there was no result. He left again and waited patiently. The Black Emperor had said that the fastest would be 3 days, and the slowest would be 9 days. Only then would the ancient killer god dynasty give a final answer. 6 days later he came again, and the result was still the same. He muttered to himself, "The infernal realm is very cautious." On the 9th day, Yi Fan returned to this place. There was finally a change on the table, and a divine sword dripping with blood was placed horizontally on top of the 4 words. At the same time, there were 2 numbers written on it. They were 270. The infernal realm had accepted this mission. This caused Yi Fan's heart to skip a beat. The ancient god dynasty really dared to kill the holy son of wavering light, and was not afraid of the Holy Land. It seemed that the infernal realm had recovered its ancient strength. However, the price was too high. Killing the holy son of wavering light actually required 1 million kilograms of pure origin, and he had to pay 700,000 kilograms in advance. So expensive. Yi Fan was somewhat dazed. This was an outrageous price. He had thought that 1 million kilograms of origin would be enough. However, after thinking about it, Yi Fan felt relieved. The implications of killing the holy son of wavering light were too great, because he was the future master of wavering light. Apart from the ancient killer god dynasty, No other forces dared to provoke this kind of immortal inheritance. Yi Fan left behind a few fist-sized divine source blocks on the stone table. The divine light was dazzling, causing the ancient village ruins to be sparkling and translucent. They were worth 700,000 kilograms of origin. The ancient killer god dynasty really knows how to earn origin. He sighed inwardly. This group of cold-blooded killers might be even richer than the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan did not tarry. He turned around and left, disappearing into the wilderness. Not long after, the divine source blocks on the stone table disappeared without a sound. Half a month later, shocking news arrived. The holy son of wavering light, who was training outside, went on a killing spree under the moonlight and killed 13 mysterious figures in succession. On that night, everyone in that region heard a tsunami-like roar. The mountain range was completely destroyed and razed to the ground. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a commotion. The holy son of wavering light actually went crazy. He killed so many powerful enemies in one night. What exactly happened? After that, someone went to investigate in detail and discovered that the 13 figures had been completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bone was left. That mountain range was forcibly destroyed by someone. Only a few dozen broken mountains remained. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if a great calamity had befallen them. Everyone who saw this scene was overwhelmed with shock. They did not even need to think to know what kind of powerful enemies the holy son of wavering light had encountered. Even the mountain range had been reduced to such a state. The strength of those mysterious figures made people tremble. Without a doubt, those people had set up a killing trap. That kind of powerful battle prowess was enough to kill several top-grade holy sons. However, they had still underestimated the holy son of wavering light. He had killed everyone by himself. Not a single one was spared. No one saw that battle, but they understood a very terrifying truth through the clues. The holy son of wavering light was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When Yi Fan received this news, he rubbed his chin and remained silent for a long time. This holy son of wavering light was indeed unfathomable. This was the first time he had displayed his battle prowess. He laughed. The people of the infernal realm had made their move, but they had lost 13 experts. It was impossible for them to stop here. What followed was going to be a great show. Yi Fan was considering that if the human world was also involved, he might be able to drag another suspicious holy son into the water and make the eastern wasteland a bit more chaotic. However, on this day, a shocking news came from the northern region. It was related to the unparalleled divine king. The northern region that had been silent for a long time was shaken up on this day. The little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Tingting, had returned to the clan. One had to know that she had been taken away by the unparalleled divine king in the past. No one knew where they had gone. They could not find any information at all. After Yi Fan had plucked the divine fruit of immortality, he had always been searching for it, but there was no news at all. The people of the Jiang family did not know at all. And now little Tingting, who had disappeared for a long time, had actually appeared. This affected everyone's nerves. Perhaps the unparalleled divine king's life or death would be revealed. Countless people rushed to the northern region to find out the truth. Yi Fan was also excited. He felt that it was time to repay the debt of gratitude. Chapter 503. The little princess of the Jiang clan returned to the clan, and the mystery of the supreme divine king's life and death became the focus of discussion. Everyone was guessing, and every major force was paying attention. Everything was so sudden. After Yi Fan received the news, he quickly traveled through the void, and soon met up with the Black Emperor and the others in the barren mountains in the north. I should also return to the north region. I have to tell old Master Tu-Fei's whereabouts so that he won't worry. Hearing that Yi Fan was going to the north region, Li Heishui immediately agreed. You can say that, but you can't create rumors. It has nothing to do with me. He ran off on his own. The large black dog said, going against his conscience. Damn dog, you really have the nerve to say that. Li Heishui was extremely angry and said, don't go to the north region in this life. Otherwise you'll be skinned alive. Do you think I'm scared? When I was dominating the world, who knows where the ancestors of those old things were drinking milk? The large black dog said stubbornly. Big brother, is the North region far? Little Nan Nan asked. Yes, it's thousands of mountains and rivers. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 100 lifetimes. However, if we travel through the void, it'll only take a short moment, Yifan answered. The large black dog began to carve formation patterns. His target was the North region. It could be said that this was another ultra-long distance teleportation, and there could be no mistakes. When Yifan saw that he was going to carve the formation patterns on the chessboard, he was instantly speechless. The first time he had lost Pang Bo, and the second time he had sent Tu Fei to the North Plains. He had never been accurate once. I'd rather walk back on my 2 legs than use your formation patterns. Li Heishui was terrified, afraid that he would be accidentally sent to the Western Desert. You're really ignorant. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern. Ordinary people don't have the luck to enjoy it. The large black dog was very dissatisfied. You should enjoy it yourself. We'll think of a way to travel by ourselves. Yifan also refused sternly. This kind of formation pattern definitely couldn't be touched. Even little Nan retreated in fear, as if she was avoiding a demon or a ghost. She distanced herself from the large black dog, leaned close to Yifan, and grabbed a corner of his shirt. The behavior of the 3 of them caused the large black dog to feel very hurt, and he said, "You will never understand the hearts of elites. Such a mighty formation pattern is actually not appreciated by anyone." In the end, the large black dog obediently inscribed another formation pattern that he was familiar with. The scale of this formation pattern was vast, and it took him several days to complete. The instant the runes were completed, Yifan reminded, "This time we must not deviate by another few million miles. If we accidentally fall into the Origin Ancient Mine, we'll be finished. Don't worry, there's no way that we'll land near the Forbidden Land of Absolute Beginning. Our destination is somewhere near the Purple Mountain of the Northern region," the large black dog said with absolute certainty. Whoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were and entered eternal darkness. In this void, they could not feel the flow of time. Everything was so quiet. It felt like a brief moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. Light reappeared, and they walked out of the void. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate expanse. There was crimson land everywhere, and there was no end in sight. In this region, the ground was full of ancient mines, one after another, and they were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. They were like numerous abysses. Where are we? Why do I feel like something is off? Li Heishui was suspicious. Why did it deviate again? The large black dog mumbled in a low voice. When Yifan heard this, he wanted to punch him. He had not been accurate even once. At his best, he had deviated by 1.5 million miles. This can't be the forbidden absolute beginning domain, right? Why do I sense a unique aura that makes one's heart palpitate? Li Heishui was scared. It really is the aura of absolute beginning domain. Yifan's expression changed. As a Genesis technique grandmaster, he naturally quickly sensed that kind of demonic power. This damn dog has screwed us over again. Li Heishui was about to go crazy. An accident. Just a small accident. The large black dog coughed dryly, and refused to admit it no matter what. It is not within the forbidden absolute beginning domain. Yifan made this judgment because he saw people flying over. They were all wearing purple clothes, and they were definitely not ancient creatures. Who are you people? Why have you intruded into my purple mansion mine? What do you want? The group of people quickly surrounded them. It's Yifan and that evil dog. One of the people's expression changed as he recognized them on the spot. Yifan had been silent for more than half a year, but the outside world had not forgotten him. Everyone was guessing where he had gone. Many people had once thought that he had been killed by the human world in hell. They never thought that they would see him here again. You want to take our origin mine? One of them said with a cold expression. Invite the Grand Elder here. Another person gave a look and ordered a disciple to send a message. Yifan's expression changed. This place was incomparably desolate, and it was definitely the ancient mine of the Holy Land outside of Absolute Beginning. If he was intercepted by the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, it was really a good place to kill him. Bang! Yi Fan acted first and his speed reached the limit. He flew over like a beam of light, and then grabbed the disciple who had just flown away. You. What do you mean? The others instantly panicked. The large black dog was very tacit, and threw out all the tools used to set up formation patterns, sealing off this area. Not a single person could escape. Kill them all. Li Heishui made a throat-slitting gesture, revealing killing intent. Forget it. Erase their memories and let's hurry up and leave. Yi Fan did not want to kill innocent people, so he searched their divine sense, obtained some useful information, and then erased the relevant memories. You want to invite their Grand Elder to deal with us? You really should all be killed. The large black dog bared his teeth. Losing a few people for no reason will cause big trouble. After all, this is their ancient mine. Yi Fan shook his head. Then he smiled and said, they have a batch of precious origin stones that are going to be transported away. This is really good news. Inviting the ancient killer god dynasty to deal with the Holy Sun required a huge amount of origin stones as a reward. Yi Fan was just about to gather origin stones when his eyes suddenly lit up. It had to be said that this ancient mine was very well guarded. Even though this was a remote area, and not the most central divine mine, there were still many complicated formation patterns carved on it. However, with the large black dog's help, they walked as if they were walking on flat ground. In reality, Yi Fan himself could also pass through more than half of this area, because he had cultivated the movement secret art to a certain level. Those origin stones are like a mountain. They snuck into the restricted area, and observed silently in the darkness. The endless origin stones in front of them formed a small mountain. It's not these origin stones, it's another batch of rare treasures. There aren't many of them. Yi Fan stared at the nearby origin treasury. He could feel a powerful absolute beginning aura. The large black dog took out the profound jade platform. They could not stay here for long. They had to leave after looting, or they would definitely be killed. They had been able to sneak in this time because they had accidentally entered through the void, and because the large black dog's attainments in Tao patterns were rare. He had resolved all the dangers along the way and successfully entered. This origin treasury is not easy to open. I think we should just take it and bring it with us through the void. The large black dog suggested excitedly. Dong. There was a loud sound and a bright light shone. They were about to bring the origin treasury through the void. The disciples of the Purple Palace sect were completely stunned. They had never seen such arrogant bandits. They had even taken the origin treasury. Even the 13 great bandits had not been so thorough. Not good, there are bandits coming to loot. Activate all the formation patterns and stop them from traveling through the void. The Purple Palace sect was in chaos. However, this ancient mine was very remote, and it was very far from the residence of the Grand Elder. The elites could not arrive immediately. F*CK, which evil bandit is this? He even took the origin treasury. I've never seen such a person. The Purple Palace sect cultivators cursed. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan and the others were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, far away from the ancient mine of the Holy Lands. Boom! Bang! Boom! Yi Fan and the others spent a long time to open this origin treasury. This was an important treasure of the sect, but now it had been smashed into smithereens. In the origin treasury, there were more than 10 origin stones, all of which had the strong aura of absolute beginning. It was obvious that they were extremely valuable origin stones. Yi Fan did not show any mercy. He immediately smashed the origin stones. After the dozen or so origin stones were smashed, 7 or 8 of them shone brightly. Divine source. They dug up a divine mine and might have already guessed it, so they sealed it up. They never thought that it would benefit us. Li Heishui was very excited. After clearing it out, the value of these divine source stones added together was equivalent to 2,300,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It could be considered a large divine treasury. We can kill another saint. Yi Fan laughed. I'm sure that the Purple Mansion saint has already done this to you, the large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. They had analyzed before. Among all the saints, the Purple Mansion saint was the most likely to ask the world of mortals to attack. Using the origin stones of the Holy Lands to hire the ancient killer god dynasty to kill them is not a bad idea. Li Heishui laughed loudly. The world of mortals and hell have endured for so many years. Their strength must be extremely terrifying. They even dared to provoke the saints. This means that they have unimaginably terrifying backing, the large black dog reminded. On that day, Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and entered the God City. They did not want to enter the Jiang family rashly, so they prepared to ask Li Heishui to contact the 13th bandit, Jiang Yi, and find little Tingting through him. Okay, I'll go find Bad Jiang and ask his grandfather to come out. Li Heishui left. He stepped into the God City again. Everything felt strange yet familiar. Too many things had happened here. The stone gambling war, breaking the curse, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Before he knew it, more than a year had passed. When he appeared with a large black dog and a little girl, it instantly caused a commotion. The Saint Physique did not die. He has returned. It's a pity that the future character who could compete with the ancient great emperors had a tragic fate. He severed his own cultivation level. What a pity. His cultivation level might not have been crippled. It's very possible that he is releasing smoke. There are many rumors in the outside world now. Didn't the world of mortals and hell issue a kill order? It has already been more than half a year, but he is still alive and well. This is really shocking. There were many people in the God City who knew him. Yi Fan had been too famous here in the past, and it was impossible for him not to attract attention. This was also the first time he had appeared in front of the world after being silent for more than half a year. This indicated that the Saint Physique had returned. Many people were discussing this. A large group of people surrounded him. They were very enthusiastic, and their eyes were extremely fiery. Little brother Yi, are you here to gamble on stones? Why is brother Yi gambling on stones now? Who dares to compete with him? He is definitely here to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. It will begin soon. Brother Gufeng, I heard that you killed the holy son and holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Is this true? There were still people who could not change the way they addressed him, and called him by his alias. You even defeated Hua Yunfei, the inheritor of Ruthless. This is really shocking. Are you going to sever your own cultivation level now? It goes without saying that little brother Yi is here to visit the Supreme Divine King. The enthusiasm of these people made Yi Fan feel a little overwhelmed, but he obtained a lot of useful information from them. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was actually about to begin. He had not expected it to be delayed until now. He indeed wanted to go and take a look. Night fell. Yi Fan patted little Nan Nan's head, and handed her over to the large black dog to take care of. Then he disappeared into the night. He used the Xing mantra, and like a wisp of smoke, he streaked across the watery night sky and arrived at Miaoyu Nunnery. The lake on the ground was clear, and it emitted a gentle light in the dark night. There were millions of stars in the sky, and they shone brilliantly, making the jade palaces that were suspended in the air seem even more otherworldly. The music was melodious, and the sound of a zither was pleasing to the ear. This place was peaceful, and the sound of laughter could be heard from time to time. Miaoyu Nunnery was very popular, and it was one of the 3 great romantic places in God City. Any cultivator who could enter and leave this place had a certain level of fame, and ordinary people could not enter. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, his mood was not very calm. He had come to see in Miaoyu not only because he was supposed to meet her, but also because he wanted to verify some things. Was the inheritor of Ruthless related to this woman? In the past, and Miaoyu had once warned him not to go to Ruthless Dojo to fight for the holy treasure. It was very obvious that she knew what was going to happen. After that, Yi Fan left for the southern region. Not long after, news spread that almost all the members of the younger generation had died, and almost all of them had almost died in Ruthless Dojo. Was she related to Hua Yunfei in some way? Yi Fan did not know. He strode into Miaoyu Nunnery, and asked someone to report to him that he wanted to see the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. Yi Fan arrived outside in Miaoyu's palace, but did not enter. The maids all knew him, and knew that he had a close relationship with the future nunnery master. Outside the palace, Yi Fan heard a very cold man's voice saying, "So it's that divine physique who has come. Who does he think he is? Let him go back. I am here, and there is no place for him to sit." Not long after, A maid came out and invited Yi Fan in. He smiled and walked in with large strides, wanting to see just what kind of person had arrived. The palace was still shrouded in hazy moonlight, and the inside was faintly discernible like a celestial palace. Yi Fan strode into this familiar palace and saw in Miaoi at a glance. She was as peerless as before, like a moon fairy descending to the mortal world. And Miaoi stood up, slender and elegant, and walked over gracefully. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her skin was sparkling and white like ivory. An enchanting smile hung on her face, and her pearly white teeth flickered with luster. Her red lips were bright, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her perfect appearance was flawless. "Greetings, fairy," and Yi Fan smiled. And Miaoi invited him to take a seat. Yi Fan glanced at the other two, and he knew one of them. It was the young king of the Central Plains, Wang Chongxiao, who was currently studying him. The other person was very young, and he had a heroic appearance, but he was rather arrogant. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, "We have an agreement with Farian. What are you doing here? There is no place for you to sit." And Miaoi shook her head with a gentle smile, and poured tea for Yi Fan. Afterwards, she tried to smooth things over, as if she did not want the atmosphere to be too tense. "He is?" Yi Fan asked. Wang Chongxiao was very cold, but he introduced him at this moment. This person had a great background. He was the younger brother of the Central Plains Gemini Kings, and his name was Gao Linfeng. The Gemini Kings of the Central Plains? The two old kings who were killed by the Supreme God King? Yi Fan was confused. Wang Chongxiao seemed to be very fearful when he heard that. He said, "Another Gemini King has appeared among their descendants." Gao Linfeng said coldly, "I heard that you've become crippled again, yet you still dare to walk around. You sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" His ancestor had been killed by the Supreme God King, and he heard that the God King had done Yi Fan a great favor, so he was very hostile towards him. "You worry too much." Yi Fan smiled faintly. Gao Linfeng's face immediately darkened. He said, "Elder Wang, please invite him out. I don't want to see a cripple here." "You sure talk big. Are you sure you want to invite me out?" Yi Fan stared at him. "Tonight, I've invited some friends. A half-cripple like you has no right to sit here." Gao Linfeng said coldly, "Is it up to you to judge whether I have the right to enter or not?" Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to stand up for your two ancestors? Don't make me kill you." Gao Linfeng's expression was dark. Wang Chongxiao wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. "If your two brothers were here, they might be able to talk to me like that, but you?" Yi Fan sneered. Slap. He suddenly used the Xing method. He was as fast as a ghost, and it was impossible to defend against. Yi Fan sent Gao Linfeng flying with a slap, heavily crashing into the walls of the palace and collapsing them. "Are your two brothers here? If they are, why don't you invite them to have tea with me? As for you, stay as far away as you can." Chapter 504. Gao Linfeng was slapped in the face by Yi Fan, and was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the walls of the Miaoyu nunnery. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He trembled with anger and almost fainted on the spot. As a descendant of an immortal ancient family, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Swoosh! He rushed up all of a sudden, his whole body shining with azure light, shooting toward Yi Fan like lightning. His whole body was surrounded by azure light, like a flood dragon coming out of the water. A beam of azure light shot out from his mouth and slashed forward. Bam! Yi Fan sneered and stood motionless in the field. When the azure light came close, he smashed it with his golden hand. Then he turned his hand over and pressed down. His right hand pressed down like a golden heavenly monument, crushing Gao Linfeng's bones. Bam! Gao Linfeng's knees buckled, and he almost knelt on the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward, smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the palace. Puff! His lungs were about to explode. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had just said that Yi Fan was a half-cripple and was not qualified to sit here, but in the end, he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. "You!" Gao Linfeng's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes glinted fiercely. He wanted to yell, But after spitting out the word you, he swallowed the rest of his words. Bam! Yi Fan's large golden hand was like a millstone crushing down. It could be said to be covering his face, forcefully smashing his words back into his mouth. You, how dare you? Gao Linfeng was sent flying. He spat out these 3 words while coughing up blood. He was burning with anger and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Bam! Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He caught up with him, his whole body burning with golden flames. In an instant, he was in front of Gao Linfeng and gave him another golden slap. Bam! It could be said that he was like a bolt of golden lightning, catching up to Gao Linfeng who had been sent flying. He slapped Gao Linfeng down in midair, and slapped him to the ground. It was not that Gao Linfeng was not strong enough, but that Yi Fan was too strong. He could easily suppress a cultivator at the 4 extremes level with a raise of his hand. Gao Linfeng was called a genius and had grown up surrounded by people's praises. But facing Yi Fan with surging golden blood energy, he felt powerless. Beside him, Wang Chengxiao's expression changed greatly. He had fought fiercely with Yi Fan before and knew how terrifying his cultivation was in the past. But just now, he was even more fearful. That kind of speed was so fast that it gave him goosebumps. Had he not been prepared, even he might not have been able to dodge it. Yi Fan's figure flashed, leaving behind a streak of golden light as he returned to the palace. He sat on the sandalwood chair, as if he had never moved at all. However, this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this. He even had the heart to die. But this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this. He even had the heart to die. Now do I have the right to sit here? Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Ugh. Gao Linfeng was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He let out a roar and shouted loudly, Elder Wang. This old servant is here. In the distance, a voice like an owl responded and quickly approached. Swoosh. With a flash of light, this person had already appeared in the palace before he had finished speaking. Seeing Gao Linfeng bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his clothes dyed red, his expression immediately changed. Young master, what's wrong? This old man was very fat, but his movements were like lightning as he quickly helped him up. Elder Wang, go kill him for me. Gao Linfeng's expression was cold and emotionless. After standing up, he immediately wanted to kill Yi Fan. And Miaoyi walked gracefully like a fairy in the wind, her fragrance wafting through the air. She was fairy-like and jade-like, her skin sparkling and translucent, her beautiful hair glossy, and her features flawless. She gracefully stepped forward to mediate. Fairy stepped back. None of this has anything to do with you. Gao Linfeng's expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared fixedly at Yi Fan. Miaoyu nunnery has never allowed people to fight in the palace, and Miaoyi said lightly, there are exceptions to everything. Today, I have invited some friends here. He doesn't have the right, and I don't want him to sit here. Gao Linfeng's expression was cold. Swoosh. That gray-robed old servant moved. He looked very fat, but was very agile. He moved like lightning and coldly said, you are that saint physique? Since you are already at the half-severance level, why don't you be a bit more thorough? I will help you. He spread the 5 fingers on his right hand, and shot out 5 divine rainbows that pierced through the void. His Dao power surged like a tsunami, and was about to suppress Yi Fan. Dong. Yi Fan stood up. His golden fist was like a blazing sun, and ferociously smashed over. A single punch to break through an army of 10,000. How strong was his physical body? It could be said to be shockingly powerful. A single punch was enough to seal the endless Dao power, and the old man couldn't get close to him. This very fat old servant was an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. His Dao power was like the sea, growing and multiplying endlessly. His left hand pressed down in the void. Boom. He imprinted an ancient scroll that lay horizontally in the void. Misty wisps of mist flowed out, and rapidly enveloped downwards, wanting to seal Yi Fan underneath. Swoosh. Yi Fan flew out like a flash of light. He didn't use his own Dao power, and was completely fighting with speed and his physical body. Wang Chengxiao had been observing carefully all along. wanting to ascertain whether he had severed his own cultivation level. When he saw this scene, he was stunned and couldn't make a judgment. This old man will help you become immortal. The elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation had absolute confidence. He was indeed very frightening. He could produce an ancient scroll in the void, and it could seal the heavens and intimidate the earth. However, the current Yifan had long broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 extremities, and surpassed the common understanding of the world. His battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and it was enough for him to resist. Swoosh! Yifan returned like a faint shadow. He didn't use any Dao power. He raised his hand and attacked, using the line formula's extreme speed and unparalleled physical strength to attack. Voila! This very fat old servant struck out with the ancient scroll. He also knew how frightening the divine physique's physical body was, and he didn't dare to fight in close combat. He used his Dao power to suppress it. However, Yifan's speed was faster than he had imagined. In a flash, he dodged the ancient scroll, circled around him, and quickly attacked. Bang! Dong! Chong! The golden blood energy around Yifan's body was oppressive. He threw out punch after punch in an extremely rhythmic manner. Each punch contained the power of a barbaric dragon, and it caused the void to collapse continuously. This was a wave of astonishing might. He didn't use his own Dao power, and he only used his physical body to collapse space. The golden blood energy around his body was flourishing, and he was like a divine furnace. This little bastard is quite difficult to deal with. The gray-clothed old servant was astonished. Yifan was like the son of light and darkness. He flickered indeterminately, but his speed was so fast that it was horrifying. He circled around the gray-clothed elder and attacked unceasingly, getting closer and closer. Pop! That ancient scroll was almost unable to stop him. He had already used his pure physical body to break through the overflowing Dao power. He continuously closed in, and like a barbaric dragon, he attacked. The old servant beside him was greatly alarmed. He was an expert at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation, yet it was so strenuous. The other party was able to threaten him with just his physical body and speed. You want to cut off my cultivation and make me immortal? Can you really do that? Yifan's speed became faster and faster, and he quickly closed in on the distance. His fists and palms flickered with golden radiance. There was nothing he couldn't break. He continuously smashed down on the side of the fat elder, and the rhythm became more and more terrifying. Hong! Finally, Yifan forcefully pressed down, and the void that was struck by him collapsed in all directions. He rushed over, and his palm was pure golden color as it smashed down like a sky-overturning seal. Dang! The gray-clothed old servant activated the ancient scroll, and blocked in front of him by a hair's breadth. However, it was smashed into pieces by the large golden seal, and the scroll disappeared in an instant. Pung! Yifan's palm struck out, but it merely brushed past his shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The gray-clothed old servant spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew out horizontally. Yifan moved later, but arrived first, and blocked the gray-clothed old servant's path. His golden finger forcefully shook, and with a pung sound, he smashed the old servant onto the ground. You! The gray-clothed old man's expression changed greatly. He said that he wanted to help Yifan completely sever his cultivation and become immortal, but he never thought that the other party would cripple him instead. Gao Linfeng's face was snow white, and he continuously retreated. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "You didn't sever your own." Yifan disappeared with a step, and like a ghost, he was inconceivably fast. In that instant, the golden finger pressed down on his forehead. All the hair on Gao Linfeng's body stood up, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. The flesh of a divine physique surpassed divine weapons, and anything could be broken. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but rather, he simply couldn't. At this moment, both of his legs were weak, and he almost couldn't stand because he felt the threat of death. Yifan exerted a bit of force, and golden radiance flickered out from his finger. Gao Linfeng immediately went limp on the ground, and with a trembling voice he said, "Don't kill me." "Brother Yi, just let him go," Wang Chongshao spoke. In the past he was incomparably domineering and arrogant, but today he was somewhat low-key. Where it's possible to let people off, One should spare them. A clear voice came from outside the palace. A man dressed in white, without a speck of dust on him, stepped on the moon as he walked in. Yi Fan lightly pushed with his finger, and Gao Linfeng was so shocked that he almost screamed out loud. He fell headfirst onto the ground, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was incomparably embarrassed. The other party didn't take his life, but a casual action caused him to lose his composure. This was a type of humiliation, and he wanted to roar out loud, but he could only forcefully endure it. You are Su Zixuan. Wang Chongxiao's expression froze, as if he didn't expect this person to come here. Central Continent Su Zixuan. The person who came was delicate and handsome, and his expression was peaceful. He stepped into the palace, and nodded to everyone with a smile. Central Continent's Yuhua King Su Zixuan? And Miaoi's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and she revealed an expression of surprise. Greetings, fairy, and Su Zixuan smiled and nodded. From the expressions of Wang Chongxiao and in Miaoi, Yi Fan could naturally deduce that this person had an impressive background. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have such expressions. Ascending to the heavens, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones. This was a rare physique in the world, and it might not even appear once in tens of thousands of years. It was said to be unparalleled, and was known as the Yuhua King. This kind of physique was extremely terrifying, and had an advantage that other kings couldn't compare to. In the process of cultivation, it was like a divine chrysalis transforming, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Every time one broke through to a great mystery realm, they would be able to open up a divine treasure within their body. Their potential was boundless, and they could transform into immortals. In the Central Continent, they were known as the Unparalleled Kings. Chapter 505. The starlight was like water. Yi Fan strolled in the God City. He didn't stay long in Miaoyu Nunnery, because many eyes were watching him. Now his every move could affect the nerves of certain people. He returned to his residence without saying anything. Why didn't anyone come to kill me? The large black dog wore flowery underpants and carried a pair of large paws on his back. He paced back and forth in boredom. Are you hoping that someone will come to kill you? Yi Fan rolled his eyes at him. I even set up a corner of the ancient emperor's formation. If no one comes to kill me, I'm sorry, the large black dog said unkindly. On the other side, little Nan Nan was sleeping soundly. The seven-colored light on her forehead rippled and covered the small bed. Oh. Early in the morning, the sun rose in the east. After waking up, the large black dog let out a long howl, causing many people on the ancient street to curse. Dog, why do you wake me up like this every day? Little Nan Nan rubbed her big eyes and sat up in a daze. Then, she washed herself obediently. On this day, Yi Fan and the others wandered aimlessly in the God City, waiting for Li Heishui to return so they could go to the Jiang family. Their group attracted attention no matter where they went, not only because Yi Fan was famous in the God City, but also because the large black dog was too hated. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back. She had a stick of candied haws in her left hand, and a mountain delicacy roll in her right. She was very satisfied with the snacks. Big brother, is it fun in the stone square? The little girl asked innocently. Yi Fan took little Nan Nan to broaden her horizons. They strolled around the food street, entered the treasure house, and then walked around the large stone squares. In the end, it caused a commotion. Everyone thought he wanted to gamble on stones, but Yi Fan waved his hand calmly, indicating that he had no intention of doing so. Many stone squares sighed in relief. Is it this dog? In the evening, an old man's dignified voice traveled over. His expression was very unfriendly as he stared at the large black dog fiercely, almost murderously. Grandpa, don't be angry. Tu Fei will be all right, Li Heishui advised him. The seventh great bandit of the North region, Tu Tian, arrived to denounce them. As soon as he appeared, everyone on the streets immediately ran away. The name of the 13 great bandits shook the North region. There was no one who didn't know of them. This was especially so because they possessed the heaven-devouring demon jar. If they were pushed too far, they would even dare to capture a holy lord. Who are you, old man? You're even fiercer than a tiger on the quiet street, scaring everyone away. The large black dog bared his teeth and rolled his eyes. Then he suddenly thought of something and said, "Could it be that old bastard who snatched the heaven-devouring demonic jar before me?" "Where did you send my grandson?" Tu Tian asked with a black face. "Li Heishui, you dare to sell me out?" The large black dog was furious. "You did it yourself. How can I hide it from you?" Li Heishui asked. Beside him, there were 3 youngsters. Yi Fan was very familiar with them. They were Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian. They were the close friends of Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian, and they were the descendants of the great bandits. "It has nothing to do with me. Tu Fei wants to go to the North Plains himself. I remember where his coordinates are. Do you want me to send you there?" The large black dog said seriously. "Grandpa Tu, don't listen to him. He said he would send you to the North Plains. Maybe the news will spread to the southern mountains." Li Heishui reminded him hurriedly. "Tell me where the coordinates are." Tu Tian didn't have a good expression. His grandson was lost by a dog, and he almost lost his temper. The large black dog was very obedient. He didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. He said coordinates that were so far away that it made people dizzy. Even Tu Tian was speechless for a long time. It's impossible to count on him to come back by himself without 20 years. He's almost at the divine North Pole Sea. Tu Tian swung his sleeves and turned to leave. "I heard that this dog is very immoral." Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian surrounded the large black dog with evil intentions. They wanted to teach the large black dog a lesson. "You guys are not allowed to bully the dog." Little Nan Nan was very protective of the Black Emperor. Woof! The large black dog attacked first and bit dozens of times. It was as tough as steel. The 3 of them cried out miserably. They couldn't do anything to it unless they wanted to kill it. After a long time, the street regained its peace. The 3 of them had bite marks all over their bodies. They finally understood how evil the dog that Li Heishui talked about was. In the end, they found a restaurant and drank to their heart's content. They didn't return to Yi Fan's residence until late at night. These people wanted to travel with them. The 13th bandit, Jiang Yi, had already gone to the Jiang family. This time, they needed Jiang Huairan to lead the way to the Jiang family of the desolate era. The next day, the group crossed the void and went to the most ancient land of inheritance in the North region. Emperor Hung Yu had left a deep mark in the history of the human race. He was one of the most powerful people in history. The area where the Jiang family was located was like a sacred and pure land. The outside world was scarlet land for hundreds of thousands of miles, but here, it was lush and green. Clouds rose and colorful mist flowed. Many great mountains hung in the sky, not sinking at all. Every mountain had an intimidating aura, as if they had existed since the world was created. They emitted an ancient aura. Some great mountains had silver waterfalls falling for 3,000 zhang, like the 9 heavens hanging upside down. Some great mountains were shrouded in demonic clouds, majestic and heavy, giving off an intimidating aura. These were just the tip of the iceberg. The deepest part of the mountains couldn't be seen at all. It was said that there were countless ancient buildings and ruins from the desolate era. "Who's there?" Many experts rushed out from a distance and shouted loudly. Jiang Huairan didn't say anything. He took out a divine wood token and waved it around. The expressions of those people instantly eased. Not long after, an elder flew out. "So it's nephew Huairan. Since you've come, don't leave again. Acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. Don't wander outside anymore. The ancestors in the family are also trying to persuade your grandfather." This elder was very friendly. Jiang Huairan replied with a smile, but he did not deny it. They flew in together with the elder. "Today we're basking in Badjiang's glory. It's our first time entering the desolate era," Lu Kou mumbled. When their group flew in, they naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially the younger generation. When they looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. The Jiang clan's territory was very vast. There were endless mountains and floating divine islands. Yi Fan's group advanced several dozen kilometers and arrived before a floating island. This island was an important place. Normal people were not allowed to approach it, because an ancestor-level figure of the Jiang clan was in seclusion there. Recently, Jiang Yi had been staying here as well, accepting advice. "Where's little Ting Ting? I want to see her." Yifan said. The elder's expression immediately changed. He had guessed Yifan's identity long ago, but he did not point it out. He was troubled. What? I can't see her. Everyone knew about the relationship between Yifan and the Supreme Divine King, so the Jiang clan had no reason to stop him. The little princess has just returned. This matter concerns the Divine King's life and death, so she can't see outsiders. Please wait a few days patiently, the elder said. Yifan and the others settled down on a quiet island. They waited for 7 whole days, but they still did not see little Tingting. However, they finally saw Uncle Jiang. Although the elder was not used to living here, he looked much better. With a powerful uncle like Jiang Yi, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Normally, he would add spiritual medicines to his food. Even though he was a mortal, he had become younger over the past year. His white hair was showing signs of turning black. Tingting's back. I only saw her twice before she was taken away for seclusion. The elder was extremely happy to see Yifan, as if he had seen the person closest to him. Uncle, you've returned to your youth, Yifan teased. I'm already a bag of old bones. What youth? Yifan stayed with the elder for a few days, but he still could not see little Tingting. Even Jiang Huairan and the others grew impatient, so they went to find Jiang Yi in the end. You won't let me see her? Why? I'll take you there. Jiang Yi was furious when he heard this. Uncle Jiang was his nephew, and little Tingting was especially valued by him. He had returned to the Jiang clan for these two. The Jiang clan no longer dared to stop the great bandit who shook the entire northern region from seeing little Tingting. This was because she was the little princess relative. There was no reason not to let her see her. Tingting's place of cultivation was very beautiful and quiet. There were flowers and trees everywhere, and streams gurgled. Water flowed down from the edge of the divine island, creating a dense, colorful mist. Grandpa! Tingting's feet did not touch the ground as she ran over nimbly. She wore a snow-white dress, and her hair fluttered in the wind like a little fairy. She was already over 9 years old. She was like a large porcelain doll, carved from jade. Her eyes were like water, and her bearing was ethereal. Brother! When she saw Yifan, Tingting was overjoyed and ran over quickly. Are you kidding me? This little girl is already a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. She has only cultivated for a few years. Li Heishui was completely speechless. She's on par with Xia Jiuyo. Lu Ko also gasped. She's my niece, Jiang Huairan said proudly. Little uncle. Tingting called out to him sweetly. Jiang Huairan enjoyed it very much. You guys chat? I'll be leaving first. Jiang Yi patted Tingting's head dotingly and disappeared in an instant. Brother, you've finally come to see me. Tingting was very happy. Yifan recalled the past. He first met the grandmother and granddaughter in a small restaurant in the southern region. Little Tingting was wearing patched old clothes, but she looked very calm. Tingting has grown up. He smiled and patted her head. Tingting was very sweet. She greeted Wu Zhongtian and the others one by one, calling them big brother. This is my niece, Jiang Huairan said. F*CK, I was wondering why you kept saying this. You're taking advantage of us. Beat him up. Li Heishui and the others realized what was going on, and attacked Jiang Huairan together. Uncle Jiang chuckled at the side. He seemed to like this atmosphere very much. Old people like to be with their juniors in their later years, and he undoubtedly had this kind of mentality. Big sister hug hug. Little Nan Nan stretched out her little arms towards Tingting. She was only a little over 2 years old. She was pink and cute, and her hair only reached Tingting's waist. What a cute little thing. Tingting picked her up, and the little girl immediately giggled, a strange light flowing between her brows. Extreme physique. The large black dog circled around Tingting, his large eyes looking around. It was unknown what he was thinking. After chatting for a long time, Yifan and Tingting walked to the side and sat in a pavilion. He asked her about the Divine King's recent situation. Tingting immediately looked worried. She had followed the Supreme Divine King for more than half a year, and learned countless divine techniques. She cultivated almost every day. Your body? Yifan was surprised. Tingting's physical condition was clearly much better than before. This made him feel even more uneasy. It must be the Divine King's doing. The Divine King uses the Divine King regeneration technique to baptize me every day. Tingting's eyes were filled with tears as she said, I can't stop it even if I want to. This. Yi Fan was stunned. The Divine King was already at the end of his rope, but he still used the Divine King's source to baptize him. How bad was his own condition? Where is the Divine King? I have immortal divine medicine that can save him. Yi Fan's voice was urgent. After the ancestor sent me back, he went on a long journey. All the elites of the clan went out, but they couldn't catch up to him. I don't know where he went. Tingting shook her head, and tears rolled down her eyes. She blamed herself very much. Don't cry. This has nothing to do with Tingting. Yi Fan hurriedly comforted her. Tingting is very sad. In the past half a year, the peerless Divine King had brought Tingting all over the great desolate plateau, and they had appeared in many ancient lands. He seemed to be reminiscing about something. Looks like the Divine King is very sad. Yi Fan sighed. The peerless Divine King couldn't forget the death of Fairy Rosy Cloud. They said that the ancestor might have even destroyed the Divine King's source. Little Nan Nan said softly. She began to cry again. Don't cry, big sister, don't cry. Little Nan Nan climbed onto the stone bench and wiped away Tingting's tears. The large black dog's ears were very sharp, and he heard everything from the side. His expression changed, and he said, he destroyed the Divine King's source. How bold. Damn dog, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fan rebuked. I'm saying that this person is very impressive, and he actually has such courage. Right now there are only two outcomes for him. The first is that his body and soul will be destroyed within 3 years, and the second is that he will be reborn into the world within 3 years. He will live 2 lives, and his cultivation will skyrocket. Is what you say true? Yi Fan was shocked. Of course it's true. Now, even the immortal godly medicine is useless. He can only rely on himself now. This is true self-destruction. Perhaps he can sever his second life. The peerless Divine King had shed all of his godly spirit blood to help Yi Fan sever the fruit of Tao. He had used up all of his divine power, and he was at the end of his rope. Then he had selflessly helped Tingting, baptized her with divine light every day, and severed his Divine King's source. When Yi Fan thought of this, a wave of sorrow welled up in his heart. He truly hoped that the Divine King could be saved, and he prayed that he could live 2 lives and survive this life and death trial. Is there really hope? Tingting's face was filled with tears. That will depend on himself. He has actually reached this step. If he can let go of his past, he will definitely be able to live a second life, the large black dog said. Yi Fan was slightly worried. The Divine King had reached this step precisely because he could not let go of Fairy Rosy Cloud. Could he let go of his past? Big sister, don't cry. Be good. Little Nan Nan stood on the stone bench and carefully wiped away Tingting's tears. After a long while they finally calmed down. Tingting seemed to recall something and said, Big brother, your all-chi cauldron. What is it? Yi Fan asked. I returned not long ago, and big brother Jiang Yichen borrowed it. He has never returned it. Tingting felt slightly aggrieved. Yi Fan humphed coldly. Did the Jiang family want to keep his all-chi cauldron? Jiang Huiran was instantly indignant, and he shouted, F***ck, he even dares to take my niece's treasure. That Jiang Yichen is used to being arrogant and domineering, but this time, he is tired of living. Chapter 506. Brother Yi is truly awe-inspiring. Without using Tao power, you suppressed an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation with just your body and speed. You're almost invincible among the younger generation, Su Zixuan said with a smile. I've already severed my own cultivation, and I really can't use Tao power. I had no choice. Yi Fan shook his head, seeming to be very regretful. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao was filled with endless doubts. He witnessed the battle just now, but he really didn't see Yi Fan use divine power. Su Zixuan reached out and shot out a few divine feathers, healing Gao Linfeng's injuries on the spot. He said, Brother Yi, how about letting him go? He's impatient and impetuous, so his words are inevitably too harsh. No problem, I won't argue with him. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. I didn't think that the famous Yuhua King would come to the divine city of the North region. A loud laugh traveled over, and the Xia prince Xia Yiming strode in. I came to the Jade Pool meeting in the North region, and passed by the Divine City. It's really an honor to be able to meet all of you, Su Zixuan said. Obviously, the honored guests that Gao Linfeng wanted to invite were Wang Chongxiao, Xia Yiming, and Su Zixuan. At this time, they had all arrived. Brother Yi, it's great that you returned safely. Xia Yiming walked up with a big smile. I was too lucky. Though my life was spared, I had to sever my cultivation. There's nothing I can do in life. Yi Fan sighed. They were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. Everyone knew that he severed his own cultivation half a year ago, but in the end, he killed the Yinyang Saint's son. At this time, Gao Linfeng's face alternated between green and white. He was extremely resentful. Today was really too embarrassing, but there was nothing he could do, especially now that he heard such words. The other said that he was still not a match for him even after he severed his own cultivation. It made him want to find a hole to hide in. Even the king of the Middle State knows about the Jade Pool meeting. The impact is great. And Miaoi said with a light smile. Like a fairy, she gracefully poured tea for them, and a beautiful maid served it to them. We went out to train and naturally didn't want to miss such a gathering, Su Zixuan answered. He was handsome and peaceful, giving others a very special feeling. Yi Fan knew that this person had to be extremely powerful. He thought of some rumors. He had a secret realm and a divine treasure. He was most likely an almost invincible figure in the young generation of the Middle State. He felt a formless pressure. Suddenly, rays of light surged out like a tide, and a person silently appeared in the palace. The golden light was blazing, as if there was a burning sun. Big brother, you're here? Gao Linfeng's expression was one of excitement as he rushed forward. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Fan with boundless killing intent. This was a tall and big man. He was like a golden wall, giving off a terrifying pressure. He didn't move at all, but his eyes were like blades as they swept over. On his body, resplendent golden light surged like ocean waves. Ordinary people couldn't look directly at him. He was dazzling like a deity, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. His thick black hair was dyed golden by the divine light. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes shot out lightning in all directions, making him look extremely powerful. Brother Gao, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Su Zixuan smiled. The Sun Sovereign of the young generation of the Middle State had personally arrived. His expression was cold, like a son of God in the blazing light. He nodded. His tall body was like a mountain as he walked forward step by step. His blade-like eyes stared at Yi Fan the entire time. Formless killing intent seeped out from his body. The names of the Central State's Gemini kings shook the world. They had the most terrifying physiques, and after 4,000 years, they had appeared again. It was rumored that when the Gemini kings combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. They were the most terrifying combination and could sweep through the same generation. There was simply no one who could match them. That was because every single one of them was comparable to the Eastern Wasteland Divine King. They had the most terrifying bloodline in the world. And the most important thing was that they complemented each other. Once they worked together, they were unstoppable. Since ancient times, perhaps only the Divine King had killed the Gemini kings alone. There had never been anyone who could kill them before. However, the Divine King didn't fight alone. The two of them worked together and killed them 4,000 years apart. Otherwise, if the Gemini kings combined, no one in the same generation could match them. Are you the Sun Sovereign? If you want to fight, then come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Fan said calmly. He didn't fear the other party at all. The Sun Sovereign bathed in golden divine light like an immortal war god reborn from the flames. He was tall and majestic with an oppressive aura. He didn't say anything and continued to stare at him. Big brother, kill him. Gao Linfeng gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with resentment. He wanted to take revenge immediately. Naturally, Yi Fan knew where their killing intent came from. The Supreme God King had slain two of their ancestors, so they had placed all their hatred on him. That was because everyone knew that the Divine King had almost given up his own life to help him break the curse. In many people's eyes, he had been raised by the Divine King with his life. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to make a big fuss and harm the harmony. The great Xia prince went up to mediate. When the saint physique matures, it can compete with the great emperor. The Gemini kings are invincible in the world when they combine. They are both future peerless geniuses. There's no need to fight over such a small matter. The Yuhua king also advised. And Miaoi also went up to mediate. Her eyes were intoxicating and her words were like the spring breeze. It calmed people's hearts and eased the tense atmosphere. The Sun Sovereign was in the northern region and had many taboos. He also didn't want to fight with Yi Fan at this time. He snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Fan. He didn't say anything else. I'll let you live for a few more days. Gao Linfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. The people present frowned. Even the Sun Sovereign couldn't help but glance at him. He felt that this younger brother of his was used to being arrogant and wouldn't amount to anything. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. Even if your elder brother is the Gemini king, it's still not enough. I still have to discipline you. Yi Fan attacked. Bang. The Sun Sovereign's entire body burned with divine flames. He reacted quickly to stop Yi Fan, but he had underestimated his opponent's speed. Yi Fan's right hand transformed into a golden sky-turning imprint. It slapped Gao Linfeng away on the spot. His bones were broken and his tendons were snapped. He was almost turned into meat paste. Next time watch your mouth. Ah. Gao Linfeng's bones were broken. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. A huge sun appeared behind the Sun Sovereign. 9 golden crows flew out and circled above his head. A terrifying aura erupted like a torrential flood, causing the entire celestial palace to tremble. Many people were alarmed, and many cultivators looked over in this direction. The Sun Sovereign's aura pierced through the rainbow like a resplendent river of stars surging. He raised his hand and struck towards Yi Fan. Teaching his younger brother a lesson in front of him was the same as hitting him. Bang. Yi Fan seemed to be walking among the sun and moon, as if he was passing through time. He dodged with extreme speed and waved his golden fist. It shattered the vacuum and smashed forward, using his unparalleled physical body to fight. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Yuhua king and the great Xia prince both attacked. Countless divine feathers filled the sky and 9 streaks of draconic energy cut through the sky, separating the two. This time it is indeed Lin Feng's fault. Don't fight to the death because of this. The Yuhua king Su Zixuan spoke. Yuhua king, don't stop me. I've already tolerated enough, but he still dared to attack. He deserves death. The Sun Sovereign's killing intent surged and his expression was ice cold. I still have 9 chances to return to the 4 extreme secret realm to fight against the saint. If you force me to kill you, then come at me. Yi Fan confronted him. Ding dong. And Miaoi played a celestial song. The sound of the zither was calm, like a clear spring flowing among the pine trees under the night moon, making people feel at peace. Everyone, please stop. No one has ever dared to treat my Miaoyu nunnery as a battlefield. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it also carried a hint of majesty. The Sun Sovereign was very domineering, but after coming to the eastern wilderness, he didn't dare to be too agitated. He restrained his killing intent and sat to the side. Yi Fan had an indifferent expression. Now that he had obtained the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if the world knew that he had recovered from his injuries, it didn't matter. After this confrontation, although they were drinking tea and chatting, the atmosphere couldn't be relaxed. The Sun Sovereign's face was gloomy, without the slightest smile. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He drank tea while chatting with the Yuhua king and the great Xia prince, asking Wang Chongxiao a few questions in passing. And Miaoi played a celestial song, making the whole palace peaceful. The tense atmosphere was somewhat relieved. The only thing that was not harmonious was Gao Linfeng, who was covered in blood. Where did the Saint of Merak go? The Yuhua king asked. Yi Fan smiled. The saint of the present age was indeed a deterrent, making even the young cultivators of the Central Plains wary and cautious. He is in seclusion in a secret place. With such a cultivation level, he still needs to go into seclusion. Is there any hope of a breakthrough? The hearts of Wang Chongxiao and the others were beating wildly. The Sun Sovereign was also quite uneasy. Although he knew that Yi Fan's words couldn't be trusted, He couldn't help but pay attention. After all, that was an existence comparable to the ancient saint. Finally, in the middle of the night, they got up and bid farewell. Yi Fan returned and met with An Miaoyi in another palace. "Are your injuries healed?" An Miaoyi asked softly. Yi Fan handed her a jade bottle filled with divine spring water. After opening it, the fragrance assailed their nostrils. Any cultivator could tell that this was the spring of life that could revive the dead. "You really surprised me." And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She said, "You entered the desolate forbidden grounds and came back alive." Yi Fan didn't hide anything. He looked at her calmly and said, "I want to ask you some things." "I know what you want to say. If it's about ruthless inheritance, then don't ask too much. Just know that I won't harm you." At this point, An Miaoyi chuckled lightly. She walked to his side and massaged his acupuncture points. "Why? Don't ask so much." And Miaoyi shook her head and didn't want to say more. "Has Hua Yunfei come to the northern region?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know. This person is very dangerous. You have to be careful," and Miaoyi reminded. Everyone had their own reasons, and they couldn't reveal all their secrets to others. Just like how Yi Fan came from the other side of the universe, he had never told An Miaoyi anything. "You are in danger now. Recently, a saint-killing alliance appeared in the Eastern Baron. I'm afraid there are Saint Children-level characters operating it." A saint-killing alliance? Are two ancient killer dynasties not enough? Now there's another saint-killing alliance. And Miaoyi solemnly reminded. The members don't know each other's identities, but they have a tacit understanding. They all have one goal, and that is to kill you. Yi Fan smiled. He felt that the supreme scepter of the Celestial Court was finally going to be useful. It was time for the Celestial Court to reappear in the world. Chapter 507. What is Jiang Yichen thinking? He even dares to take the all-creation cauldron by force? Li Heishui's eyes also widened. This cauldron was priceless. Because of it, endless waves were stirred up. In a sense, the enmity between Yi Fan and all the Holy Lands was caused by it. It was the exclusive holy item of an ancient emperor. Even ancient scriptures could not be exchanged for it. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yi Fan almost died many times because of it. He had no choice but to temporarily give this cauldron to little Tingting, and use the power of a supreme divine king to preserve it. Otherwise he would not have survived at all. They never thought that Jiang Yichen would be so bold. He dared to use this opportunity to take it for himself. This was really wishful thinking. In the past, all the Holy Lands were extremely jealous. Yi Fan risked his life to protect the holy item, but he wanted to take it by force. This made them angry. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but be angry at this moment. This cauldron was exchanged with his life. How could he tolerate someone trying to take it away like this? This brat is too ambitious. He really dared to make a move. He even dared to take something like this. Wu Zhongtian sneered. F*ck, I haven't even touched it. How can he touch it? Let's go kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. With his personality, everything in the world should belong to him. At this moment he was even more angry. Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Don't act rashly. Maybe it's more complicated than we think. If the elders of the Jiang family want to take it, it'll be big trouble." Brother. Tingting felt very guilty and lowered her head. If such an important holy item was lost, she would feel very uneasy. "It's okay. Tingting, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you." Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. "Big sister, be happy. Smile." Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and stood on the stone bench like a little adult. "Let's go find Jiang Yichen now. He even dared to take my niece's thing. F*ck, I'll skin him later." Jiang Huairan was usually called Bad Guy Jiang, so he was naturally not easy to deal with. Let's go and settle the score with that brat first. If the Jiang clan protects him, we'll leave immediately and wait for him outside, unless he never shows his face in the northern region for the rest of his life. Lu Ko said. In reality, as the descendants of the 13 great bandits, these people were arrogant and difficult to tame. In the past, they even dared to surround and kill the Alcade Saint Sun and Saintess in the northern region. They were dangerous like a pack of wolves. They first sent Uncle Jiang back, and then asked Tingting to lead the way. However, there were many divine islands and mountains, so they couldn't wander around and couldn't find Jiang Yichen at all. Don't worry, big sister. Big brother and the others are very powerful. Even the old tree spirit was so scared that it ran away. Little Nan Nan was obviously talking about the path understanding ancient tea tree. This made these individuals lose all face, because they were too greedy. Not even the ancient tree could tolerate them. Little guy, what's your name? Tingting really liked little Nan Nan. Seeing that she was cute and obedient, she pulled her little hand and walked forward. Call me Nan Nan. The little girl naively took this pampering title as her own name. In reality, she only remembered these 2 words about her past. Yi Fan once seriously analyzed that the little girl must have had a deep past, so she didn't forget the 2 words Nan Nan. No one knew what kind of background she had. She could retain her youth, but she would always look like she was 2 years old. Her memory would become blank at any time. In front of them, there was a very large ancient island. Ancient trees towered into the sky, silver waterfalls flowed like a chain, and there were many mountains standing side by side. It was a very beautiful place. It could be seen that Jiang Yichen's status in the younger generation of the Jiang family was very different. To be able to obtain such a residence to cultivate, not many young disciples had such treatment. His great-grandfather is an extremely powerful person, and he is very close to the family head. He can get whatever he wants, and he himself is also a ruthless person. Ordinary people really don't dare to provoke him. Lu Ko and the others were very familiar with the younger generation of the northern region. They even knew about Jiang Yichen's background. Who are you people and why are you forcing your way into Meteor Island? A few people flew out and blocked their way. Meteor Island? I think it's Comet Island. The large black dog bared his teeth. The expressions of these people instantly changed, and they guessed the identity of these people, especially the large black dog and Yi Fan. In their eyes, they were definitely notorious. This place is an important place of the Jiang family. You are not allowed to trespass. The few people lined up and blocked the way, not letting them enter the island. Jiang Huairan's face instantly darkened. He sensed Tingting's situation. Now, she was nominally the little princess of the Jiang family, but these people did not come up to greet her immediately. He thought of Tingting's situation in the past. Some people in the Jiang family were very unfair to her, and even Uncle Jiang was forced to open a small bar outside to pass his days. At that time he was furious. All of you get out of my way. Tell Jiang Yichen to get out here. When Jiang Yichen's temper flared up, he was also a person who did not recognize his own family. Although he was actually also a disciple of the Jiang family, he did not care at all. Yi Fan also thought of many past events. In that snowy winter he came to the Jiang family, and in the cold wind, he saw Uncle Jiang being made trouble by the disciples of the Jiang family, and Jiang Yichen was the main culprit. At that time, he was furious, so he attacked Jiang Yichen in the territory of the clan of the ancients. He killed Jiang Yichen, killed many cultivators and suppressed him. It was only when the Supreme Divine King asked him to pardon the disciples of the Holy Land that he released. How dare you? Do you know what place this is? Even if you are guests of the Jiang family, you still need to understand etiquette. One of them shouted, wanting to use this to pressure them. Are your dog eyes blind? You can't even see the little princess of the Jiang family here? Do you not recognize her, or are you purposely ignoring her? Jiang Huairan shouted. Greetings, little princess. When those people heard this, they hurried forward to greet her. In the past, they could indeed ignore Tingting. As someone with the great Yin body, she could not live for more than a few years. Moreover, she had been picked up from outside, so she could not be regarded as orthodox. But it was different now. She was the only person taken away by the Supreme Divine King, and she had cultivated with him for over half a year. It was very likely that the supreme fighting formula of the 9 secrets had ended up in the hands of the little girl. Moreover, with the support of De Ke's great-uncle, Tingting's status was extremely great. No one dared to bully her like before. However, due to their past attitudes, they were still rather unable to change. Please wait a moment. We'll go report this. A person quickly flew into the island and reported to Jiang Yichen. He dared not waste any more time. Only after a very long time did the person fly out. His face was filled with apology, and he said extremely politely, "I'm really sorry. The young master is in seclusion, so we are unable to rouse him. It's best if you come back in a few days." Wu Zhongtian immediately sneered and said, "Of all times, why does he have to go into seclusion at this time? It's obvious. He doesn't want to see us. He can hide now, but can he hide forever?" Lu Ko sneered. "Since he's so arrogant and doesn't want to come out to greet us, we'll go see him ourselves." Jiang Huairan was furious. "You can't enter." The few people stopped them. "Step back. I want to see my cousin. Can you still stop me?" Tingting stepped forward. Although she was only a 9-year-old child, she had a kind of authority when she was serious. The few people looked at each other. This little girl was fine in the past, but now, it was really not good to provoke her. "This is the territory of the Jiang family. Do you want to stop us? Will you not let us in even if the Divine King Grand Elder returns one day?" Tingting's voice was clear as she shouted. Get out of the way." Tingting flew forward first. Yi Fan and the others nodded and flew into the island. Those people didn't dare to stop them. Along the way, they didn't stop and went straight to the center of the ancient island. There were a few mountains standing side by side. Ancient vines grew on the mountain peaks, spiritual springs gurgled, clouds curled up, and colorful clouds rose. It was a magnificent and beautiful sight. "Jiang Yichen, come out!" Jiang Huairan shouted. The divine island was empty. No one responded. Only a flock of spiritual birds flew into the sky. "If you don't come out, I'll suppress these mountains and take you with me." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion. 6 elders flew out and one of them shouted, "Who is making a ruckus here? Disregarding the family rules, do you want to be punished?" These elders were all experts of the dragon transformation secret realm. They weren't the direct descendants of the Jiang family. They were in charge of protecting Jiang Yichen. Tingting stepped forward and said, "Uncles, please invite my cousin out. I have something to discuss with him." Although these people were of high status, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed when they saw Tingting. They didn't dare to stop the little princess. Things were different now. The young master is in isolation. "It's not convenient for him to come out," one of them said. "He's so arrogant. If he doesn't come out, we'll go see him ourselves." Lu Ko said, "Stop talking nonsense. Seal the mountain and refine him alive." Li Heishui shouted. This was, of course, a threat to force Jiang Yichen to come out. After all, these people were the descendants of notorious bandits. Most people would believe that they would do such a thing. Humph! From afar, a cold snort was heard. A young man walked out of a magnificent ancient building. He looked at them coldly and said, "How dare you come to the Jiang family and behave atrociously? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts. Take them down and kill them." Jiang Yichen, dressed in black, stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He was quite arrogant. He glanced at everyone indifferently and revealed a cold smile. "This kid is really ruthless. He wants to use this to make a reason to kill all of us. He's worse than we thought." Lu Ko gritted his teeth. They were not afraid. As the descendants of the 13 bandits, even if they really caused a great disaster, they would have to consider the bandits if they wanted to kill them, not to mention that they didn't commit any serious crimes. The elders next to them were really going to ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts of the Jiang family to kill them. Jiang Huairan stood up and shouted, "Do you want to rebel? Can't you see the little princess is here? She brought us here. Who do you want to kill? Are you tired of living?" Although the elders were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. "You threatened the little princess of the Jiang family. You should be killed. Ring the heavenly sound bell and save Tingting. Kill all of them." Jiang Yichen sneered and then said in a low voice, "Making trouble in the territory of the Jiang family, you are courting death." As he spoke, he glanced at everyone with a cruel sneer. Finally, he stared at Yi Fan with a look of extreme hatred. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he would not forget the past when he was suppressed. "Damn, this kid is too cunning. We are in his territory, But he doesn't even explain himself. He really wants to kill us. Lu Ko felt that things were not going well, and wanted to take the initiative to attack first. Yi Fan suddenly laughed and patted Jiang Huairan's shoulder. He said, "Let him ring the heavenly sound bell. Don't forget who you are. You are also a disciple of the Jiang family, and the descendant of the Divine King. You are his uncle. It's not a problem for you to go up and slap him. Even if someone comes, they can only watch." Damn, I almost forgot. Now that the ancestor of the Jiang family is accompanied by my grandfather every day, trying to win him back to the family, he even gave me a divine wood token. Jiang Huairan suddenly realized and took out the divine wood token. At that time, he entered the Jiang family with this token and no one dared to stop him. Go and ring the heavenly sound bell, and call many masters here. Watch me slap him, Jiang Huairan said. After seeing the divine wood token, the elders all changed their expressions. Even Jiang Yichen's expression changed abruptly, and became very ugly. Kid, return the myriad qi cauldron. Wu Zhongtian sneered. Humph, you are really brave. The myriad qi cauldron is Tingting's item. As a member of the Jiang family, it is naturally the sacred object of the Jiang family. How dare you come here to ask for it? Jiang Yichen sneered. How can you say such words? Jiang Huairan immediately turned hostile. Yi Fan's eyes also became cold. In the past, when he gave the cauldron to little Tingting, he had said in front of everyone that it was temporarily borrowed, and he would come back to get it in the future. Now that Jiang Yichen said such words, it was clear that he wanted to take it for himself, and did not want to return it. Moreover, he spoke righteously and said that it was the sacred object of the Jiang family. I have never seen such a shameless person. The big black dog bared his teeth. He almost stood on his hind legs and slapped with his big paw. Brother Yichen, you have borrowed the myriad qi cauldron for a long time. It is time to return it to me. Tingting stepped forward and asked for it in a clear voice. Jiang Yichen's expression became cold and he said, Tingting, you have to know that people are sinister. That is the sacred object of the Jiang family. If I return it to you now, it will definitely be taken away by some dirty people. Kid, you are tired of living. How can you say such shameless words? You should know how the myriad qi cauldron entered the Jiang family. You are not qualified to forcibly take this sacred object. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, It seems useless to say this to him now. He insists that it is the sacred object of the Jiang family, and will not take it out. It is up to you to be the bad guy. Hearing this, Jiang Huairan immediately knew what he meant. He laughed and said, Well, Jiang Yichen, although I am ashamed to have a nephew like you, I have to admit it today. Then he turned around and said, Come and help me. Hold him down for me. As his uncle, I will execute the family law and teach him a lesson. In terms of seniority, he was Tingting's little uncle, so he could indeed be Jiang Yichen's uncle, although they were about the same age. Swish. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian and the others surrounded the four sides and all sneered. What do you want to do? Jiang Yichen's expression changed. I am your uncle. I will execute the family law and slap your mouth hard. Jiang Huairan sneered maliciously. How dare you? Jiang Yichen was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Today they are all outsiders and can't use force in the Jiang family, but I am qualified. Jiang Huairan sneered and said, Call me uncle, and then I will teach you a good lesson. You are courting death. Jiang Yichen's face was gloomy. Swish. The void was frozen by the joint efforts of Yi Fan and the others. Slap. Jiang Huairan held the divine wood order, and rushed over like a ghost. He slapped Jiang Yichen's face. Quick, ring the heavenly bell. Jiang Yichen found that his body was bound in the void and hurriedly shouted. I am your brother. How dare you be so rebellious and want to kill me? Today, I will beat all your teeth out. Jiang Huairan added a crime to his name and then slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Quickly take out the myriad qi cauldron, or I will smash your mouth today. Chapter 508. How dare you come to my Jiang clan to commit murder? Jiang Yichen shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. Slap. Jiang Huairan was definitely not a kind person. He swung his palm and gave him a 5-clawed mountain, covering his handsome and fair face. How dare you talk to me like this? Since you saw me, you haven't called me a nice name. Do you really want to kill me? Jiang Yichen slapped Jiang Yichen again and said, Am I bold? How can I be compared to you? You even dare to seize the exclusive sacred object of the great emperor. Don't you know what your surname is? That thing is not something you can touch. You bastard, you have been kicked out of my Jiang clan, and now you still dare to attack me. Just you wait, someone will pull out your tendons in a while. Jiang Yichen was furious and his face was livid. This was an important place of the Jiang clan, on his island. When had such a thing happened? Who dared to do this to him? Slap. Jiang Huairan responded to him with a big round slap. He said, Don't call me uncle. You are so rebellious. I can kill you without a problem. Dang. Not far away, the elders finally rang the heavenly tone bell. All the masters in this area must rush over when they heard the news. This was the alarm bell that would only be rung when there was an accident. You really dare to ring the heavenly tone bell? Jiang Huairan suddenly laughed. He held the divine wood token in his hand and used it to slap Jiang Yichen. Slap, slap. Jiang Huairan was quite ruthless. With just a few blows, Jiang Yichen's mouth was almost smashed. His lower jaw was fractured and drooped. You reckless thing, take out the myriad chi cauldron. You. Fine, you wait. Jiang Yichen was still stubborn. His mouth was unclear as he spat out such words. Not far away, the elders looked embarrassed. They wanted to go forward to stop him, but they could not do anything when they saw the divine wood token. They had naturally heard about the return of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was a ruthless man. He was on the same side as the other 12 bandits. If one was provoked, 13 would jump out. He also had the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar, and the terrifying existence of the old bastard. He dared to challenge the Holy Land. Do you want to die? If you don't hand over the myriad chi cauldron, I will kill you today. Jiang Huairan's eyes turned sharp and fierce. Pa. Hey baddie, seeing that you're having so much fun, why don't you let me have a go too? Lu Ko, who was beside him, said. The large black dog also stood up, showing off his brand new tiger skin pants. He rubbed his 2 large paws that were as thick as the rim of a bowl, and said, Why don't you let me slap you a few times as well? I'm willing to beat up those lowly bastards who dare to snatch a holy treasure from me. It accidentally said what was in its heart. This was its nature and bad habit of snatching treasures whenever it saw one. It had always been thinking about the source root of myriad chi, and always wanted to get it. Don't count on it. This is the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Give up completely. Jiang Yichen was very stubborn. Even though his mouth and nose were bleeding, he still gritted his teeth. He believed that Jiang Huairan wouldn't dare to kill him. Not to mention some superficial wounds. Even if he broke an arm or lost a leg, the Jiang clan had elixirs that could reattach it. He only had to endure, and when the elites of the Jiang clan arrived, they could kill these people in front of him. Thus, he was determined to not hand over the myriad chi cauldron no matter what. You're still so stubborn, and you still want to gnash your teeth? I've already sent you flying. Let's see how you can gnash your teeth. Jiang Huairan slapped down. Pooh. Jiang Yichen spat out a mouthful of teeth, and his face was deformed. He couldn't help but groan in pain, but he still refused to beg for mercy. How dare you? A furious roar came from the sky. You've really eaten the gall of a celestial being. You dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. Even if you're the god of heaven, you'll be turned into ashes today. A middle-aged man descended. His black hair was thick and very long, almost reaching his knees. His gaze was like a white blade, as if it could slash one's soul. It was extremely sharp and frightening. Eighth uncle, quickly help me kill them. Jiang Yichen shouted, and spat out a few more teeth at the same time. After the Tianyin bell rang, 70 or 80 people came in an instant. The leader was the middle-aged man with long hair reaching his knees, and his expression was exceptionally cold. After all, it was not an important bell of the Jiang clan, so it was impossible to alarm everyone. It only alarmed the neighboring islands, and these people rushed over. The people who lived next to Jiang Yichen were naturally his direct blood relatives, and they had a close relationship with him. Eighth uncle. Tingting also called out crisply. What's going on? The long-haired man stared intently, and asked Ting. Brother Ichin borrowed my chi of all creatures cauldron and didn't return it. We came to ask for it, but he also wanted to kill us. Ting said. The long-haired man's eyes suddenly became cold. He saw the divine wood token in Jiang Huairan's hand and felt that it was very troublesome. You stop! He shouted sternly and stretched out his big hand to grab forward. Jiang Huairan was indeed very temperamental. When he saw 70 or 80 people surrounding him, he held the divine wood token and slapped it more vigorously, and he kept nagging. You have no respect for your elders. If you want to kill me, I'll punish you according to the family rules. An uncle is like a father. I'll discipline you. Pa boy. The long-haired middle-aged man's face was as gloomy as water. When he stretched out his big hand, he found that Jiang Huairan had blocked the divine wood token in front of him and was shaking it at him. Eighth uncle, you kill them. I'll take all the consequences. Jiang Yichen clamored. Who do you think you are? You want to take the responsibility? Do you want to rebel against the Jiang clan? You even dare to disrespect the divine wood token of the old ancestor? Jiang Huairan was ruthless again. Enough, you're too arrogant. Another cold snort sounded, and a gray-haired middle-aged man landed. He was tall and incomparably majestic. First uncle, kill them quickly. This bastard and this group of bandits dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. They want to take the sacred relic of our Jiang clan. We can't let them leave alive. Jiang Yichen shouted. Humph! The gray-haired middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Even Jiang Huairan was shrouded in it, and felt a kind of coldness. Chi. He pointed with his hand, and a beam of light rolled out, pulling Jiang Yichen to his side in an instant. Then, a murderous aura filled the air and locked onto Yi Fan and the others. First uncle, attack quickly. Don't let a single one of them escape. Jiang Yichen was completely furious after being rescued, and he stared fiercely at everyone. You're so young, and yet you're so domineering. Even if you have a great background, you shouldn't make a move in our Jiang clan, the gray-haired man said coldly. He ignored Jiang Huairan, who was holding the divine wood token. Instead, he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Formless murderous intent seeped out of his body and slashed forward. Clang! The small golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows transformed into a figure that sat cross-legged in the void. It looked solemn and dignified, like a celestial spirit, and it slammed forward. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Yi Fan's divine sense surpassed his own realm. After colliding with the gray-haired man's murderous intent, there was a loud rumble, and he was actually not at a disadvantage. First uncle, do you want to kill us? Ting stepped forward, and her white clothes fluttered. Like a flawless little fairy, she stood in front of the gray-haired man. Ting, move aside. This matter concerns the dignity of our clan. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to wash away this humiliation. The gray-haired man said in a deep voice. Damn, I knew it. Jiang Yichen doesn't have such guts. He can't keep the great emperor's holy artifact. It seems like there are indeed people supporting him from behind. You must be one of them. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan looked at him calmly and said, You didn't ask for the reason, and you attacked immediately. Do you think you can take the all-chi cauldron for yourself like this? Young man, don't put such a big label on me. You guys acted atrociously first, and I only attacked because of that. The gray-haired man snorted coldly. I can tell you that the ultimate divine king won't die. He will return sooner or later. You'd better not take things too far. Yi Fan felt the bone-piercing killing intent of the other party, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The formation pattern on the chessboard appeared, and the large black dog hooted. Damn, you still want to kill me? Dream on. If you have the guts, stay in the Jiang clan forever. Otherwise, once you leave, I will annihilate all of you. This was a corner of the formation pattern of the great emperor of ancient times, and it was not afraid of being forcibly interrupted. It had enough confidence and said, Today your decision concerns the future of the Jiang clan. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. They were not the highest-ranking members of the Jiang clan, but they knew many things about the outside world. A saint of the present age was very close to these people, and many people knew that they really did not dare to kill them. Otherwise, It might lead to a great disaster. The formation pattern on the chessboard flickered. The lives of Yi Fan and the others were not in danger, and they could cross over at any time. They looked coldly at the gray-haired man and the others. It doesn't matter. Kill them. Jiang Yichen was fearless, and he said through gritted teeth. He wanted to eliminate Yi Fan and the others in one fell swoop. The gray-haired man also had killing intent, but he was a knowledgeable person, and he naturally knew how terrifying the formation pattern on the chessboard was. If the other party wanted to leave, he definitely could not stop them. Humph! A heavy and cold snort sounded, and an old voice said, "What's going on?" Tingting immediately revealed a joyful expression, and said, "Ninth grandfather, Brother Yichen borrowed the myriad chi cauldron, and not only did he not return it to me, but he also asked people to kill us." "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Yichen's expression was cold. "How dare you?" An old man in green descended. He had white hair and a white beard, and he was very powerful like an old lion. He was the descendant of the ultimate divine king, and it was he who had taken care of Tingting in the past. "Ninth grandfather." Jiang Yichen seemed to be a little afraid, and the gray-haired middle-aged man beside him was also a little uneasy. "You are really promising. Only the old ancestor of the ultimate divine king dares to disappear. And you dare to do this?" The old man shouted. "Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron has already become the sacred object of our Jiang clan. I am afraid that Tingting will not keep it well, and it will be taken away by these people, so I took care of it for her first." Jiang Yichen argued. "That was lent to Tingting by Brother Yi Fan, and not given to our Jiang clan. We have long agreed to take it back one day." Tingting said seriously, "You can't say that. How can you take back what you have given away? This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Tingting, you are still young, and this has nothing to do with you. Don't say more." Jiang Yichen glanced at little Tingting. "Yes, the ownership of this sacred object indeed needs to be discussed. We can't make a hasty decision, in case it is taken away by others." The gray-haired man nodded. Yi Fan was resentful. As expected, there was a branch of the Jiang clan that wanted to take the myriad chi cauldron, and it was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. He knew that he was in big trouble. It was clearly his thing, and they had made it very clear in the past. But now, they said such words in front of him, and kept saying take away. He had become a thief with evil intentions. "You are really becoming more and more promising." The old man, who was as fierce as an old lion, suddenly shouted and said, "Hurry up and bring me the myriad chi cauldron. If you dare to make a fool of yourself again, I will kill you immediately. This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan." Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were unwilling to give up. They wanted to say more, but when they saw the old man's sharp eyes, they immediately stopped talking. "Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron is not here. It is with the 13th grandfather. He has been playing with it recently." Jiang Yichen suddenly said, "13th, come over here and bring me the myriad chi cauldron." The old man shouted, and his voice traveled hundreds of miles. Although the Jiang clan was boundless, it affected more than half of the territory. Many people heard it. Soon, many old people appeared and landed on this divine island. They were all alarmed. The 13th grandfather did not come, but there was a peerless mighty figure. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather came in person. "Great-grandfather." Jiang Yichen immediately went to greet him. "What's wrong with your face?" This was a skinny old man. His hair was yellow, but his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely frightening. They turned into substantial light that penetrated through his body. "They are presumptuous in our Jiang clan's important place and treat our clan as nothing. Great-grandfather, you have to kill them." Jiang Yichen looked coldly at Yi Fan and Jiang Huairan. The old man looked over coldly. His eyes were frightening as he glanced at Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others. However, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were not afraid. At worst, they could just leave. Having a corner of the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor became their greatest reliance. "Sixth brother, are you really going to protect them?" The ninth grandfather opened his mouth. His expression was solemn, and his hair and beard were all unfurled like an angry lion. He said, "Do you know what they are doing? Or do you already know and want to indulge them? Oh, what did they do? Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather asked. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. A figure flew over like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them and landed on the Divine Island. Grandfather! Jiang Huairan was overjoyed. The famous bandit of the northern region had come. He was definitely a ruthless fellow. He had run wild for many years, and had 12 even more ruthless people supporting him. Now, even the Jiang clan's ancestor-level characters were persuading him to come back. Jiang Yi strode forward and shouted, "Useless thing, you only know how to cause trouble." At first, people thought he was scolding Jiang Huairan. Who would have thought that he would directly come in front of Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man, and swing his big palm down. Pa, 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 he came up without saying a word and slapped them in the face. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 9th grandfather and Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather. They had never thought he would do this. Damn, he was too protective. He came up and hit others. They thought he was going to hit his own grandson. Many people rolled their eyes. They had seen people who were protective, but they had never seen someone who was so protective. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were completely stunned. They suffered a series of slaps in the face. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Blood sprayed out of their mouths and noses. Little bastard, I have already warned you not to bully Ting Ting. Last time in the Divine City, you didn't learn your lesson. This time, I will beat you to death. Jiang Yi was very domineering. He slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather like this. And you're already over 100 years old. Did you live your life like a dog? Jiang Yi also slapped the gray-haired middle-aged man and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too awesome. He slapped his descendant in front of the supreme expert. He really didn't show any mercy. I'm going to faint. Jiang Huairan, your grandfather is really fierce. He is really a role model for our generation. Lu Ko, Li Heishui and the others were a little dizzy. Even Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too domineering. He actually dared to do this. Chapter 509. Everyone was tongue-tied and speechless. The legendary bandit was so awesome. He was so direct and straightforward. Little bastard, you don't learn from your mistakes. Slap, slap. The slap was loud and clear. Jiang Yi slapped Jiang Yichen's face heavily and mercilessly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. This man was too fierce. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather was here, but he slapped him in front of him. They had never seen such a strong man. Moreover, he slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather while scolding him. This was really shocking. How could Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather endure this? And you? Jiang Yi grabbed the gray-haired middle-aged man's collar and pulled him in front of him like a chick. Without saying anything, he slapped him 36 times and said, "You're already 80 years old, but you still don't learn good things. I'll slap you to death." Everyone was dumbfounded. You also know that he's a 100-year-old man? How could he keep his foothold and face after being slapped like this? Enough! Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather shouted. He strode forward and said, "Are you done?" "Not yet." Jiang Yi replied simply. Slap, slap. As he spoke, he continued to slap Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man 18 times in a daze. They were almost paralyzed on the ground. At the side, everyone didn't know what to say. Jiang Rui, a powerful figure, had spoken like this, but Jiang Yi replied with such actions. He was too domineering. You. Jiang Rui's face turned cold. What? Do you want to hit me? Jiang Yi glanced at him and then continued to slap him. Little bastard, I told you not to learn good things. Little bastard, I told you to do bad things. Jiang Yi kept calling him little bastard and little bastard, which made Jiang Rui's face turn green. Jiang Yi beat his descendant and scolded him like this. The veins on his forehead bulged. Around them, many of the older and younger generations of the Jiang family had come. They were all stunned. This bandit was really fearless. He dared to do and dared to say. However, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. This ancestor of his had dared to rebel against the clan in the past. Compared to him, this was nothing. Brat, if you dare bully Tingting and commit any more crimes, I'll take your sea reclamation eye. Jiang Yi finally stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to spare the two of them, but he was tired of beating them up. He said to Jiang Huairan and little Tingting, "What did he do to you too? Come and take it back yourselves." Damn it! Are there people who are so protective of their children? You can actually do that. Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly. Your grandpa is too awesome. Li Heishui and the others mumbled. They were all stunned. Jiang Huairan was eager to give it a try. He really wanted to go over and give it a few slaps. Tingting was very embarrassed. Her granduncle was so domineering that even she felt embarrassed. She pulled the corner of Jiang Huairan's clothes and said, "Little uncle, don't hit me anymore. To deal with such an evil person, you should chop him into 10 pieces." Jiang Huairan rubbed her head. Everyone looked at him in disdain. Was this how he taught his child? What a horrible thing. "Are you guys injured?" Jiang Yi asked. "No." Little Tingting hurriedly shook her head. Those who were close to Jiang Yichen all had the urge to vomit blood. "It was you guys who had been slashing people, okay? How dare you ask if they were injured? Unless they were slapped and their fingers were hurt." Jiang Yi left Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron." Many people found it hard to stay calm. They all revealed strange expressions. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a sacred object? Not to mention that it was now in the hands of the Jiang family. Even when it was owned in the past, all the Holy Lands would put down their pride and fight for it. It was almost impossible to give it away now. The birth of an ownerless ancient scripture would cause chaos in the world. Everyone would fight for it crazily. The birth of an ownerless divine weapon would be even worse. Because only the great ancient emperors could refine it, it was even rarer than the ancient scriptures. The Holy Land that possessed it would have a part of the battle power of the great emperors. Furthermore, if there was an ancient sage with a divine weapon, they could unleash the power of the great emperors. In the past, an invincible divine king of the Jiang family used the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe out a holy land on the icy plains. The root of the myriad chi had already formed into a cauldron. It was simply the embryo of the extreme path. It was a treasure that the great ancient emperors dreamed of. Who could face it calmly? "The myriad chi cauldron is with the 13th brother," the almighty Jiang Rui said. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. He said, "Then please call the 13th brother over." "He left the family the day before yesterday to travel," Jiang Rui answered. "What a coincidence." Jiang Yi's expression was very ugly. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart sank. It was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. It was already very obvious now. He had someone supporting him and wanted to keep the sacred object. It was no wonder. After such a shocking treasure entered the Holy Lands, it would be difficult to spit it out again. Because its value was too great, it was enough to make the Holy Lands fall out. No matter if you were a deity or a sage, only the extreme weapon was real. If they could get it, the Jiang clan would definitely prosper in the future. No Holy Land could compare to it. Because the Yaoguang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron was the result of the efforts of the sages of the past generations. It was not forged by the great emperors. The Jiang clan had the eternal universe great emperor, and had the sacred weapon refinement technique of the great ancient emperors. In the future, they might really be able to evolve a second great emperor's sacred weapon. If a Holy Land had two sacred weapons of the extreme path, it would really be called the first Holy Land in the world. No one could compete with it. In front of such great benefits, many people of the Jiang clan who were indifferent to worldly affairs were tempted, not to mention those who were unscrupulous. At this moment, Yi Fan thought of many things. The ancient killer Celestial Court wanted to assassinate him. They were hired by the ancient inheritance, and the Jiang clan was probably also involved. If he died, the myriad chi cauldron would definitely belong to them. I want to know when the 13th brother will appear. When he returns, will he return the myriad chi cauldron? Jiang Yi asked in a low voice. It's really hard to say when he will return. As for the myriad chi cauldron, I think he will take care of it properly, Jiang Rui answered. What do you mean? Jiang Yi stared at him. F***ck, you're obviously trying to keep it and don't want to return it. Behind them, the large black dog ground his teeth and stared fiercely at some people of the Jiang clan. Yi Fan was also very angry. The peerless divine king had done him a great favor, and he was very grateful to the Jiang clan. However, the actions of some people were very difficult for him to accept. Were they holding in Swoguo hostage? This time, he had come to deliver the immortal divine medicine, but now he could not stay calm. If he could not see the divine king, he definitely would not leave behind a single divine fruit. It hurt so much. Jiang Yichen, who had been beaten senseless, woke up and groaned in pain. Yi Fan calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in the void. He used the Tao scripture and sensed carefully. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and carved 9 ancient characters in the void. These 9 ancient characters were the innate divine characters of the great ancient emperor, and they were also recorded in the Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture. They could suppress one's body and achieve instant eternity. At this moment his mind moved, and he sensed a wisp of qi from the myriad qi cauldron. It was on an island not far away from the Jiang clan. This cauldron was forged by him according to the records of the Tao scripture. It followed the supreme ancient path of a tool that could destroy all techniques. It had a mysterious connection with him that could not be severed. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and told Jiang Huairan, the Black Emperor, and the others everything he had sensed. Immediately, bad person Jiang approached his grandfather, and transmitted his voice to him. Jiang Yi stared at an island in the distance. He strode forward and said, "Whose island is that?" His status in the Jiang clan was very special. The ancestor-level figures of the clan favored him, and he also had the support of 12 even more ruthless people. No one was willing to fall out with him. "That's the place where the 13th brother cultivates," Grandpa Jiu answered beside him. "I miss the 13th brother very much. Since he is not here, I'll go to his island and take a look. It reminds me of him," Jiang Yi said with a smile. Swoosh. He rushed into the island in an instant. Yi Fan and the others stood on the chessboard, moving horizontally, and followed him in. Jiang Rui's expression darkened and he followed. The others also followed, and there were hundreds of them. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man stared at Yi Fan and Jiang Huairan with hatred in their eyes. They gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break, but they did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that they would be beaten to death by the great bandit. Yi Fan stood in the void, and further sensed the qi movement of the myriad qi cauldron. He had almost confirmed its location. Right in front of him on the cliff, there was a huge waterfall, and his weapon was hidden there. Is the 13th brother really not on the island? If I find out that he is avoiding me, don't blame me for falling out with him. Jiang Yi transmitted his voice coldly, and it shook the entire island. Everyone was stunned. As a notorious bandit, the great bandit always did what he said, and he was swift and decisive. He was definitely not making empty promises. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to inform Jiang Yi of his discovery, and he followed Jiang Yi to the cliff. The silver waterfall was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the sound was deafening. It was thousands of feet long, and it was very magnificent. "This is the 13th grandpa's favorite place to meditate," someone said. The 13th grandpa's ancestor, Jiang Chuan, listened to the waterfall every day, watched the stars move, the sunrise and sunset, and experienced the evolution of all things. Sometimes he would sit there for months without moving. The 13th brother's cultivation has reached this level. No wonder he is so ambitious that he even wants to take the myriad qi cauldron for himself. Jiang Yi sneered. Boom! He smashed the cliff with one punch, and the huge waterfall was cut in half. White waves swept up to the sky, and it was as terrifying as a tsunami. "Jiang Yi, what are you doing?" Jiang Rui shouted, and he took a few big steps forward, and said, "Why did you destroy the 13th brother's cultivation place?" "I am teaching him the principle of breaking and building." Jiang Yi responded indifferently. He punched again, and half of the cliff was smashed into powder, and he said, "There is no building without destruction. Only transcendence can transcend." Boom! At this moment, an ancient pagoda soared into the sky, and it floated in midair, emitting an aura that could suppress the heaven and earth. It was obvious that this was a great weapon of a sect, a rare treasure. "This is the 13th grandpa's weapon." No wonder he sits here all year round. So it turns out that he is refining his Tao weapon. Someone exclaimed. Others couldn't sense it, but Yi Fan could clearly sense the vitality of the myriad qi. That was a divine object born in his sea of reincarnation, and its connection with him couldn't be severed. Boom. Jiang Yi stretched out a large hand, and Jiang Rui's expression changed. He blocked and shouted, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to snatch the 13th brother's divine object? I'm just curious, and I want to take a look. Clang. Under the powerful pressure from the two, the ancient pagoda shot out tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and it shook the sky like a surging ocean. Yi Fan carved characters in the air, and his appearance was dignified. The 9 mysterious characters of the ancient emperors appeared, and they immediately formed an even closer connection with his cauldron. The small golden lake between his brows transformed into a divine spirit, and it flew out. It seemed to be cast from gold, and it was dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as him. Yi Fan did everything he could, and he secretly activated the all character. In an instant, this golden figure became 10 times more powerful. The golden divine spirit was dazzling. That was him, and it continuously transformed. It sat in front of his brows, and it drew out the great Tao to connect with his cauldron. Boom. Suddenly, the myriad qi surged, and it descended from the ancient pagoda. An ancient cauldron flew out unstoppably. Myriad qi cauldron. Many people cried out, and at the same time, they reached out to grab it. The golden divine spirit between Yi Fan's brows roared towards the sky, and a powerful spiritual pressure engulfed all directions. The ancient cauldron seemed to have been summoned, and in an instant, it flew back and floated above his head. Just now, the myriad qi cauldron descended, and it was as heavy as a mountain, and it protected him within. Don't let him take this cauldron away, Jiang Yichen shouted from the distance. Now, without needing him to say anything, many people had sealed off all directions, and were prepared to seize it. 6th brother, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yi asked coldly, confronting Jiang Rui. Grandpa Jiu also walked up and said, 6th brother, are you really going to let them do as they please? This isn't your style. Jiang Rui's expression was cold. He swept his eyes over the two, and then he stared at the nearby Yi Fan, and the little cauldron above his head. The myriad qi cauldron descended, and every strand could collapse a mountain ridge. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it was the world's rarest immortal item. No one could face it calmly. Yi Fan regained his cauldron, and he was extremely excited. This was the item he would use to prove his Tao in the future. If he lost it, it would hinder his progress. Brother Jiang Yi, why do you have to do this? Right at this moment, a clear voice traveled over. On a nearby mountain peak, a purple-robed male walked over step by step. He looked to be only about 30 years old, and his black hair fell like a waterfall. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he had an innate majesty of an emperor. It was as if his every movement was one with heaven and earth. 13th brother. Jiang Yi stared at him. Brother Jiang Yi, looks like if you want to stop me today, can it be that a battle is unavoidable? The purple-robed male's eyes were like lightning. Do you really think this cauldron is yours? Could it be that you want to keep us here? The large black dog shouted. If you have the ability, try cutting off the formation patterns of this horn great emperor. The formation patterns on the chessboard flickering. It could be crossed at any time. This cauldron is fated with our Jiang clan, and it will be the second saint tool of our clan. It should be left here. The purple-robed male, Jiang Chuan, looked at Yi Fan, his tone dignified and unquestionable. In the distance, mysterious formation patterns appeared, cutting the sky apart. They were majestic and intimidating. The Black Emperor's expression changed, and he said, a corner formation pattern of the Eternal Universe Emperor. Not bad. Can you still cross it? Jiang Chuan glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart sank. This was the will of a portion of the Jiang clan, and Jiang Rui and Jiang Chuan were the representatives. They wanted to keep this cauldron, and didn't want to return it. Chapter 510. A corner of Hung Yu Heavenly Monarch's formation patterns densely covered the void, cutting off the path ahead. The chessboard's patterns were disrupted, making it hard to cross in a short period of time. This is bad. The large black dog humphed coldly for the first time. He hadn't expected that the other party would act so quickly. He hadn't revealed himself before this, so it was clear that he had been making preparations in secret. Leave the myriad chi cauldron behind, and I won't make things difficult for you. After all, you were saved by the old ancestor divine king. Jiang Chuan was very calm, but he had an irresistible aura. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air, looking down on Yi Fan. He didn't say another word. He was like a dragon in the abyss, ready to attack at any moment. Jiang Chuan, you've really grown up. Now you're acting like you're the only one in the world. You don't care about anything anymore. Jiang Yi stepped forward, his every step tearing through the air, as if he was ascending to the heavens. What belongs to my Jiang clan will naturally be fought for. It will be the second saint weapon of my Jiang clan. We will not allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Everyone could feel his power. He looked very young, but his seniority was extremely high. He stood against Jiang Yi, not giving way at all. Is it really yours? Yi Fan stood in the void, facing it coldly. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his palm. Tens of thousands of strands hung down, innately compatible with the Tao, natural and imposing. If I say he's from the Jiang clan, then he is, Jiang Chuan replied and looked down. You think so? If worse comes to worst, I will shatter this cauldron and let the source chi of all creation scatter in the world. You can go and rob the whole world. Yi Fan's fingers flickered. This cauldron was forged in the sea of reincarnation. Before truly interweaving great Tao patterns, there was naturally a secret method that could disintegrate it. He was prepared to scatter it between heaven and earth. How dare you? In the distance, Jiang Yichen and some people shouted, but they were really worried. If you break this cauldron, I will destroy your soul. Jiang Chuan's expression turned cold as he stared down at Yi Fan. A formless murderous intent surged. Then let us all perish together. Yi Fan sneered. In reality, he was looking for a way out. With the traveling formula, he could naturally avoid the danger at hand. The only thing he was afraid of was that this was the Jiang clan's territory. It would be very troublesome to break out. You dare! Jiang Chuan shouted loudly. He really feared that Yi Fan would shatter the cauldron and scatter all of the source energy. He reached out a large hand and hacked over. 13th bro, you're really becoming more and more capable. What's the point of trying to act mighty in front of a junior? Let me measure your worth, said Jiang Yi loudly. Bang. His right forearm shone, green energy pervading the air. His palm and fingers shook simultaneously, imprinting towards the air, colliding with Jiang Chuan's large hand, producing a muffled sound. Let's retreat first and go around a corner of Emperor Hung Yu's formation pattern. We'll go to another place to cross the void, Li Heishui said. Since he had already obtained the myriad chi cauldron, there was no need to stay any longer. Otherwise, it would become more and more dangerous. He had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Ting Ting, come with us, Yi Fan said, not wanting her to stay any longer. Grandpa is still here. Ting Ting was worried. Little sister, come with us. Little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Ting Ting's arm. They don't dare to do anything to Uncle Jiang. Actually, it's fine for Ting Ting to stay. No one dares to bully her anymore, Jiang Huiran said. Yi Fan wanted to take her away, not because he was worried about her situation, but because he wanted to use the immortal divine medicine to completely cure her Taiyin body. However, an extremely powerful figure had already locked on to them. Jiang Yichen's grandfather, Jiang Rui, shot out 2 golden rays from his eyes, watching their every move. 6th brother, do you really want to do this? The 9th grandmaster of the Jiang family stepped forward and blocked his gaze. 9th brother, what you're doing is useless. The ancestors' emperor pattern has already been laid down. They can't leave. Anyone else can also seal this place. Jiang Rui shook his head. None of you can leave. Jiang Yichen shouted. Damn it, I didn't slap your mouth just now. You still don't remember, do you? Jiang Huiran said. You. Jiang Yichen's expression changed again and again, but he didn't dare to say anything unpleasant. He was really frightened by that great bandit. He was slapped so hard that his grandfather didn't even stop him. Although the 13th Grandmaster of the Jiang clan was also very powerful, even if he could really capture this great bandit ancestor, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him, and would still have to let him go. You? Call me uncle. Don't be so impolite to me, Jiang Huairan scolded. Jiang Yichen had never felt so aggrieved before. He was slapped by his grandfather and grandson, and he couldn't even retaliate. He was so angry that he wanted to smash his head into the ground. Jiang Yichen's uncle, the gray-haired middle-aged man, invited a few elders to continue to maintain the Eternal Space Emperor's formation, preventing Yi Fan and the others from leaving. The large black dog was furious and said, "Damn it, when I was invincible in the past, who dared to stop me? Today, I'll let you all see what I'm capable of." The Black Emperor stood up, and his large claws were even more agile than a human's hand. He carved randomly in the air, and sweat poured out of his forehead like a spring. He seemed to be very strenuous. His attainments in Tao patterns were extremely profound, and very few people could rival him. However, he still seemed to be strenuous, and it could be imagined how terrifying the divine patterns he was carving were. Boom! In just a short moment, a murderous aura soared into the sky like giant serpents, shattering the sky. The murderous aura pierced into everyone's soul, and the murderous aura pervaded the heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. This was a killing formation. Although it was only a corner, it seemed as if it could destroy the world. The murderous aura penetrated into the bones, and the souls of people were shaken. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation. In the distance, the two golden lines shot out from Jiang Rui's eyes became even more dazzling, and the essence of his body shot out from the surface of his body like threads. His essence, qi, and spirit were all solidified. Many people cried out in surprise. What was the origin of this large dog? He actually mastered two different Great Emperor formation patterns. This was very frightening. Wushir's killing formation. In his haste, the large black dog could only carve out a small corner, and he completely copied it, arranging a small portion of the map fragments that he treasured and treasured. Even so, lightning still surged, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. It was as if an unparalleled killer had descended into the world. The large black dog was about to collapse. He weakly crawled on the chessboard formation patterns, and shouted, "F*CK, if you have the ability then try and stop me again. Elders, you have to think of a way. You can't let them leave." The gray-haired middle-aged man frowned. "You want to play with formation patterns with me? You're still too young. If you have the ability, then think of a way to dispel this world's #1 killing formation." The large black dog drank a large mouthful of divine spring, and finally recovered. "Can you really travel through the void?" Li Heishui asked. "Anytime. With the formation patterns of two great emperors appearing at the same time, who can stop us?" The large black dog was quite proud. "Damn it, you can't leave. Ask the ancestors' killing formation to suppress them," Jiang Yichen suggested, but he received a fierce glare from an elder. "The Divine King has done me a great favor, and I will not forget it. I will definitely repay it in the future." Yi Fan transmitted his voice, and then swept his gaze over some of them. He said, "However, if they want to harm me, they can't not retaliate. Don't be so smug, you may not be able to leave." Jiang Yichen glared at him fiercely. "Jiang Yichen, you better obediently stay in the Jiang tribe. Otherwise, if you leave and are caught by me, I will definitely find a latrine pit to suppress you for 1,000 years." Yi Fan shouted. F*CK, I like this idea. The large black dog shouted loudly. Li Heishui and the others also laughed loudly, all mocking him. They said that if Jiang Yichen appeared, they would definitely capture him. "Just you wait," Jiang Yichen said fiercely, staring fixedly at them. Yi Fan was very serious and said, "What I said is not false. You're on your own." Good. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man all looked gloomy. At this time, the battle between Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan had reached a climax, and the winner was about to be decided. In the distant sky, an aged voice said, "We are originally from the same root. Why do you have to do this?" Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Jiang family had come, a living fossil that was about to pass away in meditation. His seniority was frighteningly high. You still haven't stopped? The aged voice shouted again. Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan both stopped. They seemed to be very respectful to this old man, not wanting to anger him. Return the all-chi cauldron to them, and send them away. My good daughter Tingting, follow me from now on. The living fossil of the Jiang family issued such an order. In a sense, his words were even more powerful than the divine leaders, and no one dared to disobey. Ancestor, I will take Tingting away for a few days, and then send her to your side. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke because he had heard his grandson's transmitted voice, leaving this place to treat the extreme Yin body with godly medicine. All right. That living fossil did not appear, and only his voice sounded. Go. The large black dog was frightened, and did not want to stay here for long. The Jiang family had a great emperor, so they definitely had other extraordinary formation patterns. And he was afraid that this living fossil would come out. Shwa! The damaged formation patterns of the great emperor were obliterated, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Before they left, a tender voice rang out, filled with worry. Doggy, you won't lose us, will you? Don't worry. When the large black dog's words traveled out, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles away they were. With a flash of light, they appeared on a boundless grassland. The setting sun was dyed red with blood, and wild wolves howled. It was a desolate and lonely place. Could it be that we have arrived at the North Plains? The hearts of the few of them were beating like drums. They had already experienced this unreliable dog before. The large black dog had a guilty conscience and said, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Finally, they confirmed their location, and arrived at the border of the North region. They had almost entered the North Plains. Damn dog, you are not allowed to play with the formation patterns on the chessboard anymore. Inscribe another formation pattern and go back. Otherwise, I will not go with you even if you beat me to death. When they returned to an oasis in the North region, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan took out a few saint fruits and handed them to Tingting. He also gave her a bottle of divine spring water. Finally, he even placed the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in her hands as a gift. Big brother, go. The extreme Yin physique will be the source power for your rapid advancement in the future, and it will no longer be a shackle. Yi Fan smiled. In the end, Jiang Yi took Tingting away. The little girl looked back every 3 steps, and she was reluctant to leave. Tears streamed down her face as she left. Big sister, take care. Little Nan Nan stood on a large green rock, and waved her little hand. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was about to begin, and the North region was in turmoil again. Who knew how many people had come? Several great origin technique ancient clans, including the lineage of King Yuan, who had been in seclusion for many years, had all been invited. They were welcomed into the Pure Land by the people of the Jade Pool. It was obvious that these ancient stone kings were of great importance. Yi Fan was found by the people of the Jade Pool, even though he was millions of miles away. They invited him to make a trip and enter the Jade Pool. Several days later, another piece of news spread. The myriad chi cauldron had returned to Yi Fan's hands. This caused a commotion, and many people's eyes turned red. Brat, your chance has come, the large black dog said with a chuckle. What chance? Yi Fan asked. Naturally, it's to become the enemy of the entire world and kill all kings. It must have been Jiang Yichen and the others who spread this news. Let's go and capture him. And we'll seal him in the latrine for 1,000 years. Li Heishui said. We have to capture him. Lu Ko nodded. At the same time, the saint-killing alliance surfaced, and the holy sons could be vaguely seen among them. A massive storm was approaching. Is the era of becoming the enemy of the entire world really coming? Yi Fan felt a powerful pressure. However, his eyes quickly calmed down, and his fighting spirit soared. Chapter 511. The All-Chi Cauldron had appeared and returned to the divine physique. Could he keep it? There would most likely be a great storm. Everyone in the North region was discussing this topic. Who knew how many people were tempted? In the past, Yi Fan had been hunted because of this cauldron. Now that the rumor was that he had killed himself, it was even easier for people to have strange thoughts. Those from the various holy lands who were training outside could not remain calm. They were all paying close attention. Even the protection of a supreme divine king was not enough. Now everyone could guess that Jiang Taishu would most likely not appear in the world. Even the Jiang clan themselves had made such a judgment. Yes, Jiang Taishu had passed away. This was the result that everyone had guessed. From the moment he sent little Tingting back to the Jiang clan, this conclusion was equivalent to being confirmed. The only thing that could make Yi Fan rejoice was that there was still an existence comparable to an ancient saint, the old madman. Otherwise, all the divine lords might personally come out to kill him. However, they could intimidate him for a while, but they could not stop him forever. Now many people were eager to try. They could not resist the temptation of the all-chi cauldron. The rough embryo of an extreme saint weapon was a priceless divine item. Even tens of millions or hundreds of millions of kilograms of source force could not buy it. Even the great emperors of ancient times might not have encountered such a divine item. There was no one who could not be tempted. Otherwise, how could the most ruthless person of the ancient times refine his own body and forge a heaven-devouring demon jar, leaving behind a terrifying record? Damn, some more people followed. It has only been a few days, and you have almost become an immortal divine medicine. Everyone wants to take a few bites of you. The large black dog was speechless. They entered a remote ancient city. Many people followed behind them unhurriedly. Without even thinking, they knew they were coveting the divine item. There's nothing we can do. The all-chi cauldron is too rare, and it is so heavy that it can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. We don't have to worry about not having enough celestial materials, Jiang Huiran sighed. This source chi was not as pure as the dragon-pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword, which was only the size of a fingernail. It was a flawless ancestral root that grew endlessly. It was enough to move all elites. Chi. In the void, a sword ray shot over like a meteor smashing into the ground. Its brilliance flashed, representing destruction and slaughter, enveloping them. Bang! Yi Fan stretched out a hand. His golden palm and fingers shone brilliantly, flowing along the trajectory of the Tao. He destroyed the sword gleam into nothingness. Someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Let's kill them all. Lu Ko said. This is just a test. Don't act rashly. Yi Fan shook his head. The number of sacred objects of the ancient great emperors can be counted on one's fingers, and every one of them is a peerless immortal treasure. Dragon pattern black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold. It's hard to find even half of them in this world, so it's understandable that people of the world are fighting for them. Li Heishui said. All life source energy origin root was precisely this type of rare immortal object. Obtaining it was equivalent to severing the root of this type of holy object. It would be difficult to encounter it again in the future, its value difficult to estimate. The eyes of all the holy lands and supreme sects turned red. Who cared if it was a deity or a saint? In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed, and they were all going to return to dust. Only this kind of divine object was real. Wu Zhongtian had round eyes and a leopard's head. He was very majestic, and he was a typical burly man of the North region. At this moment he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Oh no, even a half-step almighty has followed us. I know that person. He's a very powerful wandering cultivator of the North region. I also saw a few people. Some of them are great elders of the great sects of the North region, and some are powerful wandering cultivators. They're all at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation." Lu Ko said. Some people could not hold back anymore. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a gamble. Big brother, Nan saw a few people. They appeared beside us from time to time, and they were different every time. Little Nan took advantage of the few people's disappearance to tug at the lapel of Yi Fan and whispered to him. The human world. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He had experienced it last time. The killers of the ancient divine dynasty hid in the vast sea of people, and it was very difficult to distinguish them. He remained calm and opened his divine eyes, quietly waiting for those people to appear again. 1-2. His heart beat violently. There were a total of 8 killers, and they were like mortals. He could not see the depth of their cultivation, and he could not feel any strange fluctuation from them. If it was not for the fact that his divine eyes could see through their other faces, It would be difficult to imagine that these seemingly ordinary people were all powerful killers, holding sharp swords dripping with blood as they walked in the darkness. The ancient divine dynasty of killers has finally appeared again. This is not good. The large black dog mumbled. Jiang Yichen, that bastard, is indeed vicious. He released the news of the All-Chi cauldron and wants to use others to eliminate us, Li Heishui said. The human world and hell have both come. Yi Fan felt the pressure. In the end, he confirmed that there were 13 killers. They were only here to watch, and there were still a few people in the dark who did not know. A storm is brewing. The ancient divine dynasty of killers really knows how to pick the right time. This time, they are most likely preparing to kill us in one strike and seize the cauldron. Jiang Huairan said. Others were afraid of the saints of the present age, but these two divine dynasties were not afraid, and had even provoked them before. Every time he thought of this, the large black dog could not help but shiver, thinking that they were most likely as powerful as they were in ancient times. Little Yi, are you sure you want to continue like this? Li Heishui was a little hesitant. More and more powerful enemies were gathering, and this was a very dangerous sign. Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and the others all suggested that they lay low for a while. They could not show themselves like this, or they would definitely be in big trouble. It's fine. Just walk a little more. And I have already prepared the next killing formation for them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Brat, do you want to tire me to death? The ultimate killing formation consumes too much essence, chi, and spirit. The large black dog bared his teeth, feeling indignant. Don't tell me you want to kill them all at once, and kill all the people following behind. Lu Ko was given a big fright. This is just a preliminary idea. I don't know how powerful the killing formation set up by the Black Emperor is. Yi Fan smiled. Isn't this a little too ruthless? If you walk around like this, how many people will you attract? Do you want to kill them all at once? Wu Zhongtian's heart was beating rapidly. Jiang Huairan, however, smiled and said, That's how it should be. Those who have no killing intent will naturally not have to worry about their lives. Why should those who want to kill little Yi be polite? That's right, that's how it should be. If they want to kill us, then we'll use the ultimate killing formation to kill them all. Li Heishui nodded, expressing his deep agreement. I want to see exactly who is the most eager to kill me and seize the cauldron. Yi Fan smiled. I wonder how many heads will roll, but if they want to kill us and seize the cauldron, then they can only blame themselves. Lu Ko laughed. In comparison, Wu Zhongtian was very forthright and straightforward. He sighed and said, Your smiles are already stained with blood, and many people are destined to die. Big brother, why are you so soft-hearted? This is not your nature, Jiang Huairan said. I'm just feeling sentimental for a moment. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Wu Zhongtian's heroic spirit soared. F***ck brat, do you know how much effort I have to expend just to have a thought? The large black dog looked at Yi Fan from the corner of his eyes, and grumbled. He was very unhappy. However, when he saw Yi Fan take out a divine fruit and shake it, he immediately became spirited. His saliva flowed, and he almost pounced over. Now the supreme divine king had severed his life force, and even the immortal godly medicine was powerless to reverse the situation. Whether he could survive or not depended on himself. Thus, the remaining divine fruits could be used by Yi Fan as he pleased. In the end, Dahe patted its chest with its big claws, ensuring that the peerless killing formation of the great emperor of no beginning would be flawless. Of course, this was only a small part of it. He had only grasped this much. It was impossible for the ancient great emperor's formation veins to exist in this world. However, if he could set up this part in his hands, it would be enough. Big brother, that gray-haired man is here, little Nan Nan reminded softly, wrinkling her delicate little nose. Yi Fan looked closely and discovered that Jiang Yichen's uncle had come. He wore a mask on his face, and even divine eyes could not see through it. He had to concentrate to see through it. Great, he's here. This time I'll torture him. Lu Ko shouted excitedly after hearing this. In the past few days they had been thinking of ways to capture Jiang Yichen, but he did not leave the Jiang clan, so they could not do anything. They never thought that another detestable person would appear. If they did not suppress him, they would be letting themselves down. This guy is actually an elite at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and he was preparing to kill us. Fortunately, he saw through us. Otherwise, we would really be in big trouble. Li Haishui gritted his teeth. Don't act rashly. We can't let the entire ultimate killing formation fail just because of him, Yi Fan said. Smoke Cloud City was ancient and old-fashioned. Just like its name, everything had become smoke of the past. It also had a glorious past, and there were even footprints of great ancient emperors. Unfortunately, everything had become the past, and it was no longer grand. What was left was only desolation. There were not many people in the city, less than 40,000. This was an ancient city without vitality. Yi Fan and the others walked all the way into this dilapidated ancient city. They decided to set up Great Emperor Wusher's ancient killing formation here. According to the ancient records, after the two great killer dynasties secretly observed their targets, they would usually make their move within 5 days. It is very likely that they will do it tonight. With these ancient secrets provided by the large black dog, they were much more relaxed when making arrangements, because this time, they had to kill all the people who came from the two great killer dynasties. The night was like water, and the sky was dotted with stars. This night in Smoke Cloud City was very quiet, even a little lethargic. This ancient city had no vitality at all when it was late at night. Yi Fan stood on an ancient platform, looking up at the starry sky. Little Nan Nan rested her chin on one side, yawning, looking listless. The two of them were not really looking at the stars and the moon. Instead, they were using their divine eyes to survey the surroundings, observing the people in the dark. In these few days, there were even more powerful cultivators following them. Half-step great elites had already appeared, and there were traces of holy suns. I really did not expect that the holy sun of all beginnings would come, Yi Fan said to himself. His eyesight was extremely powerful. Even if it was a figure in the horizon, he could see the true appearance of it. Tonight, there would definitely be a massacre. Many people seemed to have a tacit understanding, appearing at the same time and pressing forward. However, those people were very hidden, far away in the horizon, waiting for a chance. They would not make the first move. Yao Shi is also here. Yi Fan was startled. The Yao Guang holy daughter was hidden in a cloud in the void. Apart from a divine eye like his, no one else could possibly discover her. Holy son of Dian Xiang Yifei. His eyes flashed, and he discovered another holy son in the dark. In the past, he had interacted with this person in the divine city, but he did not expect him to also arrive. Big brother, the people from the ancient celestial dynasty are here. Little Nan Nan yawned and discovered the situation. Yi Fan nodded and stood on the ancient platform to continue observing, wanting to see all the people in the dark. The descendant of the Gold family, Jin Qishao, is also here. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person was very powerful. It was said that the blood of the ancient king flowed in this family, and they were not human. The Purple Mansion Saint is indeed here. He saw the traces of another holy son. He had already guessed that this person would definitely come. Yi Fan carried little Nan Nan and flew deep into the courtyard. He met up with the Black Emperor and told them the location of those people. There are too many people and many cultivators from large sections. Jiang Yichen's uncle brought over a dozen people, and they are the closest to this place. The ancient celestial dynasty of killers is hiding in the void, and they are about to attack. They exchanged information, and in a while they would be able to effectively activate the Wusher killing formation. There are half-step almighty cultivators, and there are even saints and saintesses. What a powerful lineup. Wu Zhongtian sighed. Yi Fan pondered for a while and said, Black Emperor, try to wait for everyone to come in, then activate the Wusher killing formation. No matter who they are, as long as they come in, kill them all.